Futures gaining ground here so far this morning ahead of a key inflation print coming up this morning at 10 o'clock. We'll get actually two, PCE and University of Michigan sentiment data to end off what has been a pretty interesting week here. We were relatively flat to start here this morning until a recent move back higher has both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 back in positive territory. Ton of things moving around. Netflix, a little bit of volatility. We're back to basically flat at this point, but looks like it is going to be Netflix and Warner Brothers on this tie-up. We'll see if we get any more details as far as that is concerned coming up later this morning. Tesla, that new low-cost Model 3 that we got in the U.S. and Model Y actually in the U.S. and Model 3. Model 3 is going over to Europe. So we've had nothing but negative sales prints for Tesla specifically in Europe all week long. I guess Elon wants to test the waters here on lower prices maybe.
Yeah.
See how that goes.
Well, for sure, Brendo, he's competing with these Chinese EVs who are undercutting him on price, so he's got to respond. We'll see how it goes. Good morning, guys. There is a lot to talk about for a Friday. Brendo mentioning it right off the top. Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Netflix with a tie-up. So it's going to be $82.7 billion at $27.75 a share. It's expected to close within 12 to 18 months. NVIDIA also in focus as the Senate looks to pass the Safe Chips Act, basically block them from exporting to China, and AMD also getting the nod, Brendo, for their China variant, the MI308, but they're going to have to pay a 15% export fee. Apple also has people coming in, coming out. Their general counsel leaving, but they're bringing in somebody from Meta, kind of giving the feeling that maybe the antitrust push by the government is not all said and done as they look to war up.
Yeah, the AMD China angle kind of interesting here this morning, coming on the back of the announcement we got about NVIDIA and delayed 2.5 years at least.
Exactly.
And then they give the go-ahead to AMD if they're going to pay for it. Then sure, why not? Here is how the calendar looks this morning. Again, this is all going to happen at 10 a.m. Eastern. So mark that down. The core PCE reading, again, it's a delayed data point because of the government shutdown. So we're still working through some of the September data. So will it or won't it actually move the market, or will it or won't it even tell us anything at this point as far as what is going to happen next week? Remember, Fed meeting coming up next Wednesday, 2 p.m. Make sure you're with us. And then we'll also get this down here, Michigan Consumer Sentiment, which has the 5-year and 1-year inflation expectation point in it as well. Again, all at 10 o'clock. So it could be a little bit quiet here until we get some of this data coming through later on this morning. Neil with the day off today. Obi's in. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, everybody. Yes, well, Obi, welcome to once again to the desk here. And how has your week been?
It's been solid, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, how about yours?
Good, great. I mean, absolutely. It's been fantastic this week. We changed our strategy a little bit. We're getting in like around 9:40. We're letting the first couple bars close on the 5-minute, see what's happening, see if we can get some levels developed, and then we're stepping in. So we're doing pretty good right here. What's not doing pretty good is SoFi, and we talked about that, a little bit of an offering here. I actually bought more shares in the pre-market. So I just went in, bought some more shares in my account here. I've been waiting to get longer on SoFi, and I'm going to take the opportunity now. It's not down that far. We'll put a little bit of money back into it, 2, 3, 4, 5% of the account back into SoFi there. We've been selling some stuff, so we want to buy something. And I want to get away from the tech name, but there's SoFi there raising, I think it was, what is that exact number there today? It's a big one for SoFi. I'll get that number anyways. It's just an offering to, there it is, 54.5 million shares, so $1.5 billion in proceeds. Just for growth and try to get, some of their, I don't know if they're going to be, what they're going to be working on or whatever, but just to stabilize sort of their cash position here. And I like SoFi down at these levels. And then I came in today, and what stock did you mention to me?
Warner Brothers?
No.
Oh, no. SMX.
Yeah, SMX again.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this one this morning, but this thing absolutely crazy. On a bit of a multi-day runner, we hit $445 in the pre-market today. I came in and sat down around 7:37. I looked at it, and I already had the book open up, and I'm like, wait, what? 300? Wasn't this at 150 just last night? Kind of. I remember kind of looking at this break back down below this 150, right, going into the close, and yeah, another stair step up higher and another squeeze. So. It's looking like I said it's kind of a slow burn HKD.
Yeah, we were saying that.
That's
Yeah,
what it's
yesterday.
looking like right now.
The
so.
security matters. This was a quite an aggressive mover yesterday. It's basically come from nowhere. Obviously, it's been reverse split. It's been everything. It's been chopped up. I mean, I was just looking at this. It was $5, last week or so. So up to $440. And then this is the spread right now, $2.50. I saw some people in the chat talking a little bit about that spread. Remember, there's a lot of dark pool prints coming off right now. So like, some of these prints that are going off on the time and sales, 350, 370, 380. These are all just late reports, obviously, from overnight or in the pre-market. So, the real spread right now is about $4 to $5. It's pretty limited to your trading because it's you have no idea where to put your stop orders, and I would say let this one settle down. If you want to take a shot in the pre-market, maybe try to do something. Now that Safe Chips Act is kind of interesting too, because I kind of agree with it. Like, I don't know if we want to be shipping too many of these. I say we're here in Canada, but I don't know if NVIDIA wants to ship too many of these, high-powered chips over here into China to get them going. Building on them and just giving them the sort of the same powers of the technology that we do have here in the United States with NVIDIA. Some protectionism act there happening, and I think it's fine. NVIDIA is not really finding too much from that. Remember, NVIDIA's numbers were ex-China anyways when they released them, so I don't worry too much about that. And they can still purchase the lower end chips, and it's just going to help out names like there's AMD is up today as well. I think it's going to help out obviously names like in Alibaba if they get ahead now and are able to maybe capture some more market share there in China, if their quality of chip can catch up somewhere to that of AMD and NVIDIA. So we do know they have that Quen model that's been going pretty good, and then Baidu up, and I heard that there was a story here on Baidu was a listing, the chip's AI unit right here. Kunluxin is preparing to IPO in Hong Kong. So you get Baidu up as well. Some story here about Meta AI as well today. Just hearing something about some new offering for Meta AI, so we can see that moves around. And then the story of the day, of course, is Warner Brothers Netflix, which is going to be done at, I think it was $27.25 or $27.45, $27.75 if you add it all up together. Netflix, obviously as an acquirer, gets hit, right? Because they're going to pay its stock and cash. So it's roughly valued around $28 cash, but there is some stock aspect to that as well, about $4.50 or so in stock. So there's debt associated with this Warner Brothers deal. So WBD, it'll be interesting. Neil primarily trades buyouts, and I don't think he'll be too happy with this one because there is that stock aspect. So it does make it hard to price this name intraday. So you have to watch a little bit of Netflix stock with Warner Brothers. But I think in the age of cord cutting, I don't know about you, Obi, or the guys behind us, but content right now is going to continue to be king like it's been for a very, very long time. And if you can start to wrap up this huge studio like Warner Brothers, I think it's a good win here for Netflix and for the subscribers. I mean, whether or not, I don't know if this will accrue in higher monthly subscription fees or what, but the content's going to be there. So everybody that's flipping through, you're looking for something to do. And you have to be a fan of, entertainment and watching these things. Yeah. Many people reading video games. There's a whole new thing here where there's not as many people watching TV related. Like my kids are primarily on YouTube, yep, TikTok, like scrolling, death scrolling or doom scrolling through everything.
Short form content.
Yeah, it's the short form content, exactly. They watch like, you've never heard about Salish? There's like online. Anyways, doesn't matter. They all watching something. You know what my son is watching so much of now? So we're going tonight to Five Nights at Freddy's. There's the number 2 premieres tonight, so I'm taking him to that. He watches a lot of anime, and I know that something called JoJo. There's all these. Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, he's
watched it, but
One Punch Man, all this kind of stuff. And Netflix actually made a deal, I guess, with Crunchyroll or whomever hosts all this content. There's so much anime now and stuff like that, even on Netflix. So I think this is great, great for the space. And we saw Fox sell out last year or a couple years ago to Disney. So Rupert Murdoch got out of the game, and I think that's the exit plan for most of these names, is you're going to have to get bought out, and it looks like Warner Brothers shareholders are going to be real happy with that one, man. This was $11.20 $12 back in September, October, when the rumor mill started kicking, right? And then there it goes up to 27. So, wow, what a deal for Warner Brothers shareholders as they get, I would hope they get everything they want and more out of this deal, because this was, fledgling as everybody was cord cutting and worried about where the space was going as far as content and where that money was coming from. We know the theaters have been pretty poor, although Zootopia 2 apparently was pretty killer in the box office. But there it goes, man, 27.75. So I don't know about you guys there in the back, Brendan and Street, but I think that's going to be a pretty good deal looking at the chart. And I don't know, did you guys cut the cord yet there in the back? I know Brendo, I'm pretty sure, did. And Sharif, what are you guys feeling about Netflix?
A unique situation,
Yeah.
I think. And I say that simply because any of the newer age type condos in the city, you get nothing included in the common fees. So
Brendo.
you have a very unique situation.
I'd rather a gym, a functioning gym,
100%.
rather than the, I've been on the fritz for a year and a half rather than paying for the
Sure.
cable. I mean, I don't watch 99% of the
Yeah.
channels. I told you, the only thing I watch is news,
Yeah.
right? And I can get that online. But this is a really good tie-up, Brendo.
100%.
A little bit more details if we can get
Yeah, go
into it
for
a
it.
little bit, guys. So it's not just strictly you're going to get money per share. So as we mentioned, $82.7 billion. That's what the acquisition price is. It's $27.75 per share. But there's more nuance here. So the WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery current shareholders, they're going to get $23.25 per share in cash, and then they're going to get $4.50.01, Brendo, in Netflix stock per WBD share. So nice acquisition and kind of building it in. Good to see kind of the two big heavyweights kind of combine, because you're going to get a bit of pricing power there, and you're not going to have to subscribe to multiple services.
And as Sean was saying, I mean, I echo that sentiment 100% from a content standpoint. We were talking about it the other day. From a content standpoint, it's a win 100% across the board. I can confidently say I haven't had cable in 20 years.
Really, eh?
At least, if not more.
You not watch the news, though? You're not watching the news yet.
I mean, unless it's like on YouTube or on like some sort of streaming type situation. Yeah. No, it's been a long time coming, I think. A couple other things to consider. Again, if you're just joining, here's a look at the calendar this morning. A lot of people waiting for this inflation data. We are going to get PCE data coming up this morning. It's a September number, remember, so it is delayed. And that's going to be at 10 o'clock along with the Michigan consumer sentiment number. So lots to expect around that 10 o'clock time frame this morning. If you take a look at Tesla, a couple other things to talk about this morning. Tesla, one of those we mentioned over the past couple of days here, just absolutely horrid sales numbers on the car side of things coming out of Europe once again all week long. Started in Germany, went right through to the UK. We were sitting here talking about yesterday, and then we show up here this morning, and lo and behold, Elon's going to try a cheaper version of the Model 3 over in Europe to see how that goes.
It's a good look. I was talking to Joseph about this on the midday show yesterday. The Model 3 is still a relatively large car for Europe.
Exactly.
So the fact that we still don't have that Model 2 or that scaled down version, I think puts them at a competitive disadvantage, especially, Brendo, if you see what BYD is releasing in that content. There are a lot of small cars, more conducive to what they want over there. But let's talk about what happened here. So they launched, as Brendo mentioned, a lower price Model 3 across key European markets. We're talking about Germany, Norway, Sweden. So in Germany, it's going to cost about 37,000, more like 38,000 euros. Norway, it's about 330,000 Norwegian kroners. Sweden, about 450,000 there. It's going to have the same type of range, Brendo, same sort of basics inside. You remove the back screen. There's some stuff that's not included. Same sort of basics.
All the people in Europe and anyone who has been there is, the first thing that comes to mind is the simple fact that everything's very close. So range maybe not the most important, detail that can come along with that. Just be aware, Fed Chair in waiting, Kevin Hassett, is speaking right now, talking about expectations for Q3 GDP growth, how shocking no one, he thinks rates should be lower. So Kevin Hassett making some comments right now.
All right. Sorry, I was just responding to that Death Trader there in the chat and asking if SoFi too early to buy. I bought some more here in the pre-market. Okay, you just had the chart up for Tesla. I mean, you were talking to me about something interesting last night here on the show. Into the close, there was an imbalance, and What did you notice with that imbalance? You mentioned the notional amount.
Yeah,
and
so
everything like that. So if we go over to Obi's chart, yeah.
So right here, so you can see, okay, so we know that imbalances come out at 50. Let's just go down to the 1 minute chart and take a look at how Tesla reacted into those imbalances. You can see right here, catching a bid and then breaking out of this little consolidation that finally reclaimed on top of VWAP right here. Nice little push. And yeah, notionally one of the biggest buy imbalances in the Nasdaq market here, and you can see aggressive push. Let's just take a quick measurement right there. So about a 0.69, 0.67 push into the close, broke high a day there as well, which was nice. And coming into the pre-market, we're consolidating, holding above that. So I like that. I like that look. Let's see if we can continue to do a little bit of a stair step up, right? Leg consolidation, leg? Question mark? That's what I'm asking. 456.92s is the pre-market high on Tesla. And yeah, I think, again, another reason for this bid is another presidential seal trade where he's just like, okay, well, now we're going to put money into robotics.
Yep.
So not only Tesla is on watch, we got other stocks like Ridge Tech Robotics, RR. I know a lot of people kind of are involved in that one here. So you can see that one's been doing some relative volume and has had a bit of a multi-day bid. Earnings support as well from yesterday or 2 days ago. Today's going to be earnings day 3, and we're almost at $5 here. So yeah, coming into the end of the week, let's see if we can get that last little into that $5 area. That should be interesting.
The IRBT?
IRBT.
It's actually a little bit more impressive than Rich Tech Robotics. Just the move that it had on that day. They're both extremely.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Yeah, it was a nice move. And a cheap stock as well. So getting that back in and quite a decent short float on that one. I thought we were looking at 45% or something for the short float for IRBT.
Yeah, I think this one.
What is that move there? What did you just do there? What percent was that?
Oh, this. Yeah, I just did a quick measurement. 85%.
Wow. Okay.
85% in the past 2 days there. Something else that's been.
You're not long?
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah.
You're not long $1.50, man.
That's
Look, it held there for like 4 days. I'm looking at some quantum names as well because those caught a bit of a bid yesterday. Look at that relative volume coming in and giving us a little bit of a push. But taking a look at a higher time frame, these things have been kind of cooling off a little bit, right? So just looking at this is a weekly right here. You can see a little bit of an uptrend on a bigger picture here, maybe catching a bit of a bid here alongside some of those other names as well. I like the sustained kind of pushes that this has been having. Sure, the ranges are kind of aggressive, but overall bigger picture, this thing is setting up pretty nicely, I think, as well, just this whole quantum sector. And I think this can be a little bit related back to robotics as well. You know, like Elon's playing the long game meta, man. He's got the AI. He's got the batteries. Now he's got the robots.
Got 9 kids.
We're literally
How's he going to feed everyone? You know.
Well, he's got an army of robots to do.
Maybe I'll borrow a couple $1 billion from that guy. See if he can. You seen Sam Michael Roberts lately? SMR. That's another one that has been absolutely.
A little bit of a curl happening here as well. Yeah, look at that on the weekly. Pretty got pretty shellacked for the past.
I just hope Joe didn't get any of that shashuka on his shirt over there. You know.
Shakshuka?
Yeah, there we had some nice tomato sauce with some eggs there too. This man's in his nice whites over there. Yeah, he's got a wedding to go to later. So, yeah, no, Tesla. I really like this stock here again today. I mean, I was telling you multiple touch points down here at 447 yesterday. Looked like it wanted to get bought up, and then that race at the close, which was fantastic. So I'm just writing it right now. It'll be on here. It's gonna be a 450 long to me, just to wait to see if it hits, or we just play off of. I mean, the 200 period moving average is down here at that 447, so there could be a play down into there as well. But I'm excited to trade some Tesla today. That is for sure. And I bought some. I think it is a robotics trade. And, you know, Brendan and I and Sharif, we all went over this a little bit yesterday as we really enjoyed sort of that talk about how robots, and we showed the Optimus running around and everything like that. And it was just been a good run for them. And we'll see what winds up happening here with Tesla. I'm way too. The reason why I went in there and bought more SoFi today is like, every single decision I make seems to be buying more tech. And it's like we're long at $37 here on Samsara. They had a report there last night. We'll go over that hopefully at some point. Relatively flat into that report. They do catch an upgrade, though. Sorry, they maintain a buy, B of A there, $55 price target on Samsara Internet of Things. So we can talk a little bit about that as well. But yeah, just trying to get into a little bit more other than tech, right? I mean, John Deere has had to move down. I was looking at that. Home Depot, we're in some retail, but not as much as we should be, and all of that. Look at the banks just continue to go, right? JP Morgan, another high. Same as Citigroup. And then one more. You already talked about Rich Tech Robotic, and earnings were a little light. There are a lot of stories.
Earnings.
There were a couple earnings,
Yeah.
yeah. No.
I'm going through some of them right now because I know I was a little late on them. But
We had Rubrik.
we have Rubrik. Rubrik's up nicely. We've got
Yep.
DocuSign with a little bit of selling
Yep.
coming in
Yep.
here as well. I saw.
We're sort of through the major cap names
Yes,
right
for
now, but it doesn't mean that there's not a lot of opportunity here to trade today. So.
I really like this right here. Like, look, we're kind of getting aggressive on this bid here. I guess the market's taken this earnings report on Rubrik pretty nicely, and yeah, kind of let's see if we can get up to this
20%, you know.
level.
Oh, and you also had, as the cosmetic trade continues, right? Ulta Beauty just ripped that again. This was a miss, by the way, by Warren Buffett. They were in and sold. This was, I remember, if Adara is here, I haven't seen her in the chat yet, I'm sure she's here, but she'll remember this is why I just asked her, she knows the dates of everything, but it was just a matter of, I remember Berkshire had an investment there in Ulta Beauty, and I don't think it worked out very well, and they either dumped it for flat or for something, and it's since, this year, it's had quite the epic run upside, and here's Ulta Beauty. Look how good this looks. Whoopsies, get this back. This just looks amazing on the daily because you're right back up to this level one more time here, looking to break through 580. So this is just looking like it's a breakout waiting to happen. I can't believe this was down to 320 again, all the way up to 580. But yeah, the market is a strong one here. And you can play it with options, you can play with equity, you can play with crypto, you can get involved with anything in this market. But for options, we do have Joe, and he's got a couple plays for us and a couple ideas. So let's throw it over to Joe with his options.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday, the final day of the week. Yes, and you get to trade some zero DTEs on some equity stocks, not just the overall market. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these plays yesterday. A lot moving on yesterday's intraday session. We're going to start this off with some Bloom Energy as it continued to climb. $130. Once again, we're just rolling over to that December 19th expiration cycle. I think this level can most definitely be in play. Open interest sitting around 11,200 and with volume around 3,700. Not bad whatsoever. And then we have IonQ here as well, too, guys, at that $55 strike price. Once again, in the same expiration cycle. Open interest sitting around 6,800. And then we have volume around 3,800 as well, too. But Netflix, guys, it's funny because when I was looking at this one, I'm like, hey, I'm going to look at this as a potential resistance zone and a supply zone that we're not being able to break. Why? Because look at the past couple of sessions, and then in the pre-market, we're selling now south of $100. Last time I checked, we're around $99, which I think is a pretty good opportunity to get involved in some Netflix. But with that volume sitting around 16,400 at that specific 105 strike, and then open interest around 9,000. Now, as for the call of the day, it's going to be Meta, guys. Yesterday, we know that they are going to be cutting funds to the Reality Labs and spending in Reality Labs by 30%, which is absolutely, I think, a good sign for this. So what I want us to look at here is the actual charting. This is the pricing of the options contract. So you can see when the volume and the liquidity really starts to step in, and that's going to be in September. Now, you're going to be collecting a substantial amount of money, around $14K on that specific contract, and it's now roughly worth a fraction of that. So, I mean, for all the options writers and buying leaps, and if you're in that kind of world of trading, you can see how substantial the decay is in theta on that specific contract. But at that 670 strike price, guys, once again, we're falling into that December 19th expiration cycle. So you have to take into consideration that there's only a week or a couple weeks left in the lifespan of this contract, and you can just see that decay happening month after month, and there's no real substantial pop in it. And that's why a lot of traders run into issues with trading, obviously, some of these vehicles just due to the decay and the theta effect on that specific level. But open interest sitting around 11,000 there, and then we have volume around 6,800, guys. Delta, relatively cool, and the at-the-money IV around 28.4%, guys. So yeah, very interesting stuff. Pull up your options chart and go back to when these things start becoming really liquid, and you can see the effect of not only implied volatility decay, but also the theta decay, which is extremely important, guys.
So for that, look, I think that's an important point that he's kind of started off with that meta was looking at options are a great way to play these things, especially on a Friday, as you mentioned, 0 DTE. Understand what that means, that they're going to expire. So if you're wrong, and you don't get out and you hold it, you're going to lose everything. But at the end of the day, I think Joe nailed it with wanting to have some sort of a catalyst. And yesterday we had Meta, or not, well, throughout the last couple of days, the cost cutting is now back in picture. Mark Zuckerberg is just throwing out contracts left and right, stealing people from Apple. So it's just funny, like cutting from the metaverse, but then putting that spend right back into people and hopefully into ideas that are away from the metaverse, which has been funny because they changed the symbol and the whole company name, right, over to Meta. And then since then, that's been sort of the bane of their existence. But we'll get those cuts. Now they said 30% reduction over there in the metaverse. And I think that's going to help that play. So I know he said it was 670 price target there. So I don't know if that was done on purpose or what. But yeah, Neil on the day off. We're glad to have Obi up in here, but. Any thoughts quickly before we go to Michael on Meta or?
Yeah, I mean, out of those names on the list, I like Netflix again.
Yeah.
Catalyst this morning as well, doing some relative volume, coming into that $100 mark there as well. And I saw Joe was pointing out that those 105s. I don't know if we're going to be able to get there today, but yeah, 100 is going to be interesting. I'm watching that for sure. And seeing how we come into the day with their WBD deal kind of going on, and I guess them selling off a little bit off of that. So from there, I think Netflix is the most interesting for me.
All right, he's in his red and black lumberjack, but he does not have a hat to match. It's Michael Noss. Let's go back to Sharif Brendo with our guest of the AM.
Yeah, I just noticed here the fall continuing here on Netflix, guys. 100 goes, 99 goes. They're definitely selling the news on the way. Toward the open here for Netflix, let's talk a little Santa Claus, shall we? You got that vibe going on today a little bit?
I looked for a hat, but I couldn't find one. Might be a little bit too early to find one around that.
Yes, I think so. Michael Noss maxed out his AI skills on some of the images that he's providing us with today. So give us a rundown here. What do we need to know about the Santa Claus rally?
Yeah, it's funny. When I looked at when I did this last year and the year before that, I used AI for both of those as well. So I should splice them together so we can see how good AI has gotten over the years of me doing this presentation for you guys. And because there's no real charts to show here, so this is visuals while I chat. So first of all, what is the Santa Claus rally? I want to go to the exact time frame because I know a lot of people get this wrong. So again, shout out to the Stock Traders Almanac. He's been publishing this for 60 years now and has coined a lot of these frames, the Hirsch family. And they're seasonality experts. So I leaned on a lot of their data for this. And the Santa Claus rally does not start after Thanksgiving. And I hear that a lot, and I hear that it starts in all of December. It is very specifically the last 5 trading days of this year, and then the first 2 of next year. So that takes us to the 24th of December, and then it ends on the 5th. Of January. So those are the days, because you got to factor in all the holidays and the weekend and all of this kind of thing. And this is the area that has been studied for this length of time. The next chart right here, this is all the way back to 1950 and where they started to study this phenomenon. And for that last 5 days into the 2 days of the new year, these are the returns. And it averages around 1.5% to 2%. But I think what really gets people is you can see the amount of positive years versus the amount of negative years. It is quite probable at 75 to 80%, depending on when you start, that we are positive for that period of time. So it makes for a very interesting trade, knowing that just like anything else, 80% chance you're right means a 20% chance you're wrong. So quite often you have these kind of outsized returns. Now I've zoomed in for just the last 25 years with this next chart, just so you can really kind of see. And in this time, there has only been the 5 times that we have been down for this period of time. And it's funny if you look at where they're clustered, right? So the year 2000, you can see a couple of them around there. A lot of people may not have been trading for this time, but right, 2013-ish, there was a little bit of a bear market there as well. And then that 2018, I remember that one vividly because it really made for an awful Christmas. That was more trade wars and talks with China's and bullying J-Pow on Twitter. It seems exactly what was happening now, except we were crashing into Christmas as opposed to where we are hanging out right now. So again, we don't double during this period of time or anything crazy like that, but very consistent growth. And I've got some notes to why. And one of the main reasons I think is low trading volumes. And there's an old trading adage in just trading and investing that's you never short a dull market. And I think that's part of it. Also, I think a lot of it has to do with tax loss harvesting rebounds. And Jeff Hirsch talks a lot about this in the book as well, where due to certain tax rules, generally speaking, you're done selling the things that you want to sell to target tax losses into this December rally. You're usually done that selling. So a lot of selling pressure that could take place on the market is then lifted because, we can do a whole thing on tax loss harvesting later, but basically you want to sell the things that you don't have to pay the government for selling. You want to sell the things that will recoup that. So as soon as that selling's done, then you kind of get this natural lift because, again, the selling is over. Now, this one's very interesting and is always written in the book, and it's the what if things don't happen, right? And if Santa Claus fails to call, then bears could come to Broad and Wall, and that's Broad and Wall is where the New York Stock Exchange is. And the old saying is just that if you don't get a Santa Claus rally, and if you don't get what they call the kind of January effect or the first couple days in January, there is a high statistical chance that year, the full year, could end up being down. So the reason I think people watch the Santa Claus rally, even more than they're interested in that 1% to 2% high probability move over that period of time, is for me, it's always a more interesting thing to look at. What if the seasonality doesn't work out the way it should, in quotation marks? If it doesn't, that to me is more interesting, because if 80% of the time we have this nice strong move, and then the times that we don't, if we kind of remember that chart that I had before, all of those were preceding or around dangerous or kind of tumultuous times in the market. So I am way more interested in if we don't get it than if we do. And that's something that I'll talk about a little bit kind of later in the month. We'll go over the January effect, which I think is a very interesting seasonal phenomenon as well. But that's kind of the summary is starting on the 24th and ending on the 2nd, that there's a 80% chance the market pops up 2% for that period of time. And if it doesn't, again, that's where I think things get really interesting.
And I think exactly, and you alluded to that very well in that sense. I mean, it's not like people are sitting around for the entire year just waiting for this to say, okay, now I'm going all in to make my year. Mm-hmm. This is more of a sentiment type of indication going into a brand new trading year, essentially just a week away. It'd be really interesting to talk a little bit about, I think, some of the reasons as to why. You touched on a few of them, from a macro standpoint, a higher time frame standpoint, but just market structure in general, in the final weeks of the year, in the final even month or month and a half of the year, we see a lot of people, institutions specifically, doing some maneuvering, making things look as best they can from a portfolio standpoint going into the end of the year as well.
Yeah, and I think it's just that. I think you follow the money at this end of the year. And you got to remember that the hedge funds, the large institutions, the big guys out there, they generally get paid year end based off of some sort of performance. Hedge funds generally have a 2 and 20 structure, which means they get 2% of whatever they're managing and then 20% of whatever returns that they make. This year was a fairly easy year from a swing trading side of things to make money. So if I'm sitting on, with a couple weeks left, on a potential big bonus, I'm going to try to do whatever I can to keep the market good and to keep everyone happy, to keep everyone fed. That, and then again, taxes. I need to sell the things that haven't been working all year in order to lower my tax burden until the end of the year. And then over Christmas, I will stop that selling. So the fact that I don't want to do anything to mess up the market and I, want the tax loss, I think that's why not only have we gotten a good market here, but I've talked about a lot of the sectors that have been outperforming and they've been boring ones like healthcare and things like that. That to me is a move into more defensive assets because, you just don't want to mess up that bonus. So I think between taxes and bonuses, you can explain a lot of this kind of behavior.
We might be getting a Santa Claus rally in the Canadian dollar right now, Michael Noss. The Canadian employment data just out better than expected, much better than expected, actually. Unemployment rate was supposed to be 7, comes in 6.5. Positive on the jobs print north of the border this time around. Great stuff. It'd be interesting. I don't know if you I'm throwing you on the spot here, obviously, but have you done any digging as to different areas of the market and how the individual performances play out from this time period?
That is actually going to be really interesting, and maybe we'll talk about that on Monday, because there's a whole section in the almanac about the January effect starting about halfway through December. And the January effect is a famous effect in which small caps actually end up kind of carrying a torch and outperformance. And the reason that that's kind of given is that people want to position into the next group of stocks, the next area that could be interesting for next year. So people start taking that bet near the end of the year. So I'll gather all that data and we'll come Monday, which, for me, I love when small caps move because then we're just not talking about NVIDIA and Meta again.
And we can go that direction with this as well, right? In a year, as you alluded to, has been great for tech and great specifically for anything AI related. Is there any correlation with what happens in that final couple of weeks or month or so heading into the new year? Do we see a little bit of taking some profits from one area and going into another? So yeah, lots to dig in as we head towards the end of the year. Great stuff. Michael Noss, have a great weekend.
Thanks for having me. Have a good weekend, guys.
Michael, thank you so mumuch for coming through, and a good weekend to you as well. Thanks for all that information. Yeah, the Santa Claus rally there, last 5 and first couple there in the new year. I like the tax harvesting, makes a lot of sense to me on that aspect as well. So a lot of you probably dealing with that potentially in your own accounts right now. And then I mean, first of all, the market, I don't know what's creating this little move down here. I was listening to Michael Noss and trying to have the news in my ear right there. So the Canadian number Brendan sort of mentioned there coming out as well, a little stronger, but the NASDAQ's coming back in right here, which is not leading me to feel pretty good about some of these longs. I don't know why I have Ulta Beauty up right now still. I'm not too focused on that name right now, but yeah. And then also, you know what else was, Brendan actually nailed it right there at the end. I am excited to hear for his little research report, like coming the new year, see what's running late in December as a potential look to see what sectors are going to be hot right into next year. I think we're already getting a little look into that with iRobot and some of the robotics there with some of that news. And I do think that the chip, and again, Michael sort of threw it in there, looking for names other than these big cap names that we keep on talking about. What makes this market tick is everything. And we'd like to see the relative strength, which appears to be in the market. There's a lot of names that are moving higher. It's not just these NASDAQ names. We talked about the financials and healthcare, and it's just the market keeps ticking, right, every single day. But I'm listening to Michael the next couple times he comes on to see if he's catching any new trends in this space and just to see what may be hot for that next year. But yeah, take that into consideration. And I think that's what's good for we made fun of, not made fun of, but he talked about the AI. He uses it to create those graphics. But it's another, some of these large language models are actually getting to be much, much better for just simple research like that. Listen to what Michael talks about with the Santa Claus rally, put it into a Gemini or something like that, and start asking reasonable questions to it, and it'll kick out the right answers, and then you can analyze charts and figure out if any of that does make sense to you, because there's always two sides of everything. And you don't want to just buy a stock or get into the market just because of the Santa Claus rally. There's many other things that are happening, like for example, what's happening right now, and I have no idea.
Yeah, a little bit of
down. And is it because is gold running? I see you have gold up right there.
That's what I want to talk about.
Bitcoin's
talking about some themes running into the end of the year, maybe into the beginning of next year as well. Look at this acceleration that we've had here on gold. 24 is 24 March of 24 is when we really start to break out of this $2,000 per ounce level here, and all the way up to 4,381 highs here. Now this is a monthly chart. You can see here a little bit of a stair step happening here. That breakout of 35 was nice, and then now it seems like we're attempting another push up higher. So maybe looking at some of these precious, I guess precious metals, right? Gold definitely falls under one of those, and we were talking about precious metals like MP.
Yep. Oh yeah. That's a great chart. That's a great look.
We're talking about some of those as well. So this is the monthly on this one. Sure, we had this strong move, a nice little wiki action here, maybe some balancing happening. But I'll have eyes on some of these as well, because again, if we're gonna kind of move towards robotics, and if that's gonna be the theme, yeah, batteries is gonna be a big important part of it. They need to build them. They need metals to build robots as well. So I don't know if that's gonna really cause some of these to move, but they're starting to catch some volume here as well on the higher time frame. So I'm definitely gonna be watching some of those coming into the new year as well. And you know how these sectors and themes are, man. You know, every couple of weeks there's a new flavor. There's a new flavor. There's a new fashion. Things come and go. So it's always good to kind of be on our feet, especially as day traders. You want to be with what sector themes are running right now, because those are in play. We're not really in there for the long term but I think being involved is important on a day-to-day basis on some of these when the opportunities do show up.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I wanted to say to Brendan and to Sharif, what did I miss over here? Wait, there must be a news story here, because the Nasdaq just turned basically red. The market's been in a pretty good free fall here for the last little bit. The Nasdaq was going about 0.75%, something like that, to the upside at its highs, and now we're just falling back down. So let's throw it back to the desk and see if it's just any other Friday. Okay, well, there's some. That's not it. Okay, well, billionaire, AI says billionaire Cristiano Ronaldo, what? Has become an investor. That's the top. Okay, where's my. All right, NVIDIA, market sell. What other stock? Oh, AI, everything? Okay, flatten whole portfolio.
Markets.
Yeah, no. I never heard of this guy, Cristiano Ronaldo. You know who that is?
Soccer player. Come on, man.
I'm playing. That was, trying to set you up a little bit there, but you did. I know it's Yay Sports for you.
Legendary players, of course, everyone's heard.
It's all about Netflix. His wife has some sort of a show on Netflix there, Georgina. Hey, Georgina. I see. Yeah, Ramin comes. Who was that? Ramin comes right in my ear as if I didn't know her name. You know what I mean? I have a wife. She's watching these shows. But they're a really cute couple, actually, apparently. So, all right, that's it. Enough of Cristiano Ronaldo. But there you go, man. We may see a top when stuff like that gets involved. It's like the minute Ja Rule's telling you to hold Bitcoin, but actually, Ja Rule, that guy should be Ja ruling the world right now. I mean, if he actually followed, instead of just taking all that money for pumping Bitcoin or whatever he was pumping that one time, I hope he actually put the money into crypto. I mean, that was like 5 or 6 years ago. And that's when we were like, oh man, that's the high. And then it was like, and also when Long Island Iced Tea Company changed their name to Long Island Blockchain, that was an interesting moment as well. But yeah, that's right, Joseph. You saw that answer, my guy over there. I'm busy over here. My guy.
Bring this over to me here for a second. We're waiting.
There he is.
Cristiano Ronaldo's not that popular though, right?
Oh, that one. Oh, no, I was talking. Cristiano Ronaldo is popular, but remember, I said that. I thought.
No, it's done.
Listen. After you're done waiting tables, just basically, what I was saying was, I thought Hulk Hogan. Remember, this was the talk here. We were all at the bar, and then I made a mistake of asking like a 20-year-old person. That person looked at Hulk Hogan and thought it was his grandpa. So I don't really know what how to get that. But we had a discussion on if anyone with the most recognizable face in the world was. And it's
as of right now.
I just thought most people would be able to.
Right now, yeah.
Right now, it's pretty.
But it's not. It wasn't the most famous face in the world. It was just. I thought more people would recognize Hulk Hogan than Ronaldo. But
didn't somebody say like Ric Flair or Stone Cold or something like that?
Yeah, the guy did. Yeah, the guy did. The guy. I basically asked this random guy from Winnipeg about that. But yeah, so. It was not Hulk Hogan. It was Ronaldo. So the guy definitely knew that. I think the guy secretly had a crush on Ronaldo, actually, the guy that we wound up asking. So
right away.
Yeah, he didn't
right away.
That individual never watched a minute of wrestling in his life. But all right, no, I was talking about the DM that you sent me. Yeah, I know.
What the heck? That's great.
We're on one today, that's for sure. But what else is new around here? Okay, yeah, let's go back over. Yeah, that's some people putting some interesting names in the chat also about most recognizable. But we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I don't know. Was there? So this all started with the headline. I was trying to ask Brendan if there's anything happening because now the Nasdaq is now red. It may be positioning ahead of some of these numbers that are coming out today. We have PCE numbers at 10 o'clock. We have Michigan sentiment at 10 o'clock as well. So there is lots of stuff happening in the market right now. And yeah, I got to give it up to Cristiano Ronaldo, probably the most famous person in the world. I would think. I mean, is it probably more so than Elon? Because just how popular soccer is. I would think that kids all over the world, definitely would recognize that, though. Yeah, what's up, Mazamota? I am from the streets of Brampton, so I used to be a rapper, but now I'm a trader. So, all right, are we going to Joe or Brendan or I don't know? All right, Ramin says let's go to Sharif. I think no, let's go to Joe.
Heading over to the upgrades and downgrades, guys. Let's take a look at what we got going on for today's list. We're going to start this off with Dollar General by TSLA Advisory Group, raising that price target to $130. You have approximately 0.1% this morning. And then Samsara as well, too, guys. BMO Capital Markets, you're up slightly here in the pre-market, price target being raised to $50. Obi was talking about this earlier this morning. MP Materials, Morgan Stanley, 2.88% with a price target of $71. And then also Ulta Beauty as well, too, guys, 6.75% in the pre-market session with a price target of $640. Now, as for some of the downgrades here, we got Kroger getting it lowered from $100 to $82 by TSLA Advisory Group, and then DocuSign as well, too, guys. Negative on the session, almost 8%, a little bit less. Price target being lowered to $75, and then Sentinel One as well, too, by Bank of America. You're down 8.3% in the pre-market, and price target being lowered to $18. Now, as for Service Titans, Piper Sandler, positive in the morning, almost 9% there, guys, but price target being lowered to $140.
Okay, yeah, I mean, DocuSign there on the report heading to the downside. You can take a quick look here. The Nasdaq is now still getting pummeled. It's still going. We just talked about it was at zeros. Now you're at minus 0.1 here as we get down. But yeah, DocuSign there. No surprise they're getting some downgrades kicking into here. And you got to watch out because it's another level break right here at $64. So yeah, this could be an interesting breakdown here, Obi, and then we probably land, somewhere in the mid 50s on DocuSign. So we'll review. I'm not sure if it's going to be on the rundown, but it is on our watch list, and DocuSign with earnings and a well-traded name. You're coming right into a possible level here that we want to see hold, and if it doesn't, then more downside. And if this market turns red, we want to look for red names to continue the move lower there. DocuSign, wow, $110. Mateo and I were into this name a while ago, thinking about a buyout, and I was able to get out of it for almost nothing. And then the move happened later on last year, and since then, look at this, higher. These are lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Starting to get lower, and then even on the lows are getting lower as well. So we'll have to see here. DocuSign not very healthy right now, but we'll review those numbers in a little bit. Apparently, Mike Peter Ryder does not know what Messi or Ronaldo looks like. So that's a little bit of an issue there for my guy in the chat. I'm sure that's maybe a troll, but. Yeah, Dollar General, was that something for you?
Definitely. I think I'm watching this one for sure. This is the monthly. Let's kind of take a top-down perspective over here. Bit of a run-up here over the past few months. Nice little curl back up, recovering some of this flush that we got, I guess, in 23 and 24. Today is earnings day 2, guys. So we'll just go straight down to the 15-minute chart here and see. Look at that. Yesterday, very aggressive strength, closing at the highs of the day, and even in the pre-market session right now, a little bit of a crumble around 125. So just looking for that potential continuation here. See if that bid kind of comes in. We got that breakout yesterday, and looking for that continuation on a day like today. With that upgrade, sure, I like that. I like that a lot. More, just maybe adding some more confluence there. Let's see if we can hold some prior days consolidation levels here as well. 122s. Can't forget the anchored VWAP here as well. That's coming in at 121.80. So I'm going to be watching this name. Don't know if there's going to be a significant opportunity, but let's see what it does for us. The upgrade definitely does add some good confidence.
All right, it's been about 10 minutes, but we're going to now try to find out if there's any news stories or anything creating this move down in the market. Anything on the desk over there, boys?
Nothing. No, I actually wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's one of those things where I just pulled up the VIX here, guys. The VIX is at 1620, 1630, something like that. Like extremely, extremely, extremely low volatility environment. And it's like one of those things where you get lulled into this false sense of, oh, nothing's ever going to happen.
Yep.
And then you get a little move in the market and everybody's, saying something has to be happening. But I haven't seen anything, but I'll keep an eye out for that. But I mean, it's one of those points in time and in the market and in volatility where you typically do or can get a shift one way or the other.
No, you're absolutely right. Let's take a look at the VIX, Brendo, because we're at local lows over here. Yeah, we haven't been this low since, I guess, early August, maybe even a little bit late October, Brendo. We tend typically to get mean reversions on the VIX. So when you hang out at the lows here for quite some time, you typically get a big of a price spike up. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But I'm not seeing anything coming on from my side either. We'll have to see if it would possibly delay a reaction to PPI.
Or maybe even
even
just this, sentiment. I mean, this might be a stretch, but the sentiment around this Netflix deal this morning. I mean, they're selling Netflix pretty hard still to the downside. We're just coming off the back of a couple of weeks of everyone complaining about valuations being too high and stocks being overpriced, and we're still maybe in that situation where it's any reason is a good reason to take some profit.
So right at 2 o'clock, maybe 2:10 yesterday, we had an aggressive crypto sell-off. About $100 million was liquidated in the crypto industry within 10 minutes, and we had the NASDAQ respond as well. So you're starting to see a little bit of correlation between the market at large and some of these auxiliary sort of assets, Brendo.
Yeah, a few other things at play. I mean, one thing to definitely consider is if you zoom out here a little bit on this is a 15-minute chart of the Qs. Like, it's just the NASDAQ. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind this. I mean, it is starting to pick up right now, but even compared to what we were seeing yesterday, we got that Microsoft news yesterday. So, I mean, yeah, we're going down, but on very, very low volume, guys. Extremely, extremely low volatility currently as well.
Okay, I was just dealing with Joe there. He wants to trade FBL, the Facebook long, so I'm trying to, the double levered, or is it triple levered? Yeah, you just called up, that's the VIX that you were looking at right there?
At the SPY and VIX, yeah, because as soon as Brendo said volatility, I'm like, yeah, let's see where the VIX is sitting at, because I know just a couple of days ago it was pushing a little bit higher here, and we've kind of trickled all the way back down to around 15 here on the VIX. Just taking a look at the SPY here, let's see how we're ending off on the week. Okay, so I did have this trend line. I don't think this trend line is for this time frame. But yeah, a little bit of a consolidative week here, Sean. So a bit of a gap up this morning above and pulling back into this range that we've just been kind of chopping around here. Higher highs and higher lows, though. That's something I am noticing on the SPY. Maybe we are attempting to push those all-time highs here. So we did kind of recover. We were seeing some of these names kind of push back up into their all-time highs. We saw that Apple was making that kind of a move here just a couple of days ago. We pulled back off of those all-time highs pretty aggressively yesterday as well. Oh, that reminds me. Another aggressive pullback yesterday was Intel.
Yes,
Intel
yes,
very
yes,
aggressive.
good call, yep.
A strong, in my opinion, a little bit of an interesting level here where we kind of come in, double top, can't really get past it, and then all day sell off yesterday. Don't know if we're going to get that continuation today. This thing has been stepping up, right, Neil? Sorry, Sean. This thing's
I'll take it.
stepping up here and breaking out of that consolidation, right?
Yep.
Sorry, I said Neil because I know Neil's always talking about Intel, and I'm like, oh yeah, Intel. Neil, this is one of Neil's main stocks here, but yeah, no, great swing position on this one, but stair stepping up a little bit higher here as we see.
Yeah, I wanted to just remind everybody that, first of all, let's see how many of you are sub. You got to become a subscriber to get into our chat, right? That's what we're looking at right now. I've had some good conversations this morning so far. So hit the subscribe, that little bell up in there to get the reminders. You can also hit the like button. So if we can get that going right now, 4,500 of you watching. If I put a poll up, there'll be 1,000 votes immediately. So let's get that like button going. Just open up your chat. Or open up the YouTube window there, you know, if you're on your mobile as well. Just hit the like button for us because we are starting now at 8 a.m. and we want to make sure that the algos and everything, you know, really kicks in there and lets people know that we are now live at this time. Yeah, NASDAQ with a nice little dump off right there. We'll see if that is continued here into the open. The imbalances are only available right now for the New York or the Amex. So there's nothing happening on the NASDAQ or anything right now, so we can't really see if you know, there's going to be potentially a big sell-off in some of these tech names, which has sort of led to this move down. It's also happening in the S&P 500, and it's not that dramatic. It's just kind of instant there. SMR with a bid. That was another runner from yesterday as well, so that's going to kick out today. And then Oracle with a bid. So if I'm looking on here, you know, the majority of these are buys. There are a little bit. HPE, not good for them here today, so that comes as a sell as well. 100,000 shares, down 10%. That will go SSR there today. And we'll wait to see if there's going to be a Netflix talk or not. You know, today's a big Netflix day, man. Netflix getting hit, obviously, down that 3%. It's funny because they just reverse split. That's normally going to be a pretty good catalyst for Netflix on a reverse split. Our daily chart, unfortunately, does not take in consideration that split, but this is what Netflix has been looking like, right? Ever since this discussion, I think, of Warner Brothers and sort of accruing for Netflix, like it's going to cost them a little bit of money. We talked about the deal; it's about $82 billion or so, and there's some stock involved, and then there's the cash portion. So that's coming back in for Netflix right now on the daily chart. That's 103 where we closed yesterday. We've already broken back down below $100, so that's not holding, but it's a key level. The sticky note's about to be out, and I have Netflix written on there, and I don't even have a specific price. It was more to look for what we just saw right now. We're going to go over the rundown, and Netflix is going to be on there, but I'm trying to find a bottom. And we might have just found one around that 98.50 level. Now it bounces a little bit back up, but it is going back up with the market. Look what's happening with crypto. Crypto 90,605 right now. So IBIT and the rest of them really getting hit there. I thought we were going to finally turn around at 97 or 98, and we didn't even really get that close to that level. So Bitcoin here over the weekend should be an interesting look as many of those moves happen. We saw that big move last weekend and tried to battle back all week. So we'll see if crypto can hold above 90,000. Let's go back over to the desk. But yeah, guys, I don't know if you saw that. Bitcoin's starting to head lower, down 2% here today.
Yeah, as some of these equities get a little bit of a bounce here. So we'll keep an eye on IBIT as well. BTC, just reading a small cap, yeah. So there was a couple of headlines regarding small caps this morning in the crypto space, but nothing significant to mention. But back to 5150 here for IBIT today.
Yeah, Brendo, it is very much correlated to that $90,000 level that we've been talking about for a while now on BTC. Look, it's stuck in a bit of a range here. You know, dare I say this feels like a bit of a bear flag off that top of 126. We're bouncing down. We're just popping back up here, but we're not even rejecting key levels. That's the ironic thing. Looking back at the chart, this $92,000 to $95,000 level is not an important technical resistance level. It's always been that $100,000 or that $75,000 area. So yeah, you are making some higher lows here, Brendo, but as I mentioned earlier on, we got that liquidation event yesterday, midday, about $100 million in 10 minutes. It wasn't just on BTC, it was crypto industry at large, but you still feel that sell pressure is still there.
And are we still seeing maybe some of the same effect that Michael Noss was talking about going into the end of the year and maybe a little bit of positioning and people with their minds elsewhere currently? Let's cover this Costco story real quick because I think it's an interesting one. If you zoom out on Costco's chart, I mean, this is turning into quite the tight consolidation here, right at a huge area of support for Costco, but we touched on it a little bit going back to the beginning of the week, but give us a rundown here.
So Costco's position are, Brendo, that the tariffs are illegal and they want their money back. So they're looking at doing a couple of things. One, they're adding Gina Raimondo. You guys will remember her under the Biden administration. She was the Commerce Secretary. She's been added to the board. As the company really does ramp up their aggression on Donald Trump's tariffs, they're suing him in court, and that suit was consolidated with several others on on Wednesday to basically say, look, your International Emergency Economics Powers Act is bupkis and we want our money back. But you know, when this story first came out, people were like, no, they're not really being that aggressive with the Trump administration. It's more of them preserving their legal rights, because if they wait for the Supreme Court to actually render a final verdict, they may be ineligible for the money. But if they launch a lawsuit at a certain time, then they would be eligible for it. But it feels, Brendo, that it's like a little bit more than that as the contention between the two comes out. I haven't heard President Trump say anything about Costco specifically, you know, and he's not one, obviously, to shy back from any commentary, especially if he doesn't like an entity or a person.
I'm sure it's coming. We'll just have to wait. But no, you're absolutely right. Huge level, though, guys, as we said here, for Costco, still remaining support. I mean, you got to go all the way back to, I guess it was the final few months here of 2024. Last year, we were still sitting at this 880 area.
I'm just reading Sharif's takeaway here. Yeah, I don't like the fact that this is and it's noted on here on the note, that it's a multi-year regulatory fight. That just sounds like a lot of costs accruing, again, for Costco. You know, you're gonna have to pay the lawyers, you're gonna have to get this all figured out, and then eventually you're gonna get some kind of a decision that comes through, and then the stock will pop at that point. I think you take advantage of this opportunity to buy one of the world's leaders in retail, and something that's really hasn't let you down. If you've bought in Costco, pretty much at any time, you know, you've been pretty happy, except for maybe this last year, as many stocks have turned red now for the year, including what is Costco. Costco had obviously a big move starting with, this is the beginning of the year here, 930, you're now underneath it. So you've been holding this all year. Again, you're not gonna be too happy with it. But yeah, just this tariff, obviously that's going to be hitting their potential revenue source and their margins, right? And so you got to be careful. And like, if tariffs become an issue, maybe they have to stop selling certain products. They become too expensive. They don't really fit the right, you know, cost analysis that they have there, and expenses for Costco continue to go higher in this space. I mean, they're known to pay their employees really well, good benefits and whatnot. I mean, maybe people that work at Costco are watching right now and can either verify that or deny that. But whenever time I go into Costco, I really think it's a great shopping experience for myself personally. And they also are right now very, very prominent in the Kirkland brand themselves. So, you know, bringing the brands in-house, you can save a lot of money that way. But yeah, I mean, a lot of unique products for Costco. They sell a lot of, you know, either not necessarily the high-end TVs, but you can get great electronics there. So most of those, you know, being imported into the country are going to be subject to these tariffs. So we're going to just find out about what's going on here with Costco. You could see an increase in volume as well over the last couple days, but we have these big spikes as well. We haven't had sort of any of these liquidity whoosh out moments. I think that's maybe when you want to get in there and buy, but nothing wrong with dipping some toes right now into Costco. But I don't like that multi-year thing. You know, we saw what happened once Google got that judgment there. They really took off and basically doubled in their stock price. I don't think Costco has that as a retailer, but you know, to diversify your portfolio, I think there's nothing wrong with some Costco. But Walmart's been the winner in the space. That is the Costco chart saying anything to you?
I mean, I'm seeing here right away. Brendo pointed out that support level here that we've been holding since for about a couple of years now, and yeah, that is kind of coming into play after a bit of a trend break here as well on a higher time frame. So this is a weekly, and we've kind of broken this trend we've been holding since about 23. We broke out of this consolidation, this multi-year consolidation. That was about what it says here, 714 trading days there. So December 21st to November, December 21 to November 23, that was that consolidation. We broke out of it. Now we're kind of looking like we're starting to consolidate sideways again. But yeah, that support level, definitely interesting to me if we can kind of come into it. We see that yesterday was doing some relative volume as well, kind of with that selling happening. Going to take it step by step. If we can break prior day's lows, then we can look for that potential continuation here if we are going to see lows. But if that support is going to hold, because it has been for the past couple of years, maybe looking for that failure to follow through of that selling could be some more information for Costco there. But yeah, Walmart definitely is very, very strong. Or I guess
wouldn't have Walmart been subject to like this similar tariffs? Like this is the thing. Apparently, there's like 19 or so other similar cases. I don't think Costco is going to win this one.
The thing is, I think Walmart just has a greater reach around the world, right? It's just there's Walmart in pretty much almost on every continent.
When I was in Cancun, there was a Walmart.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's the same case.
That was 20 years ago. That was 20 years ago, or so.
So Walmart's just bigger.
I think I went in there and bought some booze. I don't know. Maybe Sharif did as well. I remember going into into the city there, and there was that Walmart. It was pretty unique actually to see it there. But good point. Yeah. Good point. Yeah, it's
so
a bus
they're
ride.
more resilient than Costco in that sense.
Yes. I don't know if Costco is located in Europe or anywhere around there. I'm not even sure. I mean, obviously they're littered all over the place here in Canada.
Definitely.
That's for sure. But maybe a North American story. I don't think the Supreme Court. It's too much money, I think, to give back. But we'll have to wait to see what that decision is. I think it's fine. I think you can probably start to dip by. This is not a name that I'd go all in until there is an all clear. I don't even once there's a decision here, there's probably challenges, and hence the multi-year possible discussion here. It's a Trump government, so Trump's around for a couple more years anyways, and these tariffs I don't think are going anywhere. In fact, President Trump is looking to cut checks to everybody for these tariffs, right? $2,000.
Oh,
Yeah, going into, hopefully that winds up happening. I think that'd be great for the stock market if that does happen, Great for stocks like Robinhood, and just even a SoFi, which we went in and bought a little bit more. All right, we've had a great morning here. Thanks, Obi. It's been an hour and 4 minutes of discussion about stock, a lot of fun as well. We had Joe with the options, the upgrades. We had Michael Noss on. And if you're just joining us now, make sure that you do set your clocks that half hour earlier. We are now on at 8 a.m. every single day as the bell tolls, apparently. And that's your alarm. Set that alarm, get up a little bit earlier, brush those teeth, have that shower, turn this on. One of the best ways to watch Trader TV Live is just on your TV. Download the YouTube app. What are you watching Good Morning America for? Like they're not telling you anything over there. This is going to be the spot to be every single morning at 8 a.m. We want to thank everybody in the chat. I want to thank everybody for hitting the like button as well, man. We're up to 700 likes. Keep those going. Hit the like button. Support the show. We're happy to be here for you. 90,000 incoming on Bitcoin. It's rundown time.
68.87, that's where we closed out. Sorry, 87, that's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. Guys, take a look here as we zoom in. We're putting in a series of higher lows and higher highs. We broke through that key technical resistance that we couldn't take out, 68.75 yesterday, but we're below it right now as the market sells off. So Brendo, we're looking at 6,900 as our next level of resistance. If we sell off, we're looking at that overnight low right around that 50-point area as support.
The float higher continues. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list, because why not? It's free. All you need is your email address. Link is below in the description. Top link will get you to the sign-up page, and then you get everything you need to know every single morning right to your inbox. Just to expand on what Sean was mentioning there, I was doing some digging in the back end of YouTube yesterday. 45% of our views last month came from new viewers.
Great.
45%.
Awesome.
If you're one of those, do us a huge favor and hit the subscribe as well. Come back and join us every single day. Let's talk about this Netflix Warner Brothers tie-up. We just saw something interesting on the other bid that we'll get to in a second here as well. But here's Netflix right now this morning on a daily chart. I zoomed out because I wanted to show this. 99.52 goes all the way back to the beginning of the year, or the end of last year, essentially. So this is another stock. We were just talking about a few other ones that has full, round trip this year back to basically where we started.
We've been selling off for a while, Brendo, on Netflix. I remember really kind of precipitated by that Elon thing. We'll get to that maybe a little bit later on. So here's what's going on, guys. Warner Brothers Discovery selling the majority of its content to Netflix. They're going to get film and TV studios. They're going to get HBO Max, HBO as well. For total enterprise value, Brendo, of around $82.7. Netflix going to pay $27.75 per share, and they intend to maintain WBD's current operations. But here's the deal. We just got word later that Paramount Skydance actually offered more money. They offered $30 a share, which gives you an idea here that money was not the central issue for Warner Brothers Discovery. They were looking for a good strategic tie-up. Expected to close within 12 to 18 months after the plane sign-off, and the targeting here for Q3 of 26. Here's what WBD shareholders are going to get. They're going to get $23.25 in cash, plus they're going to get $4.50 in Netflix stock per WBD share. Just to give you an idea of what kind of themes they're getting here, Brendo, they're getting the Big Bang Theory, Sopranos, Game of Thrones, Wizard of Oz, DC Universe, and they're going to be able, obviously, to bundle certain products like Netflix and HBO Max.
Yeah, I was just reading about the Game of Thrones angle, and part of the comments that we saw from both. Remember, there's that co-CEO situation at Netflix. Part of the comments on this deal from them specifically centered around expanding production capability and expanding using Warner Brothers Studios to be able to build and continue some of these franchises. But Netflix now owns Game of Thrones.
That's big.
It's massive,
Real big.
absolutely massive. So I mean, as you guys were saying, $100 could be a bit of a magnet here today.
Like, I wonder, do you think that they're going to try to do what Brendan just mentioned there, like bundle everything together, like it's going to be an added cost? Or I wonder if everything's just going to come in as like a one-piece wonder there, like maybe you get a little bump, $5 a month or something like that, and you get everything, or maybe they just include everything as it is. You have to, the thing that I think a lot of people, they're not missing with this story, it's there, but there's that ad tier. Right. So it's like all of a sudden they don't actually need people to go in, and sure, I think the ad tier is $5.99 a month, or I don't know what it is, but whatever it is there, it's just going to create more revenue for them because apparently, as per Netflix's last earnings report, they make a little bit more money on the subscribers that are on the ad tier than are just on the straight up, $30 a month. So now all of a sudden you're going to get people that potentially haven't watched The Sopranos or want to rewatch it and really like the Netflix. Look, HBO Max is great as well, right? I mean, we have something called Crave here in Canada where you can watch all these things, and it's really easy. Everything is now app-based, right? But at the end of the day, you wrap it all up into one. So now when like my kid is looking at that anime stuff, if there's anything that Warner Brothers might have, now it's going to be there. And it's just going to give more options for these viewers to watch. And as Brendan mentioned, though, cable's gone sort of by the wayside. There's a lot of people don't even subscribe to cable. So now the new method moving forward is going to be streaming, and it's been like that probably for 10 years or so, it feels like, right now. And Netflix, with the content being king, they have the Jake Paul, they have the fights, they got wrestling with TKO, they've got UFC now. President Trump's going to do that big UFC fight on the White House. I mean, that's going to get on the lawn there. That's going to get crazy ratings as well. I don't know if they have a tie-up with the World Cup or not, but all of these things, right? The NFL, the NBA games, baseball games. I think they made a deal there with MLB to do one game a week or something as well. We talked about Apple with F1, and it's a real race for content. So right now, if they can get some done in stock, as Sharif mentioned there, they turned down a higher per cash value and took something there with Netflix stock. So you're going to get like $23 or $24 there in cash, and then it's 4 or 5, whatever it was, change there in stock, bringing this to $82 billion. But they don't like it for Netflix because it's costing them some money to make this kind of a deal, and the shares as well. So this always happens. We've seen it with Palo Alto recently on their report. We saw it with Marvell as well. Anytime you're taking somebody out and you got to pay for it, it's going to hit the stock, and then we're going to ask questions later to see how it reflects their next quarter, a couple quarters away from this. This I don't think is going to close. I thought it was, did you hear the closing date there, Sharif, for this? I thought it was like 18 months or so.
Sean, between Q3 of 2026, that's exactly what's being said.
Yeah.
Expected to close 12 to 18 months after the planned spinoff of WBD's Global Networks division, which is Discovery Global. Target for Q3 2026.
Okay, so Q3 2026. So a little under that. If we can go 9, 10, 12 months, maybe a year from now, it should be all sorted out there. I don't know what that means exactly for the content, how early they can get that on there, but Netflix still has a little bit of work to do. And what I put down, I apologize, we've been so busy. I think we've been on fire here this morning. I haven't had a chance to post up the sticky notes, so I'm just amending some notes to it, but I do have Netflix on there. And what I've basically said was, I'm looking for the long. All right, I think it's a little overdone. We've already been hit. Like, this name has already gotten hit over the last couple of days, man. We were $110 at the beginning of this week. All right, now we're down 10% this week alone, and now the deal is done. So let's just see what the market thinks about it. I tend to like it. I haven't dug through the numbers, as Sharif is just mentioning. There's a lot involved with what's happening here. I'm looking for a base and sort of a capitulated bottom that would be signified by volume. So if we can see a big volume spike here and then potentially a move up, then we can play off whatever that candle happens to be, and then we'll try to go long. So I'm going to try to have this name up, see if we see some action on Netflix today. But right now it's looking like 98.50. But I feel very irresponsible to trade this thing early. I think you got to let it settle down, man. I have no idea what the hedge funds are going to think about this. There's obviously a lot of people that have traded Netflix, and it's a heavily owned name, and could definitely see some outflows in the name today based on this deal. So we'll wait for inflows. And when we start to see that, then we'll go long, or it might be a short until you see that bid. So I'm going to let this one cool down. I don't think it's really a trade till quarter to 10, something like that. Let's see some key levels there, and I'm going to be sort of hands off of Netflix until I do see some kind of a bottom, and I want everybody in the chat to be screaming about that, because we'll go over there and have a look. I think there's a big trade possibility here for Netflix, especially if the market starts to get a little excited about it. There's a lot of runway to the upside.
Yeah, I think in terms of Netflix for me, that $100 level is definitely going to be a little interesting for me, a little important. But just prior days, 102s, you can see bigger pictures since earnings. We've been kind of selling off pretty aggressively. We know this thing has had a bit of a split. So split adjusted highs here, our most recent 134.20s. You can see since then we're breaking structure to the downside here, and we get a little bit more of a flush today through that 100 mark. So yeah, I do like that idea of maybe being a little bit patient and seeing what the opening range does here on Netflix, seeing if we get any sort of distinct kind of move. We are doing some relative volume in the pre-market session here. So just on a 3-minute chart, this is a 5-period RVol. We're doing about 17 to 20 times. So that's pretty significant for, again, not necessarily a Mag 7, but one of the top constituents, top 10, top 15 constituents for sure, is Netflix. And something like that doing 15 to 20 times relative volume is definitely significant. So definitely one of the top watches on the day today. WBD might be a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more difficult, maybe a little bit more choppy here. I think they said it's about $28, right? So it's trading at 25.50s right now, and this one's doing about 120 times relative volume. So I'm watching this. I was watching this in the pre-market session here at 24.50s. That got slapped all the way up to 25 halves, 26s almost. So maybe a bit of a strong bid coming in. We'll have to wait for the opening session to see. Pre-market highs though, 26s. If we can kind of push through that, maybe we get a little bit closer to that price. But Netflix, I think, is going to be a little bit easier there because bigger picture, it has been already downtrending, and off of this catalyst, we're seeing more of the same. So yeah, that $100 mark definitely going to be one to watch out for.
Let's talk about SoFi. Downside here this morning, we're sitting on a ledge, it feels like anyways. 27.40, 27.35, take your pick, just below 27.50. It's been doing absolutely nothing this morning after the initial move down after the close yesterday. What is it? 1.5 billion worth of a share offering here. And I just saw a headline, continued rumors essentially of this stock being included in the S&P 500.
Yeah, I can see that.
First time hearing.
Well, Hood got the ad, right? We'll see if SoFi can get the ad as well. Brenda, $1.5 billion, as you mentioned. After a massive run, of course, SoFi's market cap has nearly doubled in 2025, and the stock is up 6 times its value that it was trading at in late 2022. So good luck for the company. Here's what they're going to use the money for, Brenda. Proceeds will go to the board toward board corporate needs, including strengthening their capital position, increasing the financial flexibility of the company, also improving internal capital management efficiency, funding future growth initiatives. And the company really wanted to highlight that, as well as the new business opportunities that it wants to get into. Joseph and I often talk about the tokenization of some of these equities. They're looking at that, and that's going to cost $1 or $2.
As you said, stock's still up huge on the year so far. I mean, we started the year around, what was it, 14, 15 bucks, something like that for SoFi. Stuck in the middle, though, here of this daily chart range, guys.
This barcoding consolidation here is, again, when stocks in the pre-market give that really tight barcode, I like it. It gives you an opportunity to be like, all right, well, this is you know, the top of the range, low of the range, and maybe potential opportunities as well. Strong flush off of that offering in the after hours there. Bit of a second leg down here in the pre-market session, doing about, what is that, 9.5 times relative volume, roughly, I see here, but coming into consolidation low. So this was what I was telling Sean a little bit earlier today. Like, yeah, it did sell off, but we're pulling into this interesting area here. Just we broke out of some of these prior highs here, and we've had this wide kind of consolidation here, highs at 32.70, 70s, and that low is sitting at 23.50. So didn't quite get to the range lows, selling off into the middle. So maybe a bit of a chop zone, but I think Sean said that he did get a little involved with it.
Yeah, I bought more. I averaged up into this name. The last time I bought this was around that $24, $25 marker, and it is listed as my #1 trade idea here today on the sticky note. It's SoFi between 27 and 27.50, so basically right where we are right now. We're gonna find out here, because the thing about SoFi is their quarter was absolutely huge. I mean, I was just reading about it right now. I'm going to go back over it. Revenue up 38% year over year. Net income doubled due to its past year. Cash and equivalent, apparently, this is raising $1.5 billion. They already had $3.25 billion there, so I'm not sure why they did this. They might be planning something. I'm not sure what they're trying to do here, but I think SoFi in the fintech space, we talked about how I like Robinhood if Bitcoin can sort of rebound there a little bit, but this is a bank. So I think that SoFi continues its strong momentum to the upside, and whether or not this is a fundamental breakdown, I don't think so. I think this just broke the 50-period moving average right there. The offering went out at $27.50. Generally speaking, you know, it can be a lot lower than where that offer price is, and it's hovering around there. So I feel like the market is just respecting the decision there to raise a little bit of capital and putting the stock, giving everybody an opportunity to get involved in and around that price. So I'm pretty happy with it. The only thing that I could see here, and it's just a breakdown right now through the 50-period moving average. And I only got a little bit. I mean, I'm just trying to, you know, it's like when we bought Boeing at $200. It went to 180. Now it's back to 200. Same thing with Uber. We bought it. It went down a couple bucks. It bounced back. I just think this is in the theme of buying companies that you believe in for the long term on random noise. I mean, a lot of these companies do offerings to get cash and to sort of solidify their balance sheet a little bit. So let's just figure out exactly where SoFi depends on or looks to put this cash into work there. And we're just going to figure out if this is the proper way to dilute the stock or not. But right now, SoFi down 8%. I think it's a buying opportunity. I've been waiting to get into more of this, so I did. So I'm just gonna go long, not right away. We've already made our decisions here. Wait for first 5-10 minutes before, see, it used to be 10 minutes, now it's only 5, before we wind up getting in. So I like the stock, obviously an increased volume here, 7 million shares. We talk about daily, average daily volume, especially if you're doing something in the pre-market. This has news. I think it's not a great story, obviously, if you're a holder of the stock, but I think it gives us an opportunity to get a little bit more. So I've already put a little bit more money in there. I bought 25% more of my position into SoFi here in the pre-market. So I like the stock, and sorry about the story, but it's not a tech name. So, you know, it's a way to diversify a little bit, and I'm going to do that with SoFi, a bank I've wanted to get into a little bit heavier, so we're into it now. All right, here we go. AMD, MP, and Rubrik. So, again, just a bunch of different names and a bunch of different stories today. I like the broadening of these stories. It's not like Google, Amazon, Meta, you know, NVIDIA. So let's go over and talk about this China deal here with these chips.
Yeah, if you missed it, AMD, Lisa Su coming out straight up saying they're just going to go ahead and pay the 15% fee to resume China sales in response to maybe what happened the day before with NVIDIA. Yep. And then now we get this headline out of the White House saying that they're going to delay NVIDIA 2.5 years. AMD is just going to go ahead and pay it.
Exactly. And what I don't understand, Brendo, is that the Chinese didn't want the H20. Why are they going to want the MI308? I mean, they don't want a scaled-down version of NVIDIA's. Why would they want a scaled-down version of AMD's? But hey, here we are. So here's what Lisa Su said. She stated AMD has an active U.S. license, because prior they didn't. There was a license for the H20, but there was none for the MI308 because the Commerce Department was dragging their feet. So this is going to allow them to ship the MI308 to China. It's designed to comply with the current U.S. export restrictions. Lisa said AMD is prepared to pay that 15% fee to the U.S. government on chip shipments to China under the trade deal that the President Trump and Xi outlined in August. Some legal experts, though, Brendo, they argue that the fee may actually violate the Constitution's ban on taxing exports. Obviously, the aggrieved party here, NVIDIA or AMD, would have to be the one suing. They haven't, so we're good.
I guess the bigger question, or the way the market seems to be reacting, is does China even care at this point?
Look, here's what they're doing. Here's what I'm hearing that they're doing. They're putting less capable chips together en masse, Brendo, which are achieving the same output. They just take a lot more energy, which the Chinese don't have a problem with.
Yeah. So let's see. Not doing a heck of a lot. It's interesting. We were talking about that Ronaldo story with Perplexity. Happens on the same morning the New York Times is actually suing Perplexity for copyright infringement or training or utilizing some of their content, I guess, which if you've been to the New York, I don't know why you would, but if you've been to the New York Times website in the past little while, everything is behind a paywall. You can't see it.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Interesting. It's as soon as we saw that story, of course, we were fake selling all of our IT, all of our tech names there. But yeah, those MI308 chips now can legally get shipped there into China. So we'll see what that means for AMD. Apparently nothing right now. Flat, pretty flat here on the day. Obviously made that move down with the NASDAQ, now has recovered a little bit. I always prefer to short AMD than NVIDIA. You know, this 220 seems to be a level right now. So we're at 216. We're not near there. But if we do get a bump up, I am thinking again more short here as we start to just sort of build this base one more time. So you didn't actually really even build one here. It was more like we spent about a month and a half kind of figuring out between 150 to 160, 170 there. Finally got some decent news there, breaks a little bit higher through these levels, make a new high, then fade back out. And right now, underneath the 50 period and really respecting that move lower until we break above 220, I can't see a long in AMD for me. I think we'll let it base, let it base, let it base. And the day that we break higher, whatever you have to pay, 230, I don't know what's going to cause that name to go upside there. But if it does, I just think you'd be patient with this one. It's kind of the opposite to SoFi. SoFi, I want to dip in right now and try to get a little bit longer on this because as I see it as a boon for that business there. But for AMD, the China numbers were in and out of NVIDIA's quarter, I believe, as well as AMD. So we'll just see where this goes, but I'm not a long on this name, honestly, until we break above that 220. So I think with that being said, we got to look somewhere short, and that would be, like we were just here. There's that 219 area. If there's some way we can rip into that area, this is where I'd be looking short. It's pretty clear, man, between 218 to 219. If something happens into that area, I'm going to get short. But the thing about AMD is when you're wrong, OB, get out. Like these chip names can run like crazy. So I'm going to say watch out for between 218 to 219. Hold it against that 220. If it breaks 220, then I think it's out of here. So that's my opinion there on AMD. And day 3 right now for Marvell in the space as well. That's underneath $100. So I think that could be also another key level. But they're kicking it back today, up 1% for Marvell, and you can see the difference there. Back, drops in, takes down the 50 period, and now has been a little bit of support down there near around $87, $88. And this one looks to break a little higher. So I'd rather be long Marvell and short AMD on a day like today.
I think that AMD, yeah, nothing really happening here over the past couple of days. Just consolidative action, kind of really, really tight in and around this 215 area. I do like how we held that 200. We attempted to break below this 200. This was this kind of, I would say, this like reference low here. We had this strong push on at the beginning of the month, October 6th. The first pullback comes into that 196, so just below that. And then since then, the bid has been pretty strong. We come back into those levels. Guess what? More of the same. There were buyers here before, and it seems like there are buyers here once again. So 200 seems to be a good level here that's been holding in recent times. But yeah, this consolidation, not really doing much with it today, but I guess it's giving you a tight range if you do want to work with it. But I'm not really seeing too much on it. Just in recent times. So
3 minutes to go here before we get to the open. We'll get through a couple maybe quick. MP Materials, we saw a number of these rare earth stocks start to get going again, catching bids yesterday on more comments from the White House on potential deals or further deals to come as far as investment into these. MP Materials was the original one, I think. That really got going in this space. So up again here this morning.
Yeah, Morgan giving them a nod today, Brendo, basically saying they're going to be the only globally integrated rare earth supply with full mine magnet vertical integration from extraction to refining. Look, here's the deal. Overweight from inline. Carlos de Alba raising the price target from 68.50 to 71. Brendo, the stock's already up almost 300% year to date. And even though China paused the rare earth restrictions for a year, Morgan still feels that does not solve U.S. dependency on rare earths, and they're championing MP to be the leader here locally.
Yeah, speaking of stocks just screaming right now, guys, just to wrap things up here, Rubrik up on a huge report. Just took out the highs, taking out 87 as we speak on decent volume. RBRK, one to watch today as well.
Sure, yeah, that's one of my top earning names today. Rubrik is kind of floating up here on low volume. I have here in the pre-market just shy of 650K shares traded. And yeah, this thing has moved up pretty aggressively since yesterday's close, about a 20% run here, breaking up into, let's go to the weekly real quickly. You can see we're breaking multiple weeks of action here, looking for this breakout of, what is that, 87 and some change. Let's get specific, 88. So that's my look on Rubrik. MP with a bit of a bid. Again, we talk about the presidential seal there, maybe investing some more money back into some of those metals.
Yeah, US, wow. Okay, Marvell just spiked pretty nicely there through $100. Like, okay, that was just at $99. Let's have a quick little look here before these imbalances. Look here, we are already going, so we're having only a minute left until we start to open up right now. There's no NASDAQ names. You got BBAI here as a sell. There's really nothing there. There's some Rubrik action as well over there. But yeah, nothing going on too much in the NASDAQ here today. It might be a relatively light day here to trade. Let's watch SoFi right off the open. Welcome, everybody. Hit the like, hit everything that you can right now. The NASDAQ is all the way back up. So there we go, man. Nice move right back up to the upside right now. Andre, do I hit the countdown or do you? He does. Okay, so we only have now 10 seconds to go before that countdown comes. So 20 seconds until the market opens. Hearing that the Trump administration does not really like this Netflix deal. So we'll hear if that continues to go a little bit lower. That's not a great sign. Now we do have 10 seconds to go. I'm going to be watching SoFi. A name that we didn't get to is Amazon. I like the Amazon long as well. So here we go. Thank you so much for watching us early at 8 a.m. right now. I like Amazon. Amazon caught a little bit of an upgrade there. Some nice talk. It's on the sticky note from Goldman Sachs. AWS strength, they noted. So there goes Amazon. Nice move to the upside right now. Let's see if Netflix is making any kind of a move here with Warner Brothers deal. We talked about that. There's a big volume spike. That's not the one we're talking about. We're trying to wait for not a market on open event, but here goes Netflix right now down to 98.50, down nearing 5% as the open market takes a hold of this name right now and puts some volume on its head. All right, SoFi dancing here, kind of exactly what we thought right now. I'm going to take a 27.50 break, okay? Right now, I know it's a little early, but I think this is a little bit of a special situation here where I don't know how much action we're actually going to get until we break one way or the other. So if we just kind of hover in here right now, then SoFi probably does well. I feel like if they didn't like the story, they would have hit it already. So let's get ready to go SoFi long. 27, I mean, we can even play off those wicks. What is that exactly? Yeah, 55. Let's go 27.56 long there on SoFi. All right, so that's what I'm planning on doing right now. Looks pretty good to me. Let's see if that can hit. Yeah, Amazon as well.
It was muted there. So yeah, Netflix kind of came into that 98 there. So it did get involved.
Damn, Amazon is flying.
Peaking right back up. You can see this market going the other way there, straight to the upside. So,
wow.
I guess some of these mags are definitely much, much stronger. So I got to be wary of that one. I'm going to be nimble on this one. Let's see. Maybe we look again in and around VWAP there. So I was looking for that flush to come in and go right away, which it did. I got involved. We get below that 98, but if we're going to pop right back up through some of these opening prices right here, opening prices I have at 98.77, and there we are back through open right here. Let's see what we do. Maybe a clip of that 100 could be interesting. And we saw that Joe covered earlier that that 105 chain was pretty interesting as well. So I think I'm going to be a little bit patient, like you said, but willing to get right back in as well. Here, VWAP might be an interesting area for Netflix.
All right, I see some people, yeah, I mean, we love some BBAI around here as well. BBAI, a strong name for us over the last couple of days. On a move right now, but still red on the day. Look, man, SoFi, there goes Tesla, by the way, up to 456. But SoFi right now is flushing. I'm not in the name on the show here, but okay, well, it just bounced off of that 27 area. It just went down to 27. And I was like, okay, maybe there's something there. But maybe now we have that bottom potentially put in there. I'm still going long on that high break right there on SoFi. I bought in the pre-market right here at 27.30, so that's my current situation on SoFi. We'll see if it wants to work. The other name that I have written down on the note today is Amazon and Tesla. So Tesla long around that 450 marker. We just had a quick look there. That's coming back in actually quite aggressively well, not that aggressively, but coming back in again right now for Isaac TSLA, for those of you that are in Detroit Lions. There's a football player with last name Tesla. He got a touchdown last night. All right, so this is coming back in. I know that doesn't mean anything to anybody pretty much, but if maybe Neil was probably watching it. You probably weren't watching the football game last night. I wouldn't
Absolutely not.
imagine there. So, okay, so that's, it was Sharif's Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
They lost to the Lions. I wish they would have won because Detroit, of course, is in the NFC North. But okay, yeah, Tesla down to 452, maybe a buy. So let's just do that. If it comes back in 452 for Tesla, that may not be happening. Or what about Amazon at 230 flat? Back into VWAP there. We'll see if we can get some Amazon back and around that level. But the market right now, Obi, wow. What was up with that move? We were talking about that move and we couldn't figure it out. So there it goes, man. And probably AMD as well. I hear some people in the chat saying that that's starting to go off. Yeah, wow. What do we say about AMD? Oh boy.
Wow, yeah.
That do not get out in front of that, or get out in front of that 220 if you're short. This is why, man, we hands off for a little bit and watch the sort of action here in the stock. Wow, what a move there for AMD. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, all over the place right now on this. AMD is the one that's motoring right now, not NVIDIA. For the first time today, it is my pleasure to throw it over to Adara.
Thank you very much, Sean. This isn't maybe market moving, but I think maybe something worth noting. Keep an eye on Tesla and some vehicle stocks. Trump just posting onto his social that he has approved, all caps, tiny cars to be built in America. This was something he kind of teased out during his announcement on Wednesday with regards to fuel, but apparently tiny cars are now allowed to be built in America. Maybe keep an eye on Tesla, Ford, and GM here. I do want to remind you all, 10 a.m., massive for economic data. We have PCE back from September, and we also have December University of Michigan consumer sentiment. 10 a.m. is also going to have some other September data like personal income, personal spending, but the biggest ones there, PCE, and then the December University of Michigan consumer sentiment, which does include that inflation print. I'll give all of that to you guys in 25 minutes. Back to you.
That's leading me to, honestly, all of these numbers coming through at 10 o'clock is part of the hesitancy here, I think, of getting into too many shares early or trades right now. So I am bidding, just to let everybody know, I do have two bids in right now. One's on Amazon and one's on Tesla. So my bid on Amazon, sorry, let's do Tesla first because we're here, 452. We just sort of talked about that. If we can fall back into where we opened, I like the 50-period moving average. You may want to start that trade around 453, but I'm going to give it a couple of seconds, and then I'm just going to follow the rules right here. And we just bounced off there. I should have been a little bit ahead. So we'll put our order now around 230.30 here for Amazon. See if we can dip our toes a little bit with Amazon. 230.30. We'll put some shares sitting there and see if that wants to work out there. But Amazon, that's going to be that. And then SoFi, we're waiting for SoFi. It's now down 8+%. It doesn't look like it wants to get going. We may have been wrong with our early buy here in the pre-market in our own account. I'm not going to, even if this thing goes 26, 20, I want to buy more. This is a name that I want to get involved with. So we did add a quarter to our position in the long-term spot there for some SoFi. But it just looks like it's AMD that is really starting to go up there, and it failed there at 222. No early positions for me yet, but we're going to figure that all out now. BBAI is all over the FIFA Olympics. Okay, and the Olympics, I guess. FIFA and the Olympics. Two big events starting this year with airport security and whatnot for BBAI. I could see that. That's a good call there, you in the chat there. Before death. Thank you so much in the chat for bringing that part up. All right, Amazon is falling back in. We think this will be my first position. 20 cents from here, and we get long on Amazon.
Yeah, I'm watching this this Netflix here. I got involved a couple of times here, Sean. But yeah, this 100 came in, 101s came in now. Bit of a strong push, strong uptrend right off of the open there. But I am getting, you know, a little chopped up, but willing to pay that expense.
Oh wow, it's all the way up again.
All the way up to 105, 101.50s here on flakes. But yeah, again, we're looking for strong reasons to sell. Wow, there is some flushing coming in, coming right back into 100.5s here on the flakes.
Yeah, nice.
Another name that's running right now, Sean, is iRobot.
Ooh.
We're talking about some of those robotics names. iRobot coming into $4 as of right now. Day high $3.99 there. That market push right off of the open, that was pretty aggressive and strong, but it seems like we're catching a little bit of a breather right now. Google is very strong. Tesla is very, very strong. We were looking at Tesla a little bit earlier as well. Microsoft not really doing too much. Amazon taking those pre-market highs out as well as of right now. This 101 still holding on Netflix. So maybe we do see that 105, but I'm looking for a pullback into VWAP, and that VWAP sitting at 99.70s-ish, so about $1 lower here on the flakes. No idea if we're going to get there. I know I'm a little bit early here, if anything, or totally wrong as well, because we're still kind of trending to the upside here. 101 halves is the high. Let me just take a quick look here. Yeah, 101.58 is the current day high here on Netflix. This market tailwind is definitely playing a little bit of a part, I think.
Yeah, we had Netflix on there. We talked about the long, so I know you're in the short and you've just described it, but I think that's, we didn't necessarily get, in my opinion, like that's the move we're looking for, this capitulated, or this big volume there, but that was off the open. So I'm kind of with you, Obi, over there. I know Joe grabbed the long in this, you grabbed the short, so we'll see what winds up happening. Joe long down from here, $99. Good job there, Joe, on that one. And there we go, the new position alert there. Joe long, Obi short. Let's see who winds up. Well, Joe's already cashed out, I noticed that. So Obi waiting for this one to come through. So let's wait to see what happens there. Look, SoFi, man, there it is. Not even that much size down there at 21. So be careful with it, 21, 21, 21. You know, 21 days until Christmas, as of yesterday was the 4th, of course. So right here, watch out for 27 on the break upside or downside there for SoFi on, again, the offering. Kind of well received, but the offering was $27.50, so you're going to be down another 50 cents. I think there's a lot of traders that are maybe now worried just a little bit about what this means for SoFi, and is there maybe something underneath that we don't know about, why they're having to raise capital. Robinhood getting kicked on the back of this as well, possibly. I think Robinhood's a much bigger reaction to what's happening in crypto. Right now, crypto is getting hit pretty good, man. Looks like Bitcoin wants to break 90,000. Nice downside push here for IBIT, I would imagine, as well. So there goes the market pushing back in, but crypto hasn't bounced at all. So a nice move back into $51 right now for IBIT, and watch out for that 90,000. We're right here right now. This is actually not a bad spot for me to think about a long. That is 50.90s. I may step in now and look to buy up some IBIT and see if we do get a little bit of a bounce back in Bitcoin right now. So that could be a good trade. And SoFi actually does wind up, I know it breaks, but it actually holds 27. So we do get a slight break there into 95, and then there's the hold. What just happened to me? All right, now we're long Amazon. So here we go, man. With the market coming back in crazy into VWAP, our Amazon position for me is first on right here. I'm assuming with this move down, hopefully your stock, Netflix is starting to go, but we're long small right now, about half a unit on Amazon. As it falls back into VWAP, we take it. Ideally, we'd like to load a little bit into here. So if we can get something just around that it's not that far from here, about 30 cents or so lower, into 229.80s or so, and that way we'll have a much better idea of a price action and see if it does wind up holding. So we're long right now on Amazon, decent position. Let's see if we get back up to 231. That's actually my target area. Let's just see if we get back up here, 231. Let's put an offer at 230.80, see if we can grab that first position in right now. Amazon, some other runners maybe today, SMR down 5%, so that's getting flushed out. Nice move yesterday on SMR, flushed out right here today, downside. Intel had some downside pushes yesterday as well. They're a little bit back up though, it looks like now up 3%. So if you didn't get a chance to sell yesterday, today maybe take advantage of that if that's in your opportunity there. All right, Bitcoin's coming back into 90,000. What's going on with your Netflix trade over there? Because right now I'm just sitting in Amazon.
Yeah, it's getting a little hairy here. Someone just slapped the bid all the way down to 101.
Snap it.
And it snapped right back up, so that was real. I was kind of just watching that.
SoFi.
So maybe some strong selling coming in now here, but those 102s look like they're on the horizon as of right now. Pulling back in, the market's taking a strong top wake on this 15-minute candle as of right now, so wiping it back all the way down here right now. I think Joe.
First of all, just real quick, I do want to go over to Joe, but we do have another brand new position. So right now it's SoFi. So I took the break of 20s there, just thinking that maybe we're through this level right into here. And let's just go see. I mean, we could have played a little bit more aggressive or more conservatively and waited for like 24, 25 to break upside. But right now we're into SoFi. I'm going to put a small offer at 25. We do have a decent sized position here in SoFi, and we do have Amazon on right now as well. So both these positions so far so good and working out here for us. Joseph, what you got for me, my guy?
It's a little Netflix, my brother. That's all long at 99.50s, and then we take that up to 102, just like that, as quick as you like, folks. Other than that, that's all I got going on right now.
They're otherwise known as Mini Me. We've sort of coined each other that, and I've already told Joe, like, you know, we trade very similarly, and I think he is really improved a lot with his trading. So congratulations. Joe's the newest trader out of all of us. Sharif, the most experienced on the midday show as far as time is concerned. But Joe, of course, comes from a background of options and has been really doing great here live on the floor. So a big congratulations. Let's put it up, man. Put some ones up right now in the chat for my guy, Joey Options. Okay, there it is, man. SoFi. Here we go, baby. It's SoFi's world right now. We're all living in it. Nice move up there for SoFi. I do this every day. I talk about it, but there's our one-day goal met right there with SoFi. We get aggressive with this name, man. We're putting up some shares, and we're not backing away. Bye-bye, SoFi. Nice little 20-cent plus victory there on SoFi. Will it hold? I don't know. We're just talking numbers there, and if you want to get out of your position, maybe do that on SoFi there. There it is. What's up, Yaka? Swung more Intel calls from yesterday. Another 38K. You guys are the best traders to watch. It is very motivating. Aye, aye, Captain. We thank you for watching. That is for damn sure. We are now out of 25% of SoFi. Oh, damn, Obi. Boy, oh boy, are we feeling it today with my guy over here, Obi. There goes Amazon. Nice trade there on Amazon. Is that starting to pop up? I know I said I was going to get out some at 80. I take some out there at 60. There goes Amazon. Will our target get hit, man? We've got a target rate on you right now, Amazon. Let's go. Nice upside play. Oh boy, we're having a good time one more time here today. Obi, what's going on over there? Still that Netflix.
Yeah, still on that Netflix. Great, great long there. Definitely the opposite of what I'm doing here as of right now. But yeah, solid long through those 99s. I know you're seeing that hammer candle for sure off of the open there, Joe. I know what's up with that.
MC
so
hammer
looking pretty nice there. Nice little push up into that 102 halves as of right now. So like I said before, I'm more than willing to be wrong multiple times for the move to come in, and that's just kind of my style here. But let's see what Netflix does. If we're going to hold this trend pretty aggressively, then we hold the trend pretty aggressively. But we're pushing up into some of these areas from the pre-market session here as of right now. That 105 could be interesting. I don't know if he was looking for a magnet into 105s there, but some aggressive strength. Market's pulling back a little bit here, a breather. So I'm looking around to see what is the name that is pulling us a little bit lower, and it seems like it is Apple. So Apple is the one that's looking a little distinctly different, as well as Softy, because those two were the ones yesterday that were pretty, or I guess a couple days ago, that were pretty aggressively sold. Apple's been selling a little bit aggressively back-to-back days as well. So sellers pretty dominant on that name as of right now. What else is going on? Warner Brothers still holding this 25 mark as of right now. So price accepting around $25 on a Warner Bros.
Thank you so much, KC there. Sean is magical. I don't know exactly. I don't have any sleight of hand magic tricks or anything like that. All we do is put in the work, and we try to give some trade ideas, and so far so good here today. Come on, SoFi, man, let's go. Like, we wrote down exactly this trade here today, right? If you're gonna follow me, please just check out this sticky note and let me know what you think about it. I mean, you can easily put comments down here and everything, but there it is, man. SoFi 27 to 27.50. So we just let 27 breathe a little bit down there for a couple minutes. We knew that there was going to be some extension on this move, and it does happen. And again, like, look when we're into this name, 940s. So that's exactly the plan of action for me, man, and I'm really happy to sort of execute properly right now and not get too carried away. You know, we'll still bring the energy for you guys. We'll bring the energy for you guys every day. I did not mean to hit enter there. I got out of Amazon literally at the same price I just got in on, so I only got out of 5% there. I meant to put it back at 60. I put it. We do get a nice spike up here in iRobot, just hearing that right now. So that's a nice move higher right now for iRobot, just up 42%. You know, Crickets. No, because this is another name. You talked about Rich Tech Robotic, man, and there goes iRobot. So congratulations to everybody that really had this name. It's funny, too, because we put this name up on our board when that news, what was it? Was it Tuesday, Adara? What was the day that we got that Trump? Wednesday. So this was $2 on Wednesday, up to $4 right now. Actually, you already looked at that. It was an 85% move or so. Add a little bit, 43% to that now again. So about 130 or so % move there on iRobot since, as Adara mentioned, Wednesday. So yeah, big time movements now in the market here for iRobot. All right, let's go over to Obi.
Right, guys, so some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 triple new leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. Plus, U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out Beta Pro/3X Daily to learn some more. All right, guys, so yeah, it seems like this Netflix is looking for some higher highs here as we're consolidating near the highs. Market's pulling right back up here again as well. So that first 15-minute candle had a bit of a strong top wick there coming in, but we're kind of reclaiming that as of right now. So prior bars holding really, really well as of right now on both the NASDAQ and the ES. So screaming to the upside here are some of these Mag 7 stocks. Specifically, I'm just looking at Alphabet, right? Alphabet's the only one here. Maybe Meta. Meta's one that I don't have eyes on right now. Is Meta strong? Absolutely not. Meta kind of went all the way up to 669.72s and then pulled right back in, trading at 664s as of right now. So a little weakness on the Mag 7. So what might be pulling us up? It might be other places, other constituents, other than the Mag 7 for sure.
I do want to remind everybody. So, oh, by the way, so we did get, I'm going to show that we have big numbers coming at 10. So I'm going to show those in a couple seconds. We have US PCE price index. I'm going to go over this in a minute. We got some more out. We did not break through 65, which is that 200 period moving average. We knew this was going to be a trade today. So, you know, I'm out of half now, but that doesn't really mean anything. We did take some profit. Obviously, we've given some back here, unrealized, as it falls back in. If I do anything, it'll be averaging in at 27. And then my stop, which is already in, we always get questions about, like, where are the stops, right? My stop goes in as I get filled. So 26.89 break. So that bottom was 93.94. If it does come in there, we'll get out, and we will also put another bid down at like 27.05 or so, get a few more shares longer, put back the shares that we just got out. So it could be an L over there. We did, well, who knows? We did also get Amazon at the 50-period moving average, which we wanted to do. So that looks like pretty responsible trading for me there. So let's wait to see if we get it back upside right now. iRobot's still going, but I do want to show you guys what's coming up right now. You can go find it at Trader TV, research. Adara has this all up. It's also on our Ask Rock. No, I don't want to Ask Rock anything. But right into here, click to dismiss. Ciao. Wow. No, it's going to do that. That was, what is that? Say click. Okay, PCE 2.8 versus 2.7. These are all coming at 10 o'clock. PCE, core PCE, consumer spending, personal income, University of Michigan sentiment, all coming out. Go check out all of our socials, and you'll find more about that. If you are not a subscriber to our morning watch list, what are you even doing? But you should be part of that one to get more information about what's going on in the broader markets, as well as some trade ideas and just news about what's been going down so far. But there goes IRBT. Still upside, now approaching that 50% mark is iRobot. Intel, let's check on that one here a little bit as well. I'm looking at my scanner to see what's really moving around. We're getting some movement on Boeing, Oracle, XOM a little bit here, but Intel up that 3%. Watch out for that 42, right? Key level there on the daily. So we have had a pullback here in SoFi. Okay, you know what? I'll put on a little bit here at 16 because we've just trying to bounce around a little bit here. Still early, it's 9:52 on this news-based day with Netflix kicking out, and then we just get SoFi with that offering. I won't call up Netflix because you're in it. The other one was maybe MP that we looked at today as well as a possible move there, Obi. That's actually given a little bit back, now only up 1.2%. And then the metals space here with silver. That just, wow, what a break on silver, man. This daily, monthly, weekly, I don't care what chart you're looking at there for silver, it's breaking a little bit higher right there now, up 2.75%. And we will do a broader market look at some point as well, but there's gold. Yes, sir. Gold. We're into gold as well, so gold's a good little take there. And oh boy, Obi.
Boy. Reload on that Amazon.
And here we go.
Boom, boom.
Look at this, Joseph. There it is right now. This is a big move up there for my guy, Amazon. So we'll take a little bit more out right here as we make it all back. What we lose, well, we didn't lose anything in SoFi, but what unrealized loss on SoFi getting made up here by Amazon. But guess what else is popping right now? There goes SoFi. Let's take a little bit more out here at 31s, 32s, and we'll go 2 for 2 so far here today. But yeah, just waiting to let these trades settle out, that is for sure. But yeah, that's it, man. We'll get ready. It's 7 minutes now away from what's going to be a data dump. We've got Adara behind us. You can see she's parsing through things as we speak. And we're just excited to, again, bring you guys everything that we have here every single day. We're blessed to be joined by Obi here. Again, today we've got Joe making some trades for us. If you ever hear the bang, bang, bang and the things going crazy, that probably means Joe. He really likes the Stream Deck. So shout out to Joe again. And all right, man. Obi, what do you got going on over there right now? We're just waiting for Amazon to go, and we're waiting for SoFi to go as well. We actually miss that out on SoFi at VWAP. I should have been paying a little more attention to that. Right there, 27.35. So let's get an offer right now even and get a little bit more out on SoFi here and see if we get back up there. I'm waiting for that VWAP trade and then a break higher into 27.50.
Yeah, so I'm looking for where the potential next trade here is while I'm waiting for Netflix to kind of sort itself out. Buyers are still very aggressively strong on this one, all the way up into 103s now. But Rubrik was a nice short as well. That thing popped all the way up to 90s, pulling all the way back to down to 85s as of right now here on Rubrik. But this market is continuing to blast to the upside here. So we got to take a look at some sort of a sector map as of right now to figure out what it is, what part of the market is really kind of pushing us aggressively here on the day. When I look at the Mag 7s here, like I said before, Google is the only one that is standing out as of right now that is aggressively strong. So gonna keep eyes on that one, see if that one starts to slow down at all. This market is so aggressive to the upside. So maybe the trade is long the market here.
Oh, no, 100%. I think we always like to look at the broader market, and I'm just going to, right now, start to get a little bit more out. We are now 3 minutes away from those numbers, so we're going to be very, very careful. By 3 minutes, of course, I mean 4. There's the target. So there it is, man. Target hit. That's one of these glizzies in the face there. But here we go, man. I mean, when we got this position, we said our target was 230.80, so target met there on the first trade here for Amazon. And we not only did we hit the target, we also got an amazing reload exactly where we wanted it. So far so good here. I mean, if these multiple numbers can come out to the upside right now, then I think that we are well positioned right now in both of these names to figure it out. AMD had a great run early, a little bit of a pullback. There's just so many things happening. Like, that's a buy at the 200 period. A huge run up, a fade right back into the 200, right into the opening range of the day, and then boom to the upside there. Wow, AMD, that was definitely a missed opportunity by me. Well, it doesn't matter. There's lots of things popping through here. We did have to look at Tesla today. I like that 450. I'm actually going to cancel my 452 right now, just because we're waiting for that number. Why we wanted 452 again? That was that opening drive where we started from. So we'll see if it can come back in there. I don't want the market to dip in a couple minutes. If it does, though, I think it'll be temporary unless these numbers are outrageous. We can definitely look to see where we go after that. But SoFi is having a little bit of a tough time breaking above VWAP right now. We did just get some more outs there at 30, as we talked about. So nice out on VWAP there, and then some clear outs. We only have half of both of these positions right now. Half of our Amazon on and half of our SoFi. It could all get real nasty real quick. Numbers in 3 minutes. I don't even... Benton, I see you're talking about Lululemon. I'm a little scared to look at that name. So I'm going to go over to Adara and maybe talk about that after. What you got over there, Adara?
Also worth remembering here, guys, with these numbers, the PCE and the personal spending and income data, that's all from September. So that's extremely, extremely delayed. The only data that we're getting right here, right now for December is the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print and the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. So I just want to give a quick reminder there. A lot of this data is going to be from pre-shutdown era.
All right. Yeah, thanks for that. So yeah, just to let everybody give that update there. These are, we had the government shutdown.
Yeah.
So obviously, leading into that, we're going to have delayed numbers. And so thank you. Oh, we have a thing for that. And instead of me saying it.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Let's get it from the man himself right over there. So, yeah, we're going to wait. Now it's 2 minutes away. With about 30 seconds to go or so, we'll throw it back to Adara, and she will, obviously go over all those numbers and have them for you right away, and then back to us for some market reaction. Michigan consumer sentiment, to me, would be the most important thing to happen here. But PCE, again, a gauge of inflation, could be very important. We are now 3 days away. We got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at 2 o'clock. Right, so, all right, Obi, over to you for a minute, just if you want to update your positions. Mine remain the same, and we just took a little bit more out of SoFi.
Yeah, still I'm kind of dabbling in this flakes here as we kind of grind to the upside. iRobot, though, pulling back in. We actually got almost up to $5 there on iRobot, so we were talking about that breakout push. That definitely came in pretty nicely there as well. So strong trend. That trend seems to be breaking as of right now. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? What are you guys looking at as of right now? And I think I'm just kind of waiting for some of these delayed economic numbers to come out here, which I think, in about 45 seconds.
We'll get those.
Rubrik, people talking about VSCO, Meta. Okay, we can take a quick look at those.
Oh my God, Lululemon is popping.
LAC saying Jameson in the chat as well. So let's go to Adara. Happy
these numbers.
And numbers.
I want to, sorry. Got a little too excited there. Yeah, we have about 25 seconds. I really want to take this time, as Sean mentioned, to just go over what we're expecting. So University of Michigan consumer sentiment, forecast 52, prior print 51. PCE price index year over year for September, 2.8% versus 2.7% previous. Month over month for September, 0.3%. Core PCE year over year, we're expecting 2.8%. That would be a decline from the prior print of 2.9%. And core month over month, 0.2%. We just got these numbers higher than expected. University of Michigan consumer sentiment data, 53.3. All these PCE prints are going to be exactly in line. So I'm just going to focus on Michigan consumer sentiment for now. That's going to be 53.3 versus 52. So that's higher than expected. And the inflation aspects of this print are actually lower than expected. This is a great look here for University of Michigan. 5-year inflation coming in at 3.2% versus the forecast of 3.4%. 1-year inflation here, 4.1% versus 4.5% expected. So basically, what this University of Michigan consumer sentiment data means is that consumers are a little bit more optimistic than maybe we thought they'd be, and they're expecting inflation to be a little bit lower than what we were expecting them to think. Now, for PCE, year over year, 2.8% in line with estimates. Month over month, 0.3% in line with estimates. Core PCE, I'm seeing 2.82%, but that's more or less in line with the 2.8% expected. And then core month over month in line with estimates. The bigger data here is going to be what we got there for University of Michigan. A lot more optimistic there than we were necessarily thinking. Market touched that 627.50 area, but pulling back a little bit. What's certainly not pulling back, though, I would say largely is NFLX. Netflix continuing to try to push higher. This company inking a massive deal here for Warner Brothers, though I was seeing CNBC reporting that apparently the Trump administration is a little bit skeptical of this deal. Now, last but not least, here, tons of earnings on watch. Here is RBRK. They actually had a double beat and guidance better than expected for Q4. Lots of other earnings names, including Ulta Beauty, Sentinel One, Victoria's Secret, ChargePoint, Hewlett-Packard, lots more. And again, definitely make sure to check out Exit TTV Research for these earnings calendars and our morning watch list for all the info you need to know. We're going to send you back for more trading action with Sean and Obi. But before we do that, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. There are millions of concussions and zero-proof therapies. But Oragenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, they are advancing a new standard with its intranasal, brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Orogenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Check out Orogenics, and thank you very much here to Sean and Neil. Take it away.
Thank you very much.
Sean and Neil?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. It's all good. No, it's all good. So that's now it's happened to both of us.
Yeah, exactly.
You called me Neil. I know we look very much alike, and then I see that right now that happened again. But yeah, shout out to Adair. Thank you for going over all of those numbers, man. I mean, it's the absolute greatest thing I think about this show is that we can give you guys live updates right there. The funny thing is, I'm gonna cop to something. So I was eating lunch over there the other day, and I was just going through YouTube, and I actually clicked on another live trading show. I mean, the dude had like 200 people watching, but guess what I heard in the background? No word of a lie. Our show.
No.
Yes. So this guy was trading, talking about all his stuff, and I could hear Joe and Sharif's voice in the background. So I went over to my tabs and I was thinking like, do I have the show running? And I mean, they're sitting right here.
Yeah.
So I put in both earbuds and yeah, this dude had our show live in the background. And like, Adair's breaking a story. This guy's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, so whatever, man. You are now rocking with the best of us right here. And there we go. Light the lamp, baby. It's Austin Matthews style right now as the Maple Leafs are back. The Maple Leafs just beat the Carolina Hurricanes, Joe. That's #1 team right there, down with the Hurricanes, 5-1 Maple Leafs yesterday as we're rocking. If you can't tell if we're on one, well, we are on one today. Great energy in the studio today. Thank you, Obi, for bringing that to us right here. Bang for SoFi, man. There it is, man. It is another chicken dinner winner, Joe. Yeah, let's go, man. We'll see what's for dinner here today, but it's a good day so far. And sometimes I get told to bring more energy. Can you guys believe that? So right now we're bringing as much energy as we possibly can right here for the show. So
more energy, more passion.
More. You know what that's like, my guy over there. But yeah, it's a tough life around here.
Yeah,
but there we go. So nice move up there for SoFi. And we did wait for a little bit of time here to possibly get into some more Amazon. So we did reload it. It's another reload there at 2:30. Let's see if Amazon wants to kick it back up to the upside, man. More energy, more passion. Bring it. Let's go, man. We're here. No worries. No Neil, no problem. We're glad that he's having a relaxing day off. Well-deserved. But we're lucky enough to have Obi filling in for the greatest Neil Roberts. So thank you for watching. Good day so far here today. Shout out to Ramin, Andre, Joe, Obi, Adara, Brendo, Sharif. All right. I'm only in these two names, but we're going to figure it out at some point here. We're seeing Five Nights at Freddy's 2 tonight. Excited about that. We've got a big weekend in our household, man. My daughter's part of the Santa Claus parade there for Etobicoke. That's happening tomorrow, so come join us on Lakeshore. Tomorrow we'll be running around there. We've got our hockey Christmas party happening tomorrow as well. We're waiting for some big news as far as that is concerned. And then I'm off to Mount St. Louis Moonstone on Sunday, do a little snowboard action with my son. He's very, very excited.
You always snowboarded?
I don't snowboard at all.
Ski?
I'm taking him there. No, so my problem is I can't apply weight to my knee there. I had a operation, and instead of treadmill, I do elliptical and things like that, but it's okay. Anyways, no, so I know you're a skier.
Snowboard. I like snowboard.
Oh, you're snowboard. Okay, yeah. maybe if you're not, one day we can talk about that. If you're ever up there, maybe I can meet you up there one day. But yeah, so far so good here on the day. You have any plans this weekend?
Yeah, I think my sister's coming over from Chicago today, so just maybe doing some of that.
Older, younger?
Well. Younger.
Oh, nice.
I'm the oldest sibling. So.
She's got a family or still?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, great, man. That's always great. Spend time with some family. Okay, so just there goes SoFi. This is going to be the one for me today, man. This is the moneymaker. It's our #1 trade idea. We marked it down here as our #1 idea. And whenever that happens, it's right there on the sticky note. You guys can go find it. SoFi long, $27. So here we go, man. Let's see if this wants to work upside. It's SoFi.
I think that people in the chat talking about SMX, so let's take a quick look at what that name is doing as of right now. SMX, that one, a little bit of a crazy name. I'm talking about like maybe, is it an HKD slow burner 2.0? Maybe perhaps. We hit a high of 445s this morning, so that was pretty wild there. Kind of settling down, consolidating 250s as of right now. But yeah, this thing has been on a crazy run here. You can see just a few days ago, where were we? Yeah, $4 right here on the 26th. So yeah, stair step squeezing action here on SMX. So I don't really want to touch this one because I just feel like I'm not really as focused or in the zone to really kind of exercise executions on this properly. But just watching it, I think it's interesting. The story that's unfolded, a stair-step squeeze. So definitely squeezing out stragglers and any players who are taking this name, swinging it short, or maybe taking it short a little too early is what I'm saying on SMX. Did you trade this one on day one or day two?
No, I didn't even look at it yesterday.
The halts were absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I know. I know it was a talked about idea on the midday show. So maybe on the midday they'll be back into that. Adobe on the move, yeah, we'll do that too. And I wanted to look at Lulu. Thank you for that. If you want to call up Adobe there, Obi. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right here, guys. I mean, let's have a quick little look here into this space. Check out my guy over here, Lululemon. Like, really liking this stock. We're now well in the money on this name. We had bought this a little bit pre-earnings right here. We thought that Lulu was, just a little bit early on the retail move, right? And so my bad on that one, but we bought a little bit and then we waited our 3-day rule. We got some more into 160. Our average price about 184 or so right now on Lululemon, I believe. I'll double check that, but at the end of the day, it's a nice upside play here for Lululemon, and really happy to be involved with this one as that starts to go. The other retail name that I made, and I told you we're trying to get a little diversified against a tech, there goes Target. So nice move here on Target. We're long this in the low 80s as well. So that looks like it's starting to work out there. And then SoFi is the money tree today, man. That just keeps on going. We bought some in our portfolio. We bought some here. It's really leading the way there. There it goes, man. Thank you so much for those kind words there in the chat. Here it is, right? PW. Sean is my trading general. All I do is follow orders. Deserves a medal. I don't know about that one right there, but I'm happy, to keep on doing this, man. And it's just been great. We are now, and this is no cap, man. We were 11 for our last 12. Add 2 more on today. That's 13 for our last 14 trade ideas have been money making. And I mean, if you don't believe, man, just keep coming back. I don't know how else to do it other than to prove it every day. We do the trade review, and I know sometimes it's a rough day for one of us, but we still talk about it, and we are all very honest with our trading. And if we're red, we tell you. If we're green, we tell you. Today it's a green day here, and we'll go 2 for 2. Right now, it's only 10-10. All of these trades could turn around. I just tried to get some out on Amazon there, so I'll get some out here at 25s, but I was waiting at 30. So let's take a little piece out. Amazon, maybe not the trade that I thought it would be there today. We do indicate it though on the note, and it was just part of our sticky note there today. And these were the trade ideas that I posted out. SoFi long 27.50. That's at 27.60. Amazon long right here. It didn't get down there, so we bought it early. Tesla long, Netflix. Look out for that bottom. So my day is now set, man. We've made our 1-day goal alone with SoFi. Oh boy, man, Obi, this was a real good trade, man. Yeah, right there. You got
some in the personal as well today.
Yeah, and I got some in the personal there for that. So we just want to say a big thank you to everybody out there. Thank you, Silverado there. Thanks for your help today. You are welcome on that one. And again, just keep throwing these up in there. Real deal Holyfield. I just don't want to get my ear bitten off by anybody. Don't watch out for my ear over there, Obi. Very must have. This is a must have for every stock trading platform. Oh boy, I better get that note and pass that along. So thank you so much for that one as well, everybody there in the chat.
Yeah, so let's see. I did pull up this Adobe here as of right now. So yeah, Adobe kind of nice grind to the upside, strong buying happening there as well. Again, in line with the rest of the market here. So the market just steadily just grinding up higher and higher. So melting up It seems like as of right now, still in terms of the Mag 7, yeah, nothing too crazy. Google's still holding up on its own there as well. I guess Netflix is kind of pushing, or was pushing up here, starting to take a bit of a curl sideways here as of right now. Sean, great call on the IoT. Say we got a super chat here from RSQ right there.
What? That's what IoT is doing?
What is IoT up to?
I thought that was your chart. Oh, no, okay.
No, that's not.
I didn't even look at IoT today. You go to talk about it, 'cause I better not look at too many things here.
I have no idea what IoT is doing here. Samsara, okay, cool. Let's see what that one is up to.
We're long 37.
All right, so aggressive bid on that one too as of right now. So Samsara coming in alongside with the market here as well. So yeah, this is blasting to the upside.
Oh, wow.
I guess we're taking a nice continuation off of some of those economic numbers as well as of right now. So
oh my God, Obi.
What's going on? Another reload?
No, man. We've been talking about Samsara for weeks, and it was the one that I was like, shh, this one's gonna go, this one's gonna go,
and it went.
Come on. All right, man. It's been a good little run there for Samsara. We even talked about this yesterday. There it goes, man. This is that break that we were waiting for. We actually we talked about this when we did the work there. Again, an AI play in the transportation here, industry, freight, logistics, everything. Samsara just continues to, oh yeah. We might have to get some out, man. We might have to do some portfolio rebalancing over up in here, but that's just been great. They're trading for Samsara. And now guess what's in the club right here? Target hit again for Amazon. Obi, just please come back and trade with us every single day. I mean, this has been such a run today. SoFi, Amazon, 2 for 2. IoT, Lululemon's going upside. The other play that I'm interested in, we've just recently bought some shares in Uber. So that was $85 or $86. That's had a nice move here today, Gwen. But it's not just that, man. Look at the market. I think this is a broader market story, right? Bitcoin also bouncing. We talked about that. They're at 90,000. Obi, last time you were here, man, you told me you were building one of these things for us. I don't know where that will end up going. I know you didn't actually say that. You just mentioned that. Remember you were saying that with
I think the software was built. I think I just have to kind of.
No, I'm just playing around. But you were mentioning there. I know that you have some coding experience. But this is brought to you by TradingView, and you can see here. Where's the red, man? Where's the red at? Maybe healthcare technology. We could see a little bit AbbVie downside, Amgen downside, Gilead downside. But Eli Lilly, we really like. Merck's been on a heater as of late as well. But I should maybe talk about some positions first because I see the net is dripping down just a little bit here. And I think that's part and parcel with SoFi. So I'm going to get one more piece out here at 55 if we're lucky enough to do that, which we just were. I'm going to take another piece out on Amazon if we can get that at 230.69 or so. I may take a moment to go grab a coffee in a couple seconds. We'll wait for Adara's throw, and then maybe we'll go grab one. Oh, there's Randy. There's Randy. Yeah, I'll grab you a coffee too, of course, Randy. We'll do that in a couple seconds here. As there's Randy. I don't know if you move over, you might be able to see. There's his foot. There he is. Hey, Randy. How's it going over there? Yeah, thumbs up. So thanks, Randy. Working on the stage, man. We're doing a lot more. It's the same kind of renovation, but we're just putting things together. So I want to thank Randy, obviously, for his continued work here. And I'm going to go grab him a coffee now because that's how we do things. All right, so that's what's good so far. There, we could take a little bit more out on some of these plays as Amazon. Look at that. Remember we said our 230.80 target? That's another thing that's changed for me a little bit, Obi, as well, over the last little while is once certain targets are made, stop holding out for the dream all the time. Yeah. You know, to hold that 10 or 20%, I'm getting better at that. But I do think that it is worthwhile to realize profit when it's there. And, you know, again, I just want to thank everybody for the kind words. Keep hitting the like and the subscribe as we go, man. Tell YouTube that you've now found the best trading show out there. Over 10,000 or so watching earlier. I'm not sure what we've got on right now, but as I said, man, I even know the competition is watching our show. So big shout out to them. And thank you for continuing to support you. And hey, if you are that guy that has about 100 to 200 people watching you right now, I caught you yesterday, my guy, watching us. And hey, all I can say is thank you for the clicks. Thank you for the like. And, you know, we're back every single day. That's the one thing about us. We do not take time off around here, man. All of us are back every single day, and if we're not, we get even better traders to sub in for us, like Mr. Obi. So Adara's here. We got Sia. Saw her last week. Yes, Adara?
What was this individual's name? Shall I do a Google deep dive?
No,
on this
you shall
individual?
not. I am not. We're not going to promote these guys.
Oh, I wasn't. No, I just mean more internally. I was just curious.
Okay, I'll talk to you about it
Messages
afterwards.
to me is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Let's go get them. No, but we're interested in on everything that's happening on YouTube. As Brendan said, man, we do deep dives. We figure out who our audience is, what you guys want to watch, and part of that was the change of the show into 8 o'clock, right? I feel like it's a much. Oh, we're frozen right now here on our quotes. So. All right, so this is what happens. So this has happened to us sometimes. Randy probably unplugged something, so good job on that one, Randy, right there. As now, Randy, just plug her back in. There it is, see? Look at that. You call out Randy, he plugs it back in, quote's working again. Thank you, Randy, for that one. And of course, that had nothing to do with Randy, I'd imagine, right there. But I was just gonna take a moment there. If quotes ever go down and your system is down for a minute, we've had issues with Cloudflare. We saw they were down. I think they were part of that Shopify move as well over the last couple of days where they went down. So sometimes you will have some quote issues back and forth, but yeah, that's what's going on there. I better get Randy a coffee before he unplugs it again.
I think things are frozen once again, man. So something's definitely happening.
Yeah, I can't leave my desk if we're gonna have quote issues right this second. So
I think I have other data feeds here as well. So we'll see if that kind of changes. It seems like it's happening all around.
SoFi is just
on the floor, but yeah.
We're good. I'm back live now, so I think everything.
It's kind of getting a little bit choppy, coming right back in here.
Look at this market, Obi.
So it should be interesting. Yeah.
So you're still in that Netflix short. Is there an out? Thank you so much, Los Polos Hermanos, man, with that energy, man. We really like that comment there in the chat. I really appreciate it. We're trying to give you guys a little bit of energy, but at the same time, like, kind of calm down a little bit. I know that's not necessarily what it's been like here today, but we've gotten feedback that you guys love the energy. So there it is. Thank you so much, Los Polos Hermanos, for that comment. Over there. It really means a lot to me because, yeah, I've gotten feedback. Let's get that energy kicking a little bit. So we'll continue to do that. But, yeah, give them a little bit of an update there, Obi, on what your plan of action here is for Netflix.
Okay, so let's pull that up here, NFLX. So I'm just looking at this here. I'm getting a little involved in this grind up here. It's very clearly getting bought up every time it hits a moving average here. But we've started to get a little bit sideways here in and around this area as of right now. So I am kind of, someone in the chat was like, "Oh, are you DCAing into Netflix?" I think yes. That is kind of what I'm doing here as of right now. Again, not necessarily in the maximum size here, but again, I don't know when and if this is going to crack, but it's starting to take this a little bit of a shape here, a nice little curl. Lots of relative volume in the morning. Volume starting to drop off as well as of right now. So just keeping an eye on it here. Any sort of aggressive moves, then I'm looking to potentially push out here. But this market tailwind is definitely not helping for sure, but take a look at this, a little bit of a pullback as of right now. So going to be patient with this one, and when and if it does come in, more than willing to kind of just pound it in even harder on the right side of the move there. But yeah, let me know what you guys are trading. As well, Meta on fire. A lot of people talking about Meta right now in the chat. So let's take a quick look at Meta. Wow, Meta is the one. So Meta is the one that kind of came right back up. 670s was the high, and then 672.50s currently is the high as of right now. Strong volume through that push as well, Sean. So yeah, a lot of people maybe trading Meta as of right now. SMX getting called out once again. So yeah, maybe this one, another halt to the upside. So I think, what are the chances we take out that 445? And if we do take out this 445, what are the chances we step up another quarter and go to 750s, right? That's the question. We've seen where this is coming from. This is coming from $4. $4. So again, I'm not really, I don't really know how to trade this thing, but I am watching it. I guess it's fun to watch as well, but not watching it close enough to trade. MP Material still kind of consolidating in and around its VWAP as of right now. People talking about trade desk. Let's take a quick look at TTD here. Okay, so that's some strong moves there on trade desk. Did this thing have anything? It was doing relative volume in the pre-market session, but it seems like it's pushing up higher on lower volume as of right now on the trade desk. So good look by you guys there. It seems like Netflix wants some fresh highs there. So 103 halves potentially coming in. But yeah, I think again, when I do, if and when I do punch out here, it'll be through some significant levels I have marked out, and again, more than willing to participate in it over and over again until it kind of shows me what I want to get aggressive there as well. So let me just take this wick out as of right now. This wick is pretty aggressive. That's going all the way to 107, so that's not real there on the chart. But yeah, Netflix in line with the market here. Okay, so thank you for the super chat from Corey Wing 251 saying, can Adara have a segment of her own called "She's Really Short"? She's the best at shorting the market. Love the show, guys. When she subs in. Okay, cool, nice.
Okay, we could do a potential Adara shorting show. That's for sure. It's a funny thing, Adara, because do you remember, Adara, when you first started? You and I were talking, and you're like, you were actually afraid to short stocks, and she was like, I don't really understand the shorting thing, and that's part of it. And we've really seen Adara, grow obviously as a trader, and more importantly, I think for the show, I mean, probably one of the best news people around, I think, breaking the news and then analyzing the news with you guys like real time. This is not just like, here's the story. Often Adara will dive deep, so we want to thank Adara for all of that. And we're diving deep right now, and I just posted this up on Twitter, right? And I said right here, I mean, what a good move this has been here for the note of the sticky note right there, because we just put this out right here. We stay fly with SoFi, and there's our 27 marker right there. It's our #1 trade idea for the day. Get long on SoFi. Our second trade was get long on Amazon right now. So that's going to be a 2 for 2 and big time banger right now as Amazon has the reload on it 3 times. 1, 2, 3, bang. Upside. SoFi. Got to reload it right there, but we didn't. We were waiting for 27 flat there. We missed that by 5 cents. But it's the double up on SoFi and Amazon. Sorry, the triple up on Amazon, single up there on SoFi. And over to Adara now, as our quotes are pretty choppy. You can see we've already reported that. We hope that gets a little bit better. Over to Adara, which will give me a second to go get my man over here a quick coffee. You okay? Well, you need anything?
Yeah, I'm good. I got my Tim's right here.
Good, because I can't carry 3. Okay, let's go back over. Let's go back over to Adara.
Yeah, I have to say thank you very much for that super chat. That is very kind, and I'm so grateful to be here and be a part of this community every single day. I want to talk here about AAPL, which is our first small cap, and like another small cap on this list. And actually, its only catalyst is it released this fun little news headline. It was moving up higher post-market. As you can see, I couldn't find anything concrete for that move. Apparently, I saw some stories connecting this to the marijuana space. I'd have to look more into that. But either way, it's also now saying apparently that it's controlling the map behind Mexico's telecom boom. So that does not seem at all related to cannabis. So I'll keep you guys posted. Either way, this name is a really small market cap, $890,000 market cap. Float here of about 730,000 shares and a short float of 20%. So that is really significant. Be careful here with the float and short float on AAPL. I also want to talk here about CHPT. ChargePoint, again, slightly larger market cap here. Tepid earnings, but really nice reaction. This reaction certainly isn't tepid. Had larger than expected loss per share, but they beat on sales and they're guiding for next quarter, roughly midpoint here. And last but not least, SMX. SMX, not really a small cap now, around $360 name. But SMX releasing yet another kind of empty news headline here, saying this morning that they didn't change the story. The world finally connected the dots. So very bold headline being released by Security Matters, pushing this one to the upside. But guys, you know what I just found? Something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked, while major exchanges keep getting wrecked. BTCC stays untouched. 0 KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info and go back here to Obi and Sean eventually.
Adara, so I'm watching this market here, looking for any sort of next trade here. Netflix still kind of holding this 103. Every time we pull back into this 103, you can see here, I've tried it a couple times here, this 103 holding, sustaining pretty well as of right now. So yeah, definitely a strong buyer here on the flakes as we continue to push higher and higher. But let's see, in terms of the Mag 7s, it seems like Amazon's about to break high a day as of right now. And Rubrik came all the way back. Rubrik came to $90 as of right now. So yeah, that thing is absolutely crazy. Okay, that's an aggressive strength here. It seems like, Joe, this is getting to 105. This looks like it's trying to push to 105, that area that you kind of marked out there. So yeah, definitely very, very wrong on this one as of right now. On the flakes, maybe we can try again in and around that 105, but that push up into this 80s, that was absolutely crazy there as the market pulls back as well, right? So 104 is potentially incoming here on Netflix. Market, though, taking a little bit of a breather, taking a little bit of a pullback, looking distinctly different than that of Netflix, kind of pushing up, grinding. I guess people really like the Warner Brothers deal here. 103's held like a champ. I was looking for that push back below, didn't really break down, and now we're looking $1 higher here, pushing up into 104s. Yeah, I'm definitely wrong on this one. Market taking a pullback. I'm looking for there's Joe right there with
yeah, man, we're jamming out to
are you still in that long?
No, I'm out now. I was out at 102.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 102 I was out. But Obi, I did buy some in the personal account at 101.50s,
okay, nice.
Or a little bit less. So around 101 I bought some in the long-term account. So shout out to Netflix and company, climbing up to that 104 level that I was talking about in the options chain. So keep an eye out, guys. Just because I say, hey, it's call, it doesn't necessarily mean buy. We can look at call options in multiple ways. And for me personally, I look at them as resistance zones, but also magnet effect as well, too. So you just have to really be pay attention to what price action is telling you and how the stock is reacting. Netflix now climbing up to 104.
105 seems almost inevitable as of right now. So we're pushing up pretty aggressively there. And that Amazon as well, that's coming up into day's highs there. But the market does look a little distinctly different. It is starting to pull back. First red candle here on the market. So yeah, definitely one to watch out for. Where is the reversion across the board? That's what I'm asking. Google might be the one because that one was pretty aggressively strong coming in off of the open.
All right, yeah, we got a coffee there. I spoke to the caterer again there today, and yeah, he's doing the best.
You dealt with those peanut butter.
I've dealt with those. He's been great, and he mentioned that it was actually the driver. I told you the other. Oh, you weren't here the other day. He took pictures and was like, man, these guys are not feeling the peanut butter sandwiches over here. Yeah. And then today it was supposed to be pancakes, and it was subbed in with bacon and eggs. So I think that he's really taking the protein to a whole new level over there from the catering. So Sharif is, I think he's just out doing a little bit of a walk, but he would appreciate the more protein, of course, as we all do around here. So yeah, look there. Okay, I was going to say I'm waiting for 231s again. We just got it at 97 there on Amazon. So that was a good fill as we are getting very, very light now. It's 10:30. So wow. This name, let's get another piece out on SoFi, Obi, at the day's high here. Monster trade, to be honest with you, for me on SoFi. So that's really led me to the whole day here. We just top it off sort of with Amazon and looking for more trades, right? And then in our own account, I don't know how to search. I'm not sure how to search Netflix popping. Okay, I know you guys just talked about it. The thing about it was, IoT, I don't know how to search Google, Twitter, but I remember talking about this a little while ago, Internet of Things, and I really, really like this stock, and there it goes, up there to the upside. It was one of those secret names that we had talked about over the last couple of days that we're really looking forward to that report. Samsara and Internet of Things, IoT, up 14% right now. I think it's about, I don't know if it's about time to start cashing out of everything. This is a big move there for the NASDAQ here today. And I just heard 104.50. So basically on the note today, we have SoFi long, Amazon long, Tesla long, Netflix long. But the thing about the Netflix long was I wanted to wait for it to bottom out somewhere. It didn't, and I know you're in the short and you're out of it and you just discussed it, so that's good. But it didn't give us a bottom at all. It just took off immediately. And I was talking about how much like I kind of appreciated this story here early for Netflix and that I liked it, but I did not think that we would go from down, was it 4% or something, to up 1.25. So nice move there for sure. All right, SoFi maybe topping out. I'm going to get out of another piece right here. All right, well, here we go. Senator Warren in my ear right now saying, thanks. Netflix, this deal is going to create, of course, a monopolistic environment. And, of course, we need to protect everybody. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with this trade on Netflix. And if Elizabeth Warren wants anything to do about it, maybe this would not happen. But I think it's maybe a little too late for that. I feel like there's a lot of interest in this said deal here, and it looks like it's going to get the approval. Anything can get, sort of swatted down at any time. But it is a deal made between Warner Brothers and Netflix, going out around, was it 27.25? I think was the talk there. 27.75 total enterprise value there for WBD. So a little bit of a room to climb to the upside right here. Adair, you got any color on that story for us?
I do, actually. So what I have here is Elizabeth Warren, who is very, very much like kind of anti-merger in general. She said that this proposed deal between Warner Brothers and Netflix is an anti-monopoly nightmare that'll actually raise consumer costs and limit choice. Now, here's the thing. There could be some issues here with regards to this merger going through for Warner Brothers and Netflix, but those issues are actually more likely due to the Trump admin. I've already heard reports they're a little skeptical because we know that apparently Paramount was already talking to regulators, and Paramount was really trying to push this deal through because they basically said to Warner Brothers, we are more likely than Netflix to get you that regulatory approval you need. So there are still some regulatory issues. Either way, it sounds like for NFLX. Stock dropped a little bit on that, but I just wanted to provide some more context and color commentary. Back to you.
Yeah, so that swipe up was pretty aggressive there. Strongest volume, or some of the strongest volume in a little bit there on that push up into 104.79s on Netflix. And the first red bar printed here on the NASDAQ. So let's see if we can kind of catch a little bit of a pullback here, or does the market continue to give us this aggressive bid to the upside here? So we're bouncing off of that 25.5 in the morning, 25.6-ish area, off of the open there. Nice little flush in the pre-market session here. When was that? That was around 8:30, and then we just rip all the way up into, I guess, now 10:30 now. So for the past couple of hours, just straight line up here on the NASDAQ. Maybe taking a little bit of a breather around 10:30 should be interesting here. What I'm noticing, Sean, is that every day around 10:30, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, we're getting those crazy kind of U-turns over the past couple of weeks. So that's definitely been throwing a wrench into some things. But again, if you're watching out for it, if you're looking out for it, I think that's something interesting as well to kind of watch for and maybe potentially figure out ways to capitalize on as well here. So iRobot. How far did you get? Okay, so 495 still continues to be the high there on iRobot. Rubrik did get back up to 90s, still holding this 89 area as of right now. What else? I had Ulta Beauty on watch as well. That thing is pushing up aggressively to the upside as well as of right now.
I may or may not be involved in that.
Okay, all right. So maybe Adair trading some Ulta Beauty, looking absolutely beautiful to the upside here. 580s. Push all the way to 609. So let's take a quick look at ULTA here. So yeah, nice solid strength here. Earnings day one today. Beautiful continuation to the upside. So shout out to Dara for having that trade. What else did I have on watch? Oklo had a bit of an offering there. So Oklo, take a look at OKLO. So Oklo offering overnight. Bit of a continuation of selling off of the open there, but reverting back above 105s as of right now on Oklo. So those were kind of the stocks that I was watching coming into the open there, along with Netflix and some Warner Brothers as well. We're kind of pulling back in. Was that exhaustive action? That's what I'm asking now. I definitely got exhausted into that. But 103s held pretty well like a champ. Let's see if we can come back into 103s, or do we sustain higher lows here on Netflix? Could be one to watch.
Yeah, it was also a good one. I like that, watching Netflix. See if we can watch some Netflix Oh, you know what we started watching on Netflix recently? It's like a sitcom called Tires. It's pretty funny. A little mature though. Tires, if you're interested. That's a bunch of dudes running a tire shop.
Okay.
Get the guy's name, but it's pretty funny. Pretty funny show.
Shane Gillis?
Yes. Funny stand-up comedian, and he's great in the show. So it's a good one there. Oh, we just started watching. It's a little, I don't know. Anyways, that's what we're doing on Netflix right now. All right. There was a question on time and sales there in the chat. If you, here, maybe I can find that. Here it is, send selected. Let's just do a little bit of work right here. Obi's great at this too, so maybe we can both have a quick look. Great question about time and sales, much higher than level 2 bid ask. Watching WHLR, bid was 610, ask was 613, but huge green time and sales prints in the 7. No, so, all right, so you will often, that shouldn't happen too much. That was probably pre-market. You're gonna get a lot of dark pool prints coming off all the time. And so sometimes at 8 o'clock is the most noted time for these dark pools. So I'm guessing that if you're looking at WHLR, you will get, yeah, so let me just see if that was, yeah, look, I mean, look at these prints, right? So there we go. So this is exactly, see, sometimes we get exactly what you mean. Right there, thanks for the super chat. But right there at 8 o'clock, and it just happens all in the pre-market, there's a reporting structure, and the market allows these dark pool prints to late report. So often some of the pre-market trading or overnight trading will get dumped basically onto the time and sales at 8 a.m. What's another time? 8 a.m. is popular, sometimes around 4:30 or right at 4 o'clock. Oh, for dark pools dumps. Like, do you ever see them?
Yeah,
while you're trading blue ocean overnight?
No.
Okay.
There's no.
Yeah, so 8 a.m. to me is the most. Between 8 to 8:15, you'll get a lot of these prints. So these trades don't happen. No one's getting long here at 350 or shorter long up here at 750. They're just trades that had happened. And I think the reporting period, I think it's 24 hours, it might be 48 hours they have to report all of their trades. So you can Google that up, dark pool reporting requirements. You'll be able to find those probably on some sort of a large language model. All right, so the market is falling back in. You just mentioned a little bit there, potential backside trade. And so we take advantage of that. We have less than 10% left on Amazon and about 15 or so percent left on SoFi. And that's a little bit too much considering what we're seeing right now. So I'm going to get a piece out at 66 if we can get that. That's falling back down in pretty aggressively right now for SoFi. So yeah, Obi, I think maybe the short might be something to look at there. And then SMX is still talked about on the chat. Like, this is now halted with a tap, guys, which a tap is theoretical auction price. So right now, if it were to open, and when you get into a halt band like this, you get into here. So if you sort it by market time, we'll see right now SMX is now halted, where there's about 7,000 or so shares that they've got to find the right price for. And when they do that, will come out. And right now, if they find the buyers and the sellers, it would come out to 390. So the last price that we see printed on here is 382 and change. So it looks like if you're holding this name, well, now it's back down to 380. So I don't know how long this is going to hold for right now, but it's getting adjusted out, and it's currently now halted, along with TGL apparently is halted as well, whatever that is. So we'll just wait on SMX, and when that opens up, I'm sure you guys will tell us, but now it's 371, now 375. So very, very volatile, obviously, on the halt. So again, thanks for the questions about SMX, as we have live market data here. So we can call up any stock that you guys may want us to. So keep those questions coming, and we have no issues whatsoever. There we go. We get some out at 63 there and 66 on SoFi. So getting a little bit lighter here, getting some of our bags out for these longs as we continue to go. Super chat, good, perfect. I talked a little bit too much. I don't know if you want to talk about your position or this, Rigetti.
No, we can talk about that. So
okay, go ahead.
Rigetti, thank you for the super chat there. Mr. Burheit, RGTI ever coming back? Good buy opportunity? Question mark. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's take a quick look at RGTI here. Just give me one right here. But yeah, let me pull up the chart and we can take a look at RGTI right there. So these names were kind of moving around yesterday as well. Strong bids here. I kind of pointed out IONQ from yesterday, and yeah, taking a bit of a pullback here as of right now. But yeah, I pointed out on the weekly chart, they're taking a little bit of a curl. Maybe, are we looking for a secondary leg? I don't know, but I wouldn't kind of speak on is it a good place to buy or not, but the chart does look like it is starting to catch a little bit of a second wind, maybe some curl, but maybe is that the question becomes, is that on the tailwind from the robotics bit, right? So that's the question I would ask there. Definitely doing some decent relative volume here as well. What's going on, Adara?
What's going on here, guys, is a light green market. Let's take a look here at, these sectors look slightly different in terms of how they're presented. We'll start here with electronic tech all the way on the side here. The 2 Mag 7 names in this sector, Apple and NVIDIA, are relatively flat. We have lots of strength in other names in this sector like Micron, Intel, Broadcom, and AMD. Tech services strong across the board. Finance actually kind of mixed. Robinhood notably down about 3%, but a lot of other names in this sector, including Visa and MasterCard, to the upside. Retail trade holding up well. Producer manufacturing holding up well. Consumer durables, a good look. Consumer services generally pretty strong. And again, keep an eye on this sector here. We've got Comcast within this sector, and I believe also potentially WBD, correct? These, of course, are going to be on watch as the Warner Brothers Discovery bidding war appears to come to an end with Netflix announcing they're going to be purchasing the company. Transportation, lots of strength. DoorDash really holding down the fort here. Energy, minerals strong. Let's talk about some sectors that are a bit weaker. Utilities with some red, and health tech. A lot of these names relatively flat, but Amgen down about 2% and AbbVie down 1.5%. And do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content we bring to you guys every single day. Back to you.
Yeah, it looks like that Warner Brothers deal, of course, will, be done. And we've had Elizabeth Warren come out and not like it. We had Donald Trump, I think, say a little bit of something about that as well. But the beat goes on for Warner Brothers Discovery and Netflix merge. I guess not a merger, it's more of a takeover there by Netflix, taking over those properties, and be interesting to see what they do with them. All right, SMX opened up. It got to a magical print there, of course, of 420. That was basically, I don't know if it was basically, but almost exactly where we turned around from. It might have got to 422 or so, but look at the spread. You'd have to be, people are trading this, so I gotta be careful what I say, but it's dangerous to trade this. I was gonna say, yeah, you have to be a little on the wild side. With $14, $15, when it opens up, it can be $20 or $30 worth of a spread. Go at Bill's camp, asked what a dark pool was, and sometimes that we both get carried away with terminology that for us is second nature and may not be to everybody else. A dark pool is simply like if we come over to a stock that maybe doesn't move as much, and I always use AT&T. These are all shares that are posted live on a live level 2. So right now, IEX has 2,600 shares available for trade or for sale in this situation, and 20,000 shares to buy. Right, each one of these listed on here is 100 shares. But as you can see right here, there's also D-prints happening right now, and you can see 4 shares, 3 shares, 2 shares, 1 share. D-prints signify dark pool fills, and there are many different gateways that print in the dark. Morgan Stanley, all the major Citadel, all the major banks, and very much flows have dark pool availabilities to them, right? Most of them, even ARCA, NASDAQ, all have dark pools that you can address as well and trade through. And what that does is allow, let's just say Obi's, or I'm sitting here, anybody's sitting here with 50,000 shares, and they don't want to display it on the level 2, you can sit in the dark, and if someone tries to buy 56s, there's a chance that that dark pool gets filled. At 56, and you don't get to see it on here, but the trade does happen. I don't know what majority right now of orders get filled in the dark, but it definitely seems like a lot. A lot of the volume will get done in the dark, and that's just a preference. So a lot of that routing, when you see midpoints and all of that, like if you try to buy 56 right now, you could run into somebody that's offering 25, 55 half. So that's where you get a lot of these, like look, there's a dark pool right there, 55 half, 55.07. So this is just part of the game, and it's really changed. Like when I first started trading, there were So's Bandits and things like that where you only looked at the market makers and there was no hidden liquidity, but right now there is much hidden liquidity out there and many order types that we can now trade with, including midpoint orders. You can peg OB to the bid or to the ask, as you know, of course. So there's lots of opportunity there for various types of trades, and if you are, or order types, if you are part of the real trading community, you know that our order tree is huge. There's many different routing and gateway opportunities available for you here at Real Trading. So definitely dig into that, or ask your trading floor development team member how to explain that to you as well. But yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Just chilling out, watching out for this market, and looking for the next opportunity. As I know that's something that you always say, what's the next opportunity? And it looks like you got right back into another opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. So like I said before, I kind of capitulated into that action, and that's cool. I'm just like, all right, cool. I know exactly what to do with you. Kind of pulling right back in through that 103s, but aggressive bids happening into those 103s right now. So just waiting and watching, seeing if this will potentially come into fruition here. 103, if that's going to continue to stay interesting, I kind of want to leave it alone there. But we did break down that shelf. We were holding that shelf for a while there, and the market's pulling back in a little bit here as well. So 102 halves is the next area I have on watch. VWAP's down at 101.60s there as well. So we're not too far away. We're about $1 away from there as well. Don't forget, Netflix started off around $98 to $99 off of the open, and we pushed all the way up to 104.79. So pretty much came in and clipped that level of interest at that 105s there as well. So just continuing to watch that, continuing to be patient here. Let's see if we can get that reversion to VWAP. I don't see not that far away as of right now, and taking a little bit of a breather alongside the rest of the market here. So that's what I'm watching here on the Netflix. Yeah, if that 103 kind of rebids with any sort of aggression, I'm kind of going to step away from this one as well. VWAP, you know, it's nice to wish for VWAP, but if it's going to show me that it doesn't really want it, then I do have to be wary of that as well.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely check out your markers every day. Like, you know, VWAP is one of them. Sometimes we have trend line breaks or parabolic SARs, whatever you're using for your strategies, please use them. For me, I like just like the momentum plays. I mean, today I don't think it was rocket science, man. We had Tesla long, SoFi long, Amazon long, Netflix. So those were the names that I wrote down on the note here. And look what Tesla's doing, Obi. I mean, it's just taking out new day's high right now. And we bought this name live on the show yesterday, $11 lower, $4.57. We put that into our long-term account yesterday, Tesla. We put today, this morning, right at 8 a.m., we bought SoFi long, $27.32. That's in our account here today as well for SoFi. We put IoT in there weeks and weeks and weeks and months ago, down there averaging, not months ago, but maybe $37 IoT. That's had a nice little run up side there today. But let's look at some big names. There's some questions here in the chat. Let's look at some names. So there's NVIDIA. NVIDIA, relatively flat. We did see that safe chip hack or whatever coming through there. As we continue to SMX just took out day's high again. So we'll see if, I think Sharif had like a $5 winner on that yesterday, $8 winner on that yesterday, as again, we have no problem congratulating people on their trades, obviously, there. So great job there yesterday. And I remember I looked over and Joe was like, great trade there, Sharif. And Sharif's like, oh my God, it's going higher. That was a lot of fun there yesterday for SMX. So you never know what you're getting involved with every day as you come into trade. But NVIDIA downside a little bit today. You know, I kind of want to just let tech kind of just relax a little bit right now. There's so many other places that remain quite hot right now, including, you know, the financials. We talked about JP Morgan, and that's in Canada. JP Morgan right here, 316, 317. They remain a pretty good trade over the last little while. We just looked at how Tesla's been going up. Let's have a look at the nuclear names here today as SMR. And I guess that could have been bought there at $21. I mean, there's no real indication that's JP Morgan still down here, that SMR would have held that level. But look for a break right now of 22.30. I actually really like that. But the thing is, this break maybe gets you to the 200 period. So is it really worth 30 cents there? If you like that break, take some out here, hold it against 22. That's your 1-to-1 trade opportunity right over there. So that's a good opportunity there for that. And then a big mover over the last couple of days. Apple lost some of their mojo a little bit over, you know, in the last week or so. It was really cruising. I guess it's only two straight down days, and we don't have to worry about it here today. I actually thought it was a little lower than where it is, not flat. But Apple lost some talent there, and you know, I don't think that's too much of a pause for concern. Their story still remains their huge install base. And then we still got to get like the official word, because I don't think there is anything yet, right, Adara? We got to go over to Adara, but there's really no updates on Apple's AI. I mean, we did have a talk about, we thought that there could potentially be a deal there with Gemini, but I don't really think that anything's been settled over there. I do want to go over to SMX. I'm still long from $5. No, that would look like, talk about a retirement trade over there on SMX. Like, is that actually, are our charts right there, Obi? That's what I'm actually going to have a quick look at this, because yes. Oh gosh,
what?
Darn, okay.
Wow.
This is right. Like, this was $11 right here on November the 26th. $11. $440. Obi, why don't you tell me about this name back in early or late November, early December?
I thought I sent you a DM, man.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. No.
I mean, with it must have gone lost in all of the other great picks I've been sending you.
Yes, I think that's exactly what wound up happening on that one. But yeah, if anybody knew anything about SMX, tell us why you thought this could possibly happen there. We do know that it's a very low short, very low float, which is part of that problem as well. All right, without any further ado, she's been waiting for a minute there. It's Adara. Let's go with Money Talks.
Well, Sean, according to a real press release from SMX this morning, apparently they're just saying that this was always happening and the world just needed to catch up. So that is SMX's reason for why it's pushing higher. For the record, that is an official press release that came out today. But yeah, let's talk here, though, about the DXY. The DXY is trying to find some support here around 98.7, just below that previous level of support from mid-November, around 99. We do have to go over some of the economic data that came out today, because this is a massive day for economic data. Basically, all of these PCE prints coming exactly in line with estimates. So PCE year over year, 2.8% versus 2.8% expected. PCE month over month, 0.3% versus 0.3% expected. Core PCE year over year, I was seeing 2.82%, which is, again, basically in line here with estimates of 2.8%. That's the core. Now, the core month over month, 0.2% versus 0.2% expected. Consumer spending also came exactly in line with estimates of 0.3%. Personal income, actually, for September, a bit higher than we were expecting, though, 0.4% versus 0.3% expected. And then University of Michigan consumer sentiment, this was the actual data that came out for the month of December, and it was really good, 53.3 for the sentiment print, above estimates of 52, and the previous print of 51. And then we actually have the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations, both lower than expected. So basically that means as of December, consumers are seeing in this survey lower inflation than maybe previously, or they were thinking they'd be seeing, and they're also a little bit more optimistic about the environment. Let's take a look here, and by that I mean the economic environment. These these rate cut expectations here continue to be roughly 87% expecting that 25 basis point cut. Sounds like we are going to be getting that cut in 5 days and 3 trading days on December 10th of 2025. Before we send you back to Sean and Obi, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, guys, because for too long, trading meant risking your own money. You're never having enough to start, the fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sideline. But that's changing, because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, and Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. It's no fear, no barriers, real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading, which is powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to Obi and Sean.
Back again.
Obi's back. Tell a friend. I mean, what a great trade by Obi. Let's go, Obi, right there, bringing in that cash coming through on Netflix. So I know you're catching some strays, obviously, because of that initial short, but you got it again, and that's part of it. And I could just tell people, like, I was, the risk management that you had on that was excellent. So great job there, Obi.
I don't know about excellent. I could have definitely.
Oh, but okay, but you're basically flat now on the day.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. So whatever, man.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, Obi. You can go 0 for 1, make it back. I mean, this is what trading is about, right? So I like that. And if I think it was good risk management, you know, it's hard sometimes to judge your own trading, right? And I just think that
fair.
you were very, very patient with that one. So yeah, it does take a minute sometimes to let these trades work out, right? And you know, so good job over there, Obi.
Like I said, I kind of just waiting for a little bit of a sign. Sure, I can be a little bit tighter here. I don't need to let it come in to where I'm where I know I should be stopping out ultimately. But when it does kind of capitulate and push out, it kind of takes me out as well. So I'm like, all right, cool. I like that kind of you know, exhaustive move there. The market turned as well. Here's the market coming in some more there. So yeah, I did say earlier, when it does come in, I do want to get aggressive even more. You can see here, these entries kind of light, very light. People were talking about it in the chat as well, DCAing kind of I'm just like, okay, well, I don't really think this is, I think this is mispricing in a sense. Sure, I'm definitely not right on the timing, so I'm wrong on the trade for sure. I'm 100% admitting that. But when the actual trade comes in, the question becomes, am I swinging for the fences? And then that is absolutely yes here on the right side of the V, and that's coming in pretty nicely here. So 105s, I did cover all of it at 102 halves there, and then looking for that 103 push back in. So I was like, all right, let's see what we do with 103s. 103s came back in, and that was significant from before. And when we reject 103s with distinction, I'm like, okay, now that's confirmation for me that VWAP, the probability of coming into VWAP just got a little bit higher, so I like that, and just taking some dabbles there down into VWAP. Let's see if that kind of comes into fruition there. But yeah, that's kind of what I was focused on. Sloppy in my eyes, but definitely something I can do a little bit better there. But you know, it's kind of a balancing act.
We got one more reload there. Yeah, good talk here. We got
Another
one more.
Amazon.
Yeah, just I mean, Amazon just came into the 200.
Those 230s are a great play.
I know, and I'm trying to see if it could. I don't know if it's going to hold this time. I mean, the market's all the way downside. So I just want to talk about the risk management here. Like, we're not reloading the full amount that we had. It's now 11 o'clock, so you're starting to, the market's trying to figure itself out. Fine, we got to give it sometimes a little bit of minute to exactly do that, and then if Amazon wants to continue downside, we're just going to get stopped out actually on a break of 230. So this breaks 230, we'll give it about a dime more than that, and then we'll see. SoFi, honestly, man, I have, that wouldn't be 10%, that'd be less than 10% left now on SoFi. It's actually 5%. Wow, I don't have, oh, is my mic a problem? Oh, is there a problem with, okay, there we go. My mic was being maybe a little bit sketchy there. Thanks, Andre, for that one. But yeah, so that's SoFi there, Amazon there. Just a quick look on SMX in case any of you maniacs are still in that one. That's up to 460 now, 470, 480. Looks like that high 480 coming out now. And of course, as Adara said, if you ask management, they were expecting this. So nice move up there for SMX. You know, watch out. The dangerous thing about this, of course, is a potential offering, and we talk about that all the time. When you get up to here, find out if they have filed for an offering, because that could come out at any moment here and really send this trade sort of sideways very quickly, and not sideways, by the way, downside right there. Okay, so just quickly here as we get ready to go, man, I know there is a problem. We did hear some problems with our mics there a little bit, so we'll get ready real quick with less than a minute left. Today, look, it's been a real good week for lunch, I feel like, this week. And today is one of my favorites, and I think a very, very traditional lunchtime item. Today is chicken souvlaki.
Okay, I like that.
You gotta like that one. Randy, chicken souvlaki? Wow, Randy. Randy's saying up to that one. So we'll stop a fail on that from Randy's side of it. With some pita bread, seasoned veg, Greek salad, tzatziki sauce.
I think that sounds absolutely great.
Me too, man. I am definitely down with that lunch. Randy, I think, just sparked up a little bit there. He's liking the tzatziki, I heard, right there. So yeah, good trading today. Obviously, it's always a pleasure to be with you, Obi. And there we go, Amazon. I'm just going to take another piece out here at 32s. There's the reload, and there's the bang up again. Let's props it up, everybody. That's the good trade there for Amazon. Really happy to have that one. My next out, 230.44s, which I don't know why we're there, but here it goes. Obi, we just reloaded it again, man. I don't know if we've got, what's that Midas magic
prices,
touch over there
prices,
again, but hopefully I'll never be sick, so we can keep coming in and making these trades daily. There goes Amazon again, 4 reloads. My number one stock on the day is though SoFi. Number 2 day there for Amazon. I've only had 2 trades. You've been working on that. Man, Randy, I didn't realize you didn't like souvlaki that much over there. This guy's really taking it out.
Breaking down the
on the desk.
stage.
All right, I'm off to the gym, man. We'll do a little bit of free weights today.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we go on the. I always do the elliptical for 20 or 30 minutes. Right, try to burn like 300-400 calories doing that, and then we lift the weights here because I'm trying to aspire to these guys on our left and to you as well, Obi. And then after that, a little 10 minutes in the sauna, a little cleanse, and then we'll come back and we'll see what's going on with the lunch. So that's my plan. You're still in Netflix? No, you.
Oh, I got out.
You're out of that one.
Waiting for
All right, the board.
the next one.
When the board's already switched over there, we know we got to go over. So thank you, everybody, for watching here. As the renovations continue, Obi, great show there. Join Obi and myself one more time at 2 p.m. Thank you to Ramin, Andre, Fabian, Brendo, Sharif, Joe, obviously to Obi. Thanks to Randy and all the guys working on our set here today. And a big thank you. Adair had a busy one. We did have some numbers come out and lots of news dropping. Stay tuned, man. If you're looking for news, it's going to be happening all afternoon, all midday. Adair is there. Sharif's here. We're ready to go. Thank you for watching. Over to the Midday Show. Ciao for now.
Bang. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Midriff, and I'm Sharif. Yeah, your midriff was showing there.
Was
you
it?
had a little Zeke Elliott going on there.
Oh yeah, that's how I would wear stuff in football, man.
Yeah, that's Zeke Elliott. Remember? He had like a little midriff going on. All right, man, where's everybody at? Good morning to everybody. What the hell is going on in the world of small cap gappers? We're gonna get right down to it. But first, we gotta say hello to everyone. Shout out to Haziz and Angry Wife. We got Y3KO, Love, Christmas 123. We got Ronaldo. We got Zippers Binder, TJ or TX Badger. We got Yummy Thai Foods, Jay Koingi, Eclectic Passions, Anurag. We got Ahmad Egypt, come to Egypt, Habibi. Ronian. Oh man, we got Grant Ratcliffe, Yorkie TV. Who else, man? We got Jody Mills. Who else? We got Juju Trader. I like that. We got Front Porch Trader in the skips. Shout out to who else? Trader Forever, Safe. We got Simply Something or Another. Drop Systems, Wyatt. We got Papacito. We got Michael Lulu. All right, guys, we're going to have to go to Adara. She's got news at the big desk.
Nine CRM here. This one pushing higher right now. This is actually day two earnings. It's currently trading at intraday highs. It looks like they're just announcing that global Black Friday sales reached $79 billion. That's up 6% year over year. Sounds like this is kind of similar to what we have with Adobe Analytics, where they just kind of announced sales data. But either way here, Salesforce announcing that apparently Black Friday sales across the globe reached $79 billion this season. Back to Sharif and Joe.
All right, good morning, guys. Let's just get right down to it before we see what your boy Joey Option has been trading. And I know he's got a banger, so he's going to have a lot to talk about. Everybody and their mother's third cousin already knows about SMX. It's insane. And I was just telling the boys over here, I was actually speaking to the Algo boys in the back. They did a little looking into it. And to borrow 100 shares short, at least for the moment when they looked, on SMX, costs a light, a cheap, a thrifty, a frugal $13,000 for 100 shares. I don't know if that's still currently the price, but that was. Check it, Katina, man. Let me know. Thank you. 490 high on SMX, up 220%. It's all sorts of insane, but I'm assuming a lot of us don't want to jump into this one, so here's another one. TWNP. Great look and great breakout above $2, 218 high. Look at that 180, 175 breakout there. This one is going to be certainly in focus for me. It is up 80% as we speak. There's DEVS as well, Joe. Charge point running from the morning. IRBT, a holdover, and SFIX. I haven't punched into anything yet. We're going to be looking at TWNP likely here, Joey. But show him that trade, my man.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Netflix. First thing Sharif said to me this morning was, yeah, brother, it was like, hey, yeah, Warner Brothers Netflix deal is now, I mean, they're signing for it, so.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, how much was it? How much did they say? 900.
Okay, so the price has changed.
Oh,
Yeah, the price has changed.
Last time I checked.
Go ahead, Katina, man.
Yeah.
And $15 right now to borrow 100 shares of SMX. So we talked about this yesterday with Neil. Like, so if you're borrowing shares here, you're going to need to make $90 on the short. to pay back, your borrow cost. So right now here at Real Trading, we do have them available, but to borrow 100 shares is $915. So every $10 that goes down, that's just $100. You need $90 of profit or of trade to make that worth it. So we can keep updating it as we go along. But yeah, good question there, Sharif. $915 right now at Real Trading to borrow 100 shares of SMX.
Thank you, Katina Man. I appreciate that. Katina Man's got the account, so he'll be able to update us on that. Joey.
Yes, sir.
You were in the middle of something.
Yeah. We were talking a little bit about some Netflix. It was on one, so not super chill today, but we're not going to complain whatsoever. It's now turning slightly negative. But yeah, I mean, a nice move at that 99.50. I was giving it 50 cents a risk, and we start taking profits at a 1-to-1, and then we get a move all the way up to 101. It does climb to that resistance zone, which I was referring to earlier, and that's going to be around that 105 level. But Sharif, what we got going on right now
what do you got,
is
Joey?
IonQ, as that's starting to work for us nicely here, guys. We'll take a little bit off once again. Nothing substantial, a nice little trade on Netflix this morning, and that's how we want to start our Fridays. So IonQ is that next potential one. Also, I did take a small attempt. I was talking to Katina Man. I was like, hey, man, I need you to unblock this for me. And then he pretty much hit me with the Austin 316, if you guys know what that is. And then I'm like, oh, no, man. He's like, no, it's unblocked. It's unblocked. So, yeah, at the end of the day, IonQ, and then just a little test trade that was nothing here on with the Austin 316.
Yeah. Well, in other words, he gave you a gesture.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, dude, what? Come on, man. No, he was obviously joking around. But no, I was just trying something out there, and then that was the only little loss that we take. It was just more or less a test trade. But IonQ working out for us.
Shout out to KC526. KC held SMX from yesterday from $113 frickin' dollars. Shout out to KC526. Absolute banger of a trade. Good on you, girl, for having the compunction to actually hold that and the fortitude to be able to hold that overnight. And you saw what it did. I mean, it got to 450 in the pre-market. OB came in this morning. He was all like befuddled. He couldn't believe what the price action was. And then it retraced all the way down into 175 bucks. So we thought, that was the end of that. No, I come back and everybody on the floor is talking about SMX. I was at the gym, obviously. Where else would I be, right? So here we go, Joey. Look, there's probably a lot of us that are not going to trade SMX today, but there are others going. Another one that I didn't mention because it wasn't really going when I was doing my scans, CET freaking X. There we go, $4.05, up 30%, rocketing up off that close yesterday of $3. So already 105 in the money at the high. So keep your eye out on this one. Separately, the one that I'm keeping my eye very close on here, TWNP. Alas, we have two topping tail candles, all of which breached into that 2 1/5, but there is aggressive selling in that high teens, low 20s area. That's the bad news. The good news is this current 5-minute candle has a higher low relative to its predecessor, so we're going to be on the lookout for that as well. I want to mention DBRG. Kind of a weird one here. I didn't really look into the news behind this, but this one gapped up all sorts of crazy and now is just holding the volume weighted average price. I don't like to punch into these ones because oftentimes when they start making umpteen amount of lower highs like this, they fail VWAP and then end up going negative on the day. And I don't really want to do that right now. So unless I start seeing a curl, like a U shape off DBRG, I don't want to guess whether or not it's going to hold VWAP. And it's already given me a couple of good prints here, but I'm going to be quite insistent that I see a little bit more. So there's a whole bunch going today, guys. Trade them carefully. The thing is, I've talked about this in the past. Once a crazy ass one like SMX starts going, it has a tendency to infect others. Okay, as the degens, their hands start shaking, Joey. They're like, I missed SMX. I need something else. You know what I mean? So TWNP, CETX is a whole bunch going.
Sorry, I was just taking a sip of a good old H2O right there. No, we got stopped out break even. Hydration Nation, 100%. We got stopped out at that break even here on IonQ. That's what I think is important to know. Look how it's coming against us now. If these lows hold up, maybe we'll take another stab at it. But it looks like the market slowly wants to curl over. I was talking with Christoph in the chat. I'm like, yeah, Bitcoin just, Yeah, unfortunately not participating with the market rally once again and starting to head significantly lower and just now holding this downtrend. So you run into that $51 and then now you're starting to come back in. We'll take a look at IBIT from a daily, and sure enough, you bounce right off of this 53 level. That's going to be prior support on this, I guess in this head and shoulders pattern or whatever you would like to call it, back in December of 2024. And then boom, you get that nice aggressive rejection. And then now there goes IonQ putting in a new low of the day, guys. So I'm happy that we got out of that one. We're going to be sitting on our hands. You know, I'm in some SMR as well too. Swinging this trade from 20, I think like 2040 or something along those lines. So not too bad whatsoever, but a little choppy price action right around the volume weighted average price. So I'm sitting on my hands, guys. It hasn't been a horrible day whatsoever. So we're going to be patient and wait for those precise entries before we take anything else. But it does look like the market wants to bleed. I do like a potential short on Tesla though, Sharif. Why? Because there was a lot of indecision prints up here. And I'm like, all right, I was talking with somebody in the chat. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be patient on this one and let it do its additional liquidity grabs. You run into that 459 level. And guess what? We've been talking about this for quite some time. We're heading right towards a neckline. If that breaks and the volume starts to pick up, there might be a potential trade there, guys.
All right, we're trying to punch into TWNP here. Let's see, do we get the ADI out? We got 192. VWAP is at 182. I'll defend into 182, but if it loses VWAP, it loses me as a trader on this one, which is fine. Let's see exactly what this one has to offer. Let's post now that we've got 92s. And we're going to post a little bit below 2 and a little bit above 2. And I do have a DCA order, as you can see, the cyan circle there, and that is to defend the volume weighted average price. So we're going to see what we get on that one. TWNP, 2 topping tail candles into the 220s, dropping below 2 now. Let's see if it wants to hold the area support. I'm also in CETX. This one's also at area highs. I can't give this to prior bar low because prior bar low is at 368, okay? And I ended up getting in at 402. I'll give it to current candle low. If I get stopped out, I don't mind because my entry is pretty close to where the current bar low is, but I'll be looking to get more at 370, between 360 to 370 on CETX. And the reason I say that is it's one of those anomalous situations where the price action developed quite quickly and the volume weighted average price is actually trading higher than the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And if that is the case, that presents me with a buy zone between the 10 EMA and VWAP. So that's why I'm saying buy zone rather than buy level. Still showing me here 03s. There's a seller in the mid 4 single digits, so we're unable to get the print. I've got my first profit taker on CETX at 411 and nothing has printed. So we'll see whether or not this one wants to come down, stop me out at current bar low, in which case we'll look to that buy zone I just spoke about, or whether or not we'll get some prints to the high side. Still TWNP, still bleeding its own blood, as my boy Joey Options likes to say. Here comes that dip trade at 85, 82 is where the volume weighted average price is. The 10 EMA, again, below VWAP here because the price action developed quite quickly, showing me 78. So my stop goes below 75, where the 10 EMA is on the 5. So that's what we're doing with that one, Joey. Show them what you got on your side.
Yeah, absolutely. So someone mentioned TSLZ. We're going to be taking a stab at this one. If it comes back through the volume weighted average price, then we're just going to get out of it. It's pretty choppy this morning, guys. So if the market does want to rebound, I have no issues with getting out whatsoever. So I think that's really important to note. If it does want to rebound, and I'm not going to put this market behind me whatsoever. It only takes like this, a flick of a switch, and then next thing you know, you're rocking and rolling. Oh yeah, remember that song?
Flick of the wrist.
Look at the flick of the wrist. That was crazy. I remember that song. Yeah, and there we go, man.
Okay. KC 520 freaking 6, dropping another 20 memberships in the chat. If you are not in the chat, you are not going to get one of these memberships, and that is part and parcel of being in the chat. Casey, man, you're always doing it. You're always doing it live.
Oh my days, Sharif. There it goes. As Tesla starting to come back in here, guys. We're going to take 20% off up here on TSLZ. Let's see if we can catch that fill right there. And bang.
Feels, bro.
All right. Sorry. Oh, no, Leanna asked me. He said, Joe, chill on the bank. So, you know, we'll listen to what. No. I'm obviously joking. Aside from that, guys, nice little move here on TSLZ. Thank you to the individual who mentioned that. And there it goes once again, Sharif. Another little pop up there in TSLZ, my brother. Let's see if we can catch that fill a little bit higher. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, bang. And there we go, 1207. Nice little move on Tesla.
Nice, my man, nice. All right, here we go. CETX bouncing up. We get the first profit taker there at 92s. I'm posting at, 88. I'm posting at 91, and I'm posting at 95. On CETX, it's only up 29%, but it's still quite strong. The chart pattern here is what's keeping me interested in this one. Back up into 89 we go, looking for a continuation into 4. I probably should put some beak wetters also just below 4 and then just above 4, because sometimes, well, it can't shake that whole dollar level. There we go, up into 89s. Can we get another print there? I'm still waiting in the low 90s, but nothing printing on that one quite yet. Let's see what else we got, man. Yeah, that's it. That's really it. I don't have much else going on. I'm keeping my eye on DBRG, but if that one doesn't start curling and give me a U shape, I'm not going to jump into that one real quick, Joe. What's up?
Okay, yeah, beautiful stuff. All right, guys, make sure you guys get those votes in the chat as Tesla continues to sell here. We have the market, the triple Qs and the SPY now south of the volume weighted average price. Now, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on it. If we get a 5-minute hammer candle printing here, then I'll just get out of it as soon as it comes back to my break even, and we won't feel any type of way about it. I did take off 40%. I'll leave 60% for a potential runner just in case we do want to continue that downward trajectory. Bitcoin still selling. You're now down to $50.65. SMR holding up relatively well. Meta right back at the volume weighted average price. So we're going to be keeping our eye on a lot of these names. I haven't even seen what NVDA has been up to or what AMD has been up to, but there it goes. Nice little move here on TSLZ to the top side. That's obviously going to be Tesla short. So let's see, we're going to post up there and see if we can catch this additional fill, guys. But so far, so good, and a pretty decent start to today's session. It's Friday. It's always good leading into the weekend, having a solid day. Regardless, if not, you go home, you do more due diligence, you go over your trades, and you look how you can just get a little bit better, and that's really important to note, guys. Bang, and there it is, a fill on TSLZ. Let's go. Bitcoin's really selling here, Shreve, man.
Where's it at?
It's 50, 60.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not good.
Not
It might head a little bit lower here, guys. I thought that we would get a half-decent turnaround to maybe 100K, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now.
All right, Joey, there, oh, wow, there goes CETX, right up back into the high 90s. We got 80s on right now, so we're about 17 pennies in the money, looking for that 99 fill, and then looking for a 403 fill. Let me just make sure that I've got the requisite amount of shares on over here. No, we don't have enough. So this is a great hold off this technical level. So I'm thinking I'm probably going to put a dip trade here to get some more shareage in the mid 80s. Let me just do that right now. So we're going to throw up some at 86s. So if it dips down, I want to get a little bit more. Separately, I got stopped at a TWNP. It lost the 10. It lost VWAP. It's got to get back above that for me to get interested. Those two topping tail candles into 221 were operative. I think SMX is going to halt. We need to look at SMX before we go anywhere else. Let me just take this one off. It looks like it's going to halt to the downside. No, not. It's at 386.26. Yes, it's going to halt at 386.26, and it is halted. SMX halted to the downside now, guys. 386.26, up 173.94%. This is an important level we're looking at here, this halt level right here. Take a gander at this area in the pre-market. I'm talking about that 7:30 a.m. spike. It got right into that area, and then all hell broke loose, and it lost, I think, $200. So it's right at an important area of technical support. Let's see if it ends up holding here. I'm not going to be punching into this one without some more analysis. Adara.
We're here with MSF Team, Microsoft on watch. User reports are indicating some problems here with Microsoft Teams. So, Cloudflare earlier today had issues again. Looks like Microsoft Teams having some problems. I'll keep you guys posted if there's any updates. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Perfect. All right, guys, another fill here as Tesla continues its bleeding, guys, and the market started continuing to come back in. We now have Netflix south of the volume weighted average price. So way to stick to your guns there, Obi, and hold that short. Hopefully you got down to the volume weighted average price in a little bit more, but Farm trader, market about to go bear market Monday. Black swan like HKD, SMX, small caps flying. Always the sign. Look at HKD market chart. So that is going to be of 2022. You want us to go back in history that much, my friend? Oh my days. But what we got to do first and foremost is take a little bit more profit off here in TSLZ as this trade continues to work out for us and the market bleeding. One thing to note before I send it back to Sharif, maybe we take a little bit of a stab on a long here in Bitcoin. We can get a recovery, a beautiful hammer candle print. But if this low is broken, then thesis invalid. So I'm going to be looking for this to hold up. And also keep an eye on the volume, guys. Substantial volume as we continuously move to the downside. So it might not be a turnaround just yet, but I'm going to take my chances because I have to listen to what price is telling me. And you know what we say around here.
What do you say, Joey?
Price is king.
Oh, really? Yeah, cool. Market, did you look at Farm Trader Super or no?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got
it.
Yeah, you got it. That's more.
Market about to go bear market Monday, black swan like HKD SMX, small caps flying, always the sign. Look at 8/5 2022 HKD versus market chart. Yeah, we all remember HKD, of course. Thank you for that. Who is this? Just looking, can't see the name. What? Saws. Thank you very much, Saws, for the $1.99 super chat. How many memes memberships donated to shave off the beak wetter? I don't know what the hell that means, man. But we're just going to hit the beak wetter there for you. Enjoy it. What else you got over there, Joey?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'm going to wait, be patient for the 1 minute chart here on IBIT. It looks like it does want to start to rebound. So risk profile relatively tight, guys. Let's take a look at this here. We're trading around 50, 63s, and I'm not going to tell myself I'm wrong from 20 cents from now. So we'll start relatively small on this trade to see if we can get it going. And if it does want to grind back towards VWAP, then we're getting involved 110%. All right, yeah, nice little bounce. I like seeing that. Holding some key support levels. So we are going to be long a couple of names there. 20 cents of risk here on Bitcoin. If it doesn't work, again, I'm not working with the strongest asset, but with the market starting to rebound, you now have Netflix right back at the volume-weighted average price and Meta putting some indecision prints right at VWAP. So there we go. Bang, already instantly in the money, so we're not going to complain whatsoever on IBIT.
All right, here, man, CTX is taking out levels. Here we go, and we got the ad. Very pleased with this one, as we did get that mid-80s ad that we got, but it's still knocking the door of $4, and that $4 seller is still, you know, putting a damper on everybody's long party over here. There's 401 now. The bid barely creeping up above that $4 area. The ask has been above it, but it's still zigging. A little 4, a little mid 390s. So no clearance, no decisive clearance, but this is probably an opportunity for me to throw out some more profit takers in case it gets that aggressive price spike above $4. So my highest print right there we'll put at 12s, and then we'll put some just in front of that fifth of a dollar. Still keeping an eye on this one. 2 penny spread at the most I've seen. Here we go, the bid back above 4. Now there it is, Joseph. It just price spike up. Put your orders ready. The resting orders, they'll help you catch these because they don't spend too much time in any one price area. Seller at 410. Run for your life, bro. They're coming for you, man. Here we go. We got the print there at 11s, Joe. Now we're waiting at 18s. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher on this one. Good strength here on CETX. It's a 414 high a day, and it just price spiked back into 14, so we'll get another print there. The only print that we're still waiting on is that 18 print, so let's go ahead and post some more. We're going to wait now at 25, see if we can get that one. Pleased that I was able to get that nice dip trade in the mid-80s, so I'm going to keep my eye on that one. Separately, I got into DEBG, okay? This one's much slower. Where'd I get in? I got in at 69. Not on purpose, I swear. That was totally random. But now that I see it, I like it a little bit more. It's still holding prior bar low, and it's been putting in higher lows ever since that 1055 kind of equidistant doji candle with the higher and lower wicks kind of being the same length. Since that time, it's been higher low, higher low, higher low. Whether or not it maintains that, we'll have to wait and see. I put my stop below 50 pennies. So we'll risk a little bit on this one. I just saw that CETX just dropped again, man. 414 high. It's coming down aggressively here, Joey. I'm going to flatten out right there. And look at the blood come out of that one, man. Oh, my goodness. Right back into the 10 EMA, but it's still holding the 10 EMA, ironically enough. So maybe this is a good entry point. That 10 EMA is wild. It's holding up, so I'm punching back into this one. I didn't get it. I did. Okay, so prior bar low. What's prior bar low on this one? 58. We put the stop at 57, so we can hold prior bar low. Joey, take over for a second. I have to throw in my stops.
Absolutely, guys. So, I mean, here it is with Bitcoin. I'm not in love with the space right now. I'm not in love with the asset class whatsoever, and it's pretty weak. So if it does want to break that 50-50 level, then I'm going to get out of it, and I don't think I'm going to take too many trades on this specific name, right? Just because. Want to stick with the strength, but here it is. Look at the tape. Look at the tape go. That's pretty good. There it is, a sign of strength. Never doubt yourself, I guess, at the end of the day, as it's slowly starting to climb back higher. What do we got up there for the super chat? Assassino, let me know. Shout out to Adara too. Thank you for the Alta info. Let's go shopping. All right, yeah, I mean, it is that time of the year where you want to start to go and grab your Christmas presents. I've done zero. I'm usually a last minute guy last minute Lance, as they would like to call them, when it comes to the Christmas shopping. But maybe we get it done a little bit earlier. Let's go Bitcoin and see if we can get this move back towards, I'm gonna aim for 51 or 50.90s even. I think that's gonna be a bonus in this name. Lower highs on the 1 minute, so you can see that downtrend is still intact here, and it doesn't look like it wants to break. So as soon as we hit that 50-50 level, we are out of Dodge, brother.
All right, man, we got, what do we get? We got 69, no, we got 69 again. Joey, I got 69 on both. Yeah, I didn't mean to, actually, to be quite honest with you. So we did take a quick print there. So I got back in to defend that 10 EMA. It has to hold prior bar low. If it loses prior bar low, I'm going to get out of this one, and we'll have to give back a little bit, sadly. But we already got a little bit here. Now I've put my resting orders in the mid 80s and low 90s. Let's see if this holds the 59 penny area. Otherwise, we're going to stop out. We're going back to the big desk.
Let's talk about Google here. GeoOGL pushing a little bit higher. The company announcing that their AI Pro and Ultra subscribers are now going to receive priority access to Google Anti-Gravity. So Google making an announcement on its blog. Apparently their AI Pro and Ultra subscribers now are going to be getting some priority access to their anti-gravity. Back to you.
There we go. So still holding on to this one. This one does look like it's still zigging and zagging here. It hasn't taken out prior bar low. I'm talking about CETX, but it's not rocketing up either. I just saw an 80 print there, super quick on the time and sales, but I have to get 82s. There's 80 again, looking for a move back into the mid 80s. That should print me on a whole bunch of different resting orders, but the spread is opening up. I just saw it as wide as 5 pennies. There we go. Now it's opening up a little bit again, 4 pennies. So keep your eye out on this one. Separately, I want to mention SMX still halted, guys. This one is going to be more than probably a 10-minute halt, having halted at 118.43. So the earliest this one will be open is 11:18:43. It'll be open 11:28:43 at the earliest. I'm still holding a little bit here on DBRG. I haven't added anything into this one, but it did break trend. So this current candle on the 5-minute chart did actually make a new area low. It really hasn't even come back down into the 10 EMA. So I'm going to try to pack my patience there. But there comes CETX again. And this one looks like it will lose prior bar low. If it will, let's just keep an eye out on this one. It still hasn't lost it, but it is now, just barely holding on to the 10 moving average on the 5-minute chart. So I don't know how I feel about this one at the moment. Charge Point as well is another one that is, it's a small cap gapper, but I remember this one from the pandemic. Obviously, they are an EV charging station company. So even though their market cap does fit the profile of a small cap gapper, it's a developed company. It's been around for a while. Most of the prints here are defending the 10 EMA on the 5, so you've got a nice little bull flag to start the day at 9:30. Now we're getting a little consolidative with about that 10, I want to say 10.5 as a low, and about 10 mid-80s, 10 90s as that area high on Charge Point. Charge Point, we could ride trend on that one. I'll keep my eye out on CHPT. Okay, SMX is now open again. So be careful with this one, guys. It is now holding. Let's just take a quick look at SMX. It's now below that area high that we put in the pre-market. I'm talking about, that 370 to 380 area. It's showing me 67s right now. So it does look like it will lose trend. And I just got stopped out of the last remaining amount on CETX as this one did break prior bar low. So we'll give back a little bit on that, Joey.
Absolutely. All right, guys, still holding up, man. We're holding up on the, yeah, no problem. We're still holding up on those levels, so not too bad of a look whatsoever here on IBIT. Once again, same, we're not changing the system, we're not changing the game plan or anything along those lines. So as soon as that comes breaking the lows, TSLZ, there we go. We're still holding on to this TSLZ was a tongue twister on that one. So yeah, I mean, there it is, guys, still working out for us. We're holding on to approximately 30% of our remaining position. Other than that, it's been Netflix that has been the trade of the day, now coming back into $100. So way to grab the top there, OB around 104. Glad that one's working out for you. And then also IonQ, I haven't seen what that is. It hasn't rebounded off of those lows. I have no issues about that whatsoever because we did take a little bit of a trade on that one, and then we get stopped out break even, right? And then we just get out and we go find something else to trade. So a couple partials on that front, and then sure enough, bang, come back to the break even, and then it tanks. Where was our entry? Another 50 cents. So yeah, get out when you're supposed to, and it's just going to save you a world of pain and a headache, because that's what you got to do. And ask me how I've learned that lesson. Experience, Sharif. We've all done those things, and that's going to be literally. I think it's going to determine a lot in your trading journey. If you just get out, deal with the short-term pain opposed to just bag holding and holding things, you're going to have such a better time, brother.
All right, guys. DBRG, we just took the first print on there as it spiked up into the high 70s. What do we have? We have 69 on that one. I posted now into the mid 80s and low 90s. Let's keep an eye out on that. Charge point is getting back into days high, man. Whole geez Louise. Okay, so we're going to take off TWNP. Because that one we got stopped out on, and we're not going to be looking at that. Charge points on the New York, by the way, guys. 1092 high. Look, 1075 is where the 10 EMA is, but I don't want to focus and become myopic about the 10 EMA because it has lost it before. So I'd like to base my trade off that 10.5. That's where I perceive the former area of resistance to be. So if it does come into that area, to me, that's a buy zone. But that's the deepest area. I would buy it at, obviously, until 1017 where VWAP is right now. So charge point, I want to work into this one separately. I got into another trade here, DEVS, devs. Shout out to all my developers. This one's got a bit of an upward channel. Could be a possible head and shoulders pattern here, hopefully not. I'm going to pick this up or look to defend it into the $0.50. We got, I believe, 59 on this one, currently showing me 57s. We're going back to the big desk for crypto.
And let's really talk about crypto, because BTC here has lost 89,000 as of just now. As you can see, I have the 15-minute chart up to kind of show this interaction. We were holding some resistance here, that 91.5 area, really early this morning. We drop to as low as that 89.7, pick up right at the open. But then that 91 halves level, it's going to continue to be a level of issue here for BTC, at least in the short term. We've declined quite significantly from that level. Here's the daily chart. Daily, as you can see, 94,000 serving as some resistance, but we have made some higher lows, continuing to do so from that drop that we made on November, I guess the most recent low here, November 21st, 2025. That'd be 2 Fridays ago. I also want to mention, some people here are still very bullish on crypto, most notably Tom Lee. Tom Lee maintains his prediction that within a few months, quote unquote, not super clear what the timeline is, but he thinks Bitcoin's going to be at $250,000 in a few months. Now, by January, he expects Bitcoin between 150,000 and 200,000. So lots of intensity here for Tom Lee for Bitcoin. He also has very, very lofty predictions for Ethereum right now, trying to hold on to that 3,000 level. He said that actually he thinks it's grossly undervalued, quote unquote, at 3,000, and he does expect this to continue to escalate. Apparently seeing in the coming months that Ethereum could reach 62,000. So lofty price targets for Tom Lee, not reflecting in the chart yet, but time will tell. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I was reading an article by JPM yesterday, JP Morgan. They're saying that they have expectations in the next 6 to 12 months of a price target of approximately 170,000 on Bitcoin. So yeah, we'll see. Right now, it's not looking like that's going to necessarily be the case, but anything can happen, and it only takes a couple of days for this thing to rock and roll. I'll mention something though. Yesterday we had a pretty good day. We didn't put on a losing trade. This morning we were pretty good. Aside from that meta test trade, nothing wrong. But But my first actual loss in the past couple of days is here on IBIT, trying to grab the long off of the bottom. So there it goes. My favorite asset class, doing your boy a little bit dirty as it continues to bleed here.
Yes, man. Well, I told you, I remember I watched an interview between Becky Quick and Tom Lee back, I believe it was, in the early 2010s. I think I'm talking, you know what? It could have been 7. No, it was 17. It was 17 or 18 because it was after that big spike. I think we went to 18,000. What was it? 20,000?
Yeah,
18,000?
I would even
Back in 17, 18. Anyway, so he was on Squawk Box and he was talking about his levels there, and Becky Quick was really pressing him. She's like, "You're gonna put this stuff in your portfolio?" And like, you know, it was before Bitcoin become mainstream.
Yep.
But who would have thought, you know, his levels were any good at the time? Obviously, it ended up being a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But you know, within a few years, I think what was it? So if it was 17, then 20, or was it 21 that we got the big move in Bitcoin? Was it 20 or 21?
I think
so
it was
a few years.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. Listen, I think we do head into those levels. It's just going to take, as you just mentioned, Sharif, I think it's just going to take significantly longer than what we're anticipating, really. Once this thing bottoms, you'll be able to identify that, and I think there's going to be multiple opportunities to get involved with Bitcoin and Ethereum if you want to. But at the end of the day, it's just the timeline. Tom Lee obviously being optimistic, a heavy holder of Ethereum, so rightfully so, he wants that thing to continue to climb higher, but $62,000 on Ethereum would be absolutely insane.
Well, everybody would think it's insane if you say something very, very high and away from the price, bro, but quite frankly, every crypto keeps moving.
Anything can happen. Yeah, anything can happen, man.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. But yeah, TSLZ.
SMX is going to halt up.
Yeah. Okay. Are you in that one?
No,
okay,
I'm not going to be
you're
touching
You're not
SMX
touching
today,
that
brother.
today.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, other than that, guys, TSLZ still working for us here nicely. Some indecision prints at the lows here in SPY, Qs, and a couple other names. But if those levels are breached, just keep an eye out. There might be some more continued selling here today, guys.
All right, guys, 3 trades on right now. We got DEVS looking for continuation into the high of the day at around 79. We have 59s on. It's showing me 60. So basically break even on that one. New trade alert though. Charge point, we punched in at the high, but I have an order, a resting order, a dip trade to get some more at 75. Where do we get in, Joey? We got 88s. It's showing me 95s. Now I do expect, of course, resistance at that whole dollar level. So I'll be looking to take some out just south of the whole dollar, and then we'll put some a little bit north in case, you know, it just takes out that whole dollar without really worrying about it. DBRG finally doing well on this one as that curling pattern that we spoke about off the volume weighted average price is starting to manifest. It did breach the pattern momentarily, I want to say at around 1120 when it did, or sorry, 1125 when it did make a new candle, the first candle to make an area low. Ironically, though, it ended up closing green, that candle that made an area low, and the subsequent candles ended up holding trend of higher highs and higher lows. And here we are at 85. I'm waiting at 88s, and then I'm waiting at mid 90s as well to get some more there. So charge point, DBRG and DEVS. Looking for that continuation on DEVS through 60. It looks like there is a seller of note here at $2.60 on DEVS, and you can see that based upon how many shares have printed 60 relative to what's posted on the gateway and has been posted on the gateway. So you feel like there's a hidden seller in and around that area. We'll have to see if we can shake him and take some nice moves to the high side. Yes, SMX is halted up again. 205%, 430.69 is the halt level, having halted at 1136.41 is the last print that I'm seeing coming in there. So the earliest this will be open is 1141.41. Likely, I don't want to say likely, that's not right. Maybe ends up being a 10-minute halt. The prior one was also as well. So be on the lookout there. Did I get anything on DEVS? Okay, so took out 60. Now we're showing 63 here on DEVS, which is where I'm waiting, but it's got to cross on both the bid and the ask for me to get that print. So I'm packing my patience here, Joey, looking for my first print on DEVS.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brinklund, I was just singing a song. Essentially, it's when Drake says, "Yeah, I'm not trying to be rich when I'm 40. I'm trying to make it now." So obviously, I'm just Trying to be somewhat sarcastic, but here goes TSLZ, guys, starting to come towards a key base. What we haven't done in the past couple of days, I don't think we did this yesterday, is take a look at the best performing sectors on today's session. So let's take a gander at what we got going on here and a look. The comm service, communications, I wonder, being led by who? All right, there it is. You guys are up 1%, consumer staples, 0.6, and then we have the energy sector, 0.5, sorry. So we're 0.5% there. The bottom three guys, we're looking at the healthcare down. You're down 1/5. Industrials, you're down 1/4. And then the utilities, you are down 0.5%. So some nice relative greenness here in the sector performance. But other than that, guys, what other trades can we get? Bitcoin, oh no, that's RGTI. Looking at some of the quantum names, I was thinking that, hey, maybe we get a continuation in some of the strength that we seen yesterday. Doesn't seem to be the case. Let's head over to some higher time frames and we can get rocking and rolling. So giving up a big portion of the move in which we got to experience from yesterday's session, and the exact same thing from RGTI, giving up the gab right there. But that's all right.
I like it.
Gift of the gab, right?
Gift of the gab.
Gift of the gab, as the old. Where's the ADL when you need him these days, man?
He's at a Chelsea game, probably.
He's at a Chelsea game.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing, brother. I can't wait until the New Year's to get me some candy. We're just, yeah, I'm looking forward to that, man. Yeah, well, no garbage food until the New Year.
ADL,
yeah, what a guy, and his love for Chelsea. London is blue. No, I'm serious.
Here we go again. No, I don't do it.
I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it. All right, so let's take a look at, so we went over the top performing sectors there. See what our volume scanner is bringing us this morning as well, too. Warner Brothers Discovery, definitely at the top of the list, guys, with 96.1 million shares traded on today's intraday session. And there it goes. Some choppy price action, very liquid in the pre-market, leading up until that 7:15 mark, and then sure enough, you start to skyrocket. SoFi putting in a lot of volume this morning. In the post-market yesterday, Sharif, big time tanking, continuing its downward trajectory. As for Netflix, guys, starting to cool off a little bit, downtrend. I grabbed a little bit, willing to grab some more, but if we start to get some indecision prints off of these lows, I think that's going to be a good opportunity for us to load the boat on NFLX.
Come on, devs, man. Give me the print, man. You're showing me 64s. I'm waiting at 63s. All right, we'll wait on that one. New trade, or not new trade, new small cap gapper, guys. YYAI at day's high. $1.39. It's breaking out quite aggressively. YYAI small cap gapper. Excuse me, I'm just trying to put it in onto my watch list on the side. Up 33%, $1.38. Currently showing the high is 139. Breakout level I perceive to be between, I want to say 120. It looked like there was a lot of resistance at that 120 area, and then it rocketed up at about 5 after the hour over here. Great strength right now from YYAI. Cheap one too. So those with a smaller account can pick up some more than maybe some SMXs, which is still right south of that 450 area. Did we get any prints, man, on devs? Yes, we got a couple here, Joey, finally. DEVS on the way back into 70 pennies, just momentarily flash 68s. I'm waiting, of course, at 69, and then we're going to wait a little bit above 70 in case we get a nice price spike up. Let's post it. Nope, that's not the one that I want. I want 69 and then 73. We'll wait there. There we go, 74s. We'll get that. So looking at that on DEVS, did we get the ad on charge point? Not quite yet. I've got a dip trade here waiting, but it keeps jumping up every time it comes into the 10 EMA. There's buyers there, so I'm trying to front run it, and it's not really making a difference, quite frankly, to be honest. So we're not getting the ad that we wanted here on charge point. Let's keep that one on watch. DBRG coming back into the 10 EMA. Now we're actually out of the money on this one after getting several prints. Let's see if this is an area to add. I think it is going to be an area to add, in fact, so I'm going to go ahead and punch in there, which is not giving it to me, of course. What's going on with the prints today? There's a 1 penny spread on this, man. Go, give me the print, my boy. All right, so we're not getting the print. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm probably going to get stopped out break even here. We only have 20% remaining on this TSLZ. I may as well just get out right now while we can before it continues to sell a little bit more. Oh, no, I hate how it does. Okay, bang. So we'll catch that fill. I mean, it didn't come back to the break even, but it looks like we're going to start to get somewhat of a rebound in the overall market, guys. Potential longs. I want to see, I wish I could just somehow pull up a chart of every previous Friday. For the past while, what I've personally observed is that the market typically trends to the top side, but we're starting to come back in a little bit here, so we'll keep that in mind. RGTI, QUBT, I'm assuming the whole quantum space is kind of just selling off here. QBTS, we'll take a look at it as well, too. I know this is batteries, but I want to take a look at QuantumScape starting to break a key neckline, guys. So keep an eye out for that $12.75 level to start to crack. We were going through a lot of things. SoFi, what have you been up to? Nice curl over pattern right there. So other than that, guys, been a pretty good start. We're not going to complain whatsoever. TSLZ, the only loss today is going to be on IBIT, so we're just going to stop watching that. Eyes on Meta as FBL is now unlocked here for the crew. I like trading this one, 2x leverage right there, holding up at the volume-weighted average price. Are we going to continue to push a little bit higher in this name? That'd be absolutely fantastic. Let's head over to the 30-minute to see what the high was on yesterday's session, and that's going to be around 687, so $20 from where we're trading at right now, 667.
Oh, God, here we go.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right, Devs is knocking on the door. It's actually showing me 69 now on the ask side of the level 2, of course. It's got a cross. Let's see if this one can move on up. Man, I keep looking for an area to get into YYAI, and it just keeps going up higher, man. 146, 147 now showing up. I put a dip trade like a schmuck at $1.36, thinking, you know, this one's going to move back into the 10 EMA, and I'm going to get my ad. So much shows what I know, really. 147 right now. That's the high of the day. It's getting, I don't want to say it's getting extended. I mean, it just started getting away from the 10 EMA at the last candle there, 1140. This candle is not even that far extended away. So I don't even think this is a bad area to punch in. I just don't like punching in front of the $0.50, man, because the $0.50 often acts as a bit of a resistance level. So yeah, I'm gonna kind of, maybe you know what I can do? Now that we're close to the 10 EMA, I can get in a little bit here, Joey, okay? We're gonna get in a little bit here in case, you know, it goes without me. And then I can leave my, my real order for that 10 EMA drop right back into that $1.35. So we're in a little bit, we're in 4 freaking trades right now, man. I gotta cool down with some of these trades here. But it's looking real good, real good. All right, Devs, we have actually a lot of shares on Devs. So let's go ahead and wet the beak a little bit over here so we can de-risk somewhat. Going back, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to go back and forth here because we've got a bunch of trades on YYAI. We did get that dip trade right now, but it's turning into a topping tail candle into that $1.47. That could be trouble. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Separately, CHPT is taking out levels again. Here we go, 1095. We got 88s on, and we did get a little bit of an ad there. Only one ad. I had 3, and I only got 1 of them. So CHPT looking real good, looking to move through that $11 level. We're gonna have to pack our patience for the breach of that 11. It is a whole dollar level. DEVS, we mentioned that one already. How about that DBRG? We got the ad. We got the ad at 65s, now showing me 71s. This candle did hold the 10 EMA, but I'd like a move above that 12 mid-80s to give a $13 a try. So we're gonna keep an eye out on DBRG. That one's up 30.6%, my man.
Absolutely, guys. All right, if there's anything specific, IRBT, yeah, I know that Jameson, you've been calling things out all day, brother. IRBT, Shreve, are you involved in that one today?
I'm not, brother.
No, not yet.
4, but not that one, yeah.
iRobot, shout out to Will Smith and company. Hey man, if I'm him, I'd be like, hey, you guys can't call it this. I own the rights to this name, iRobot. No, it's a good movie. Classic movie, if you think about it. That's one of the first kind of apocalypse, maybe not, I'm talking out of my wazoo. I don't know, I'm thinking of I Am Legend. Come on, get it together, man.
Get it, Joey.
All right, man. I Am Legend, a great movie though for those who have not.
Oh, I haven't watched that in a minute.
Yeah.
Isn't that Denzel? Is that Denzel?
No, that's our boy, man. Will.
Will? Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
it.
our boy Will Smith.
My bad.
I am Joey says Ron Miller.
I'm Joey.
That's funny. That's funny, man. You guys crack me up. Undefeated at all time. But this is what I'm looking at here, guys, across the board. We got the Qs, SPY, NFLX still coming back in, META, Meta, and then obviously SMR as this is starting to cool off a little bit, guys. $1 something off of those previous highs, which we seen yesterday, and then Tesla's slow curl over, rejecting the volume weighted average price. And someone mentioned this in the chat. Yeah,
He's back with some incredible rapping, says Rusty Touch.
who's back with rapping?
Will Smith, because someone says, yo, he disappeared. I'm like,
Yeah,
I heard a little bit of the rap.
Did you see that rap?
I heard it.
Someone's just like, yo, get Unk off the mic, man.
Yeah. Unk.
Yeah.
More like grandpa, bro.
man.
I'm Unky.
Yeah,
he's older than me by a lot.
Yeah,
too,
he's older, man. Whatever they got
his
going on.
son has a really interesting sense of fashion, though. Let's just put it
Yeah,
that
he does.
way.
It's like, man, I don't know. I think he's. Those guys are interesting people for sure. Did you see he was wearing like a house as a hat one time?
Yeah, I saw.
yeah.
He paints his face red.
Yeah. What's up with that? Who's that one artist who painted?
Formerly known as Prince? Oh my
No.
bad.
Oh
what?
my days. Okay, so you know the guy, he like painted this mural in Facebook's original office, and Zuck gave him a bunch of shares. That turned out to like three. He's on the Joe Rogan podcast. And he just like paints like half of his face red, but he's an interesting dude, extremely talented. And yeah, so anyways, he's like, yeah, I don't want anything, just give me shares. So Zuck gave this guy a bunch of shares when they first opened, and it turned out to be like $300 million or something.
There you go.
Guys who know who I'm talking about.
David Cho?
Yeah, David Cho.
There you
so.
go.
Yeah, Cho. Yeah, I mean,
nice.
interesting guy, man. Interesting guy.
That's what people like. The people who invested early in Facebook, they're just like, oh, you just had to show up and then you became a billionaire. That's what everyone harps on Chamath about, right? Like, yo, you're not, you're a Facebook billionaire. You just showed up, right?
Up,
with
man.
like
That
the
would be
college.
nice.
I personally don't feel that way, but
please tell me where the next show up is, and I'll be sure to be there.
Well said.
You know what I mean?
I'll show up, bro. I'll show up.
Could it be Anthropic or ChatGPT? I'm showing up regardless.
You see this over here? Hold on, let me show you. I'm going to show everybody as well. Just give me a second. No, I gotta log in over here. You see this, Joey?
What's that?
There it is.
Hey,
Cristiano Ronaldo with Arvan. Yeah, thank you, Assassino. Always have to do it. There he is. There he is with the GOAT.
CR7.
Yeah, CR7 with I think his name is Arvan. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I forget the Perplexity guy's name, but he's a solid guy. Very interesting to listen to.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been on a lot of pods. All right, here's the deal. Let's go through the trades. Devs is coming back down, man. DEVS, what do we got on DEVS? We have 59s, and now it's back at 59s. And we have shares here, so we're back at the 10 EMA. Let's see if this one holds up. I'll defend this into the $0.50. Nothing changes on my plan. I'm looking for higher highs and higher lows. I'm still getting it, okay? That's number one. Charge point, knocking the door of 11. We took some off there. Not a bad trade so far. We have 88s. Best print we have is 99s on charge point, which is actually the high of the day. Separately, DBRG still holding the 10 EMA, and now we've kind of resumed trend right back into that level at the $0.75, so we'll wet the beak there. YYAI, we didn't get that dip trade, but we're into the almost back into the highs. We're showing 46s. The high of the day is 47. We haven't wet the beak at all on YYAI. Let's go ahead and do that right now, Joey. There is 47, and there is another high of day touch. Can we see a new high of day? I'm posting. What did I just do?
What did you?
Oh, I added into it like an idiot, but I only added one entry. Okay, so we'll just take it out right there. We'll put 49, and then we'll go ahead and post at 52 as well. So looking for a break of the $0.50 here on YYAI. Good strength on this one, but not breaking through that 47. There's 47 again. The seller's pegged 47 here as a level where he wants to get out, or the shorts are pegging it as well, because look at the amount of chop and churn taking place on the time and sales, but the level 2's not moving. There it is, Joey, 48s now we're seeing on YYAI. There's 50, Joey, right up into the $0.50. Can we get a breach of 50? The answer is no, at least for the moment. I'm posted at 52 here on YYAI. Let's see if we get another attempt at that $0.50. We're up 41, almost 42%. No, aggressive selling coming in. This is trouble. Topping tail candle. Look for a breach of $1.35. If it breaches $1.35, this could be trouble on YYAI as the shorts look now to take this one back down into wherever it's coming from. There it is, into 37s. If it holds up at the 10 EMA, I'm going to add into this one, but it's not quite at the 10 EMA yet. Show them what you're looking at, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Akayamomo. Oh, sorry. I butchered it, Sharif. I think it's Japanese, though, to be honest with you.
Yakamoto?
No, it's
Yamamoto?
Akua Yamamo. So I think that might be Japanese. Anyways, aside from that, guys, there goes SMR continuing to the top side. Man, I would have liked to take it, partake in this one, but we're not in it, so we're just going to be patient, wait for some other opportunities. A beautiful rebound in which we're experiencing right now, heading right back to VWAP. Tesla right back to VWAP. The SPY is not quite there yet, but we're getting pretty close, guys. Meta is definitely the trade. Indecision prints at the lows through some key necklines on SMR and on TSLA. Super chat. Hit me with the super chat there, Assassino. All right, what are your 2 picks for S&P inclusion today? After hours, I pick SoFi and maybe RDDT. All right, that's a good. What are your 2 picks for the inclusion on the S&P?
I wasn't even, sorry, I'm concentrating. So many trades, so I've had to concentrate. But
totally fine.
Yeah, what's up?
Totally fine. No,
what are your 2 picks for the S&P inclusion today after hours? I have no idea, but I haven't given it some thought, so I'm not going to just spit out anything and then mislead. So I have no idea, brother.
Exactly. Your favorite IBIT showing, so I'm not even looking at it right now. If it's rebound, then congratulations to that. It is starting to get somewhat of a bounce. We took our 1 stab on it, ruined the old streak there, so we'll avoid this one. But a nice inverted hammer candle right there, bouncing off the lows, holding through that that open of that specific, or the close of that specific candle, and now starting to climb a little bit higher, coming back in here as well. I'd rather put my money where Meta is, because this thing will look like it's on a mission. Look what the market's doing. We're heading over there now up to 673 towards the high of the day. 6.7. At this point, I think we're going to breach that high of the day and climb higher in META. Other than that, guys, I'm sitting on my hands, being patient, waiting for this pullback in SMR. If it does break through that 2171 level, then I'm going to get out of Dodge. Keeping our eyes on the tape as well, because that's going to tell us World Street.
Yeah, Fabian coming up with like a theory as to why it's 6.7, and nobody really knows what. It's in. You got to be in the know joke. Okay, I got it, Fabian. I see. Well, exactly. Well, he's saying you need an audience for it to make sense. If you're doing it alone, what the hell is the point? I mean, I agree. I can't understand why people like it so much. I like it, man. I'm not going to hate on it.
It's literally everywhere.
It's everywhere,
I heard it on the radio this morning. Like, this one lady was talking, like, my daughter always says 6.7, 6.7. So, I mean, it's all like, hey, all the power to them, man. The fads start. We had them as kids, whether we like it or not. As we get a little bit older, then it's each their own, man. The kids are going to continue to see that. Meta, now towards the high of the day. This is going to be a Facebook party today. What's up? I don't know, man. You could put something in the chat if you want, Ramin. You just don't have to go pure dots all the time. You could say something. So, yeah, other than that, I'm patient. Does Tesla want to continue its rebound, or is it going to start to reject the volume-weighted average price and start to come back in and give us this second opportunity for a short? And we have Facebook now rejecting that previous pivot high. Ask me who has Meta 800 calls for next year. Who has it, Ozan? Let me know, please and thank you. I need to be informed, because if it isn't you, then I have no idea, but I'm going to put my bottom dollar on it that it is you. Okay, Ramin says SoFi.
What's your problem, Ram? Why are you littering the chat, man?
Yeah, please don't spam. You're
going to get blocked.
Yeah, the only person who's allowed to spam in the chat is NPR.
Oh, it's the Chilean nightmare.
Oh,
okay.
The only guy allowed to spam.
He's the only one allowed.
NPR. Oh, that's his name, NPR. Mike P. Or DR, or I guess DR, MPDR.
Oh, okay.
Mike P. D-Rat.
Guys, I'm keeping a close eye here on. Oh, Dev's just absolutely pooped the bed. So we got stopped at a DEVS. And we had the most amount of shares in this one, so that doesn't feel good, but whatever. We did de-risk a little bit over here on DEVS, but I'm looking for continuation on this one. DBRG continuing to kind of put in that curling effect. I do like the fact that the buyers are picking this up predictably off the 10 EMA on the 5. If it holds trend, I'm going to continue to add into this one. We've got several adds so far, so we do have a good amount of shares into this one, but definitely need to keep an eye on trend. Separately, YYAI has a monster topping tail candle at 1150. This current candle, 1155, has a lower high and a lower low, but it is finding aggressive buying right off that 10 EMA VWAP area, which are like our penny apart. So I'm trying to keep my eye on this one because I don't want to get caught on a flush down. But it's aggressive buying and selling both ways. And you can clearly see the shorts are setting up here at 40s. Sometimes the longs, will breach that 40 penny level into 41, but you're not getting much in the continuation at all on YYAI, at least for the moment. So we'll pack our patience on that one. What else we got? SMX still putting in a downtrend, guys. It is now below $400, even though this one did pop up almost back into 450. When you look at the trend, it's still lower highs. And if we breach that, I want to say 360 area, that'll be another lower low on SMX. So be careful with that one if you're trying to size in, especially. CHPT still hanging out near the day's high. Not too bad, but it is starting to find resistance at 11. I did expect that. So if it does come down into my 88s, I'm going to flatten out, and then I'll set up at a bit of a better area. I do like that 1060 to 1050 for a possible long, but I'm not going to DCA into there. I'll just get out and then get back in. The real Gary F. Sharif, Joe. BAM, again today, it loves the new Canadian carny economy. BAM, what is BAM? I don't even know what that is.
BAM.
Brookfield, oh yeah, you guys told me about that. Brookfield's having a great day at 1.75%. We do know that Prime Minister Mark Carney will meet with President Donald Trump today in the White House for the FIFA draw. We don't even know what the groups are yet, so that's taking place at the White House. Of course, they will be talking. Claudia Sheinbaum as well will be there. I don't believe they're all meeting together. They're going to be meeting separately, but you got to assume, based on what President Trump said the last few days, that he's basically looking at either pulling out or changing the terms of the USMCA. And this is what I've been saying for a long time, guys. You guys think the tariffs are hurting us now? The tariffs that are on us now are only accounting for 10% of exports. 90% of the exports between the two countries are covered under the USMCA. So I hate to put it this way, but the worst could be yet to come for this country. I hate to put it like that, but that is the truth, because 90% of the imports and exports between the two countries are covered by that agreement. So if there's going to be a problem, it's going to be from that. All right, YYAI taking out some levels here at 42. It's still holding above the 10 EMA, so I want to see a nice little move into that $0.50. I've layered the orders. I should probably layer a little bit more here on YYAA because we've got shares on this one. Let's go ahead and post a little bit at 47s. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adara.
Here's a look at this market. It's been quite the day. We rally up pretty much all morning heading into 10 a.m. and then we have a pretty significant pullback. We don't pull back all the way to today's low. Right now, kind of chopping around a bit. Let's see what direction this market ends up choosing. Now, it's worth noting we've got a ton of economic data today, including the long-awaited data for PCE, that is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge for the month of September. That came out exactly in line with estimates. Personal income and personal spending also more or less in line with what we were expecting for the month of September, though personal income actually slightly above expectations. Now, we also have to talk about the University of Michigan consumer sentiment print. That came out at 10 a.m. And that was actually better than expected across the board. We had higher than expected sentiment and then actually also lower than expected inflation expectations. So good mix there. Let's talk about some of these earnings. We had a ton after the bell, including DocuSign. You can find these earnings recaps, of course, on X at TTV Research. But DocuSign here, kind of mixed report, but nice segment growth across the board. We have to talk about crypto as well. Here's MSTR, but you could look at really any crypto ticker or Bitcoin and IBIT. Long story short, there is a lot of weakness in Bitcoin today, actually at its lows back below that 89,000 level. Let's see how Bitcoin fares as we send you back to Sharif and Joe.
What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, I'm looking at Apple here. Apper. That's what tell me my boy say it.
I took that from you, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. Apper. Yeah, that's what we always say. Palantir. But yeah, other than that, man, some good stuff. Yeah, OB, I like that short up there. That was a really good play. Coming south of the volume weighted average price too, give you 5 points off of that high pretty much. So not too bad of a look. I'm going to be looking for a short here on the TQs as Apple's continuing to bleed. A nice indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. So it's just the name of the game. Be patient, wait for those pullbacks, don't chase it. If we hold these levels, then I'm going to be looking to engage. That way my risk profile is extremely tight. At the breach of this previous wick high, we get out of that and then we look for something else to trade if it doesn't want to work for us. But the with Apple leading its way to the downside, then by all means we can get rocking and rolling. How are we looking at it daily on here? Okay, so we're starting to come in a little bit. I mean, we just put in that previous all-time high of around 288, now down 3.5% roughly. So nothing horrible. Healthy pullback. This is what we want to see, especially names that have been on big time runs. We just want to continuously look for those dip buys, I think, and that's been the narrative of this market, guys. We've seen it in the likes of a couple of the names. So that's just the game plan that I'm going to be sticking with until proven otherwise. Once this market cools down and then we actually have an extended period of time where we're actually down 20%, then it's like, ooh, cool out a little bit. One thing that I haven't done in a little while, though.
What have you done, Joey? Oh no!
Oh no!
Algo. We haven't been talking about the algo.
Man. Yeah, everything's going good, man. Can't complain. I want to take a look at some of the names here. Let's see if this worked for us yesterday. I didn't even gander. I was looking at some other things. I'm working on some other things at home as well too. I was talking to Fabian about some constructing avatars. So yeah, he's like, yeah, this is pretty complex. Apparently Nano Banana. So the one thing that's really difficult about constructing these things is an avatar, like an AI avatar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what's really difficult about the construction of these...
Can I understand why you want to do that?
Just to see what it's like, because there's this one. Have you heard of that? There's this one individual on Instagram. It's literally AI. Has like 400,000 followers.
Oh yeah, and there's someone like that made the top.
It's like the best
charts or something like that.
Yeah, something like singer and stuff like that, right? So I'm like, hey, that's pretty cool. If this is how we're moving, then why not learn a little bit about it? But one thing that's really difficult about it is the consistency in creating these AI avatars. So when you implement, so essentially what you have to do is you have to take videos from the internet and plug in your avatar, and it just reconstructs it with their facial features and everything along those lines. But the consistency is really difficult to maintain. But one thing that I heard is it's new and it's really working well is Nano Banana with the consistency. So what I did is I got it to construct me like a fake individual, and then I just kept typing in different prompts, like them doing this, them doing that, and it was pretty consistent through like a duration of probably about 5 different prompts, and then it slowly started to change some of the features.
But you were complaining about Nano Banana as well for the upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, it does that all the time.
And that's predictive. That's the problem about being a predictive model, right? Is you're not always going to get the exact same result.
But that's why that one on Instagram is so successful, is because whoever created this thing built that consistency within. And it's like there's a bunch of different individuals watching a bunch of YouTube videos on it saying like, hey, they might have used these features in like a bunch of different ways.
Okay, so there's a theory as to what's going on there.
Of how they kept the consistency.
I like that. I like that. Very likely that's a local system, he's saying. Fabian's in our ear. He's not using
like
the big...
It's
so like a small language model, Fabian? Stable Diffusion is a popular one. Midjourney is another one there, he's saying. He's speaking in our ear. People can create models. That's what my understanding was, right? People can create models that are already trained, and that's how people use it, is what he said there. Yeah, so interesting stuff, man. You got to learn. You got to keep apprised of all this stuff. We're not allowed to say what he just said now, Joey, but...
That's the whole idea behind it, you know what I mean?
SMX is halted to the downside again. It is losing the bid here, guys. It is a plethora of lower highs. Have we got the lower low? Yes, the answer to that is yes. I'm looking at that candle right here, the 1125 candle on the 5-minute chart. Are we below that candle? Let me double check on mine. The low of that 5-minute candle was 353.43. We are halted at 351.60. We have now several lower highs, several lower lows. Ironically, though, we're still above that volume-weighted average price, which is hanging out, I believe, at 332. So we're not quite there yet. It's insane when you're talking about we're halted at 351, but you've got to wait all the way to 332 to get that dip trade if you are going to get a dip trade off the volume-weighted average price. We're talking about, almost $20, but it doesn't look obviously like it's $20 there. All right, let's update you on some stuff. I stopped out break even on YYAI. So this one did lose trend. It's below all my levels, and that gets me out of the trade. And it may momentarily lose its spot on the side chart as it is trading now below VWAP and the 10 EMA. I'm still holding, in fact, I'm adding into DBRG because, look, it's not rocketing up, but it's holding trend of higher lows and higher highs. It feels like there is a possible buy program keeping an eye on that 10 EMA. So I did get a little bit more into that one. Charge point, though. This one looks like it's going to be a 20 EMA dip trade, if that. So here are my levels on ChargePoint. That 1070 is interesting, and the also 1050 is interesting. 1070 being that 20 EMA on the 5, which sometimes is where the deeper retracements go into. And then that 1050 is the breakout area from that initial bull flag, right? So you had that initial pop at 930, you consolidate up until about 1035, so almost an hour. No, less than an hour, 950 to 1035 of consolidation, then you get the breakout and the move back up. So it just did dip right now into 75s, looking to get bought back up. I didn't get any there, to be quite honest with you. I didn't get any. I didn't have any resting orders. So if it does dip in, we're going to keep an eye out on this one, but I do like ChargePoint possibly running into 11 bucks, if not a little bit more. Anything else going on here? Someone's told me TGL. Joey, are you able to load up TGL on TWS? Because it's not loading up for me here, man. Is it loading up?
Oh yeah, we got it.
What the hell?
Global, yeah, with the
All right.
okay. So
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
there it is.
let me load it up. We're gonna load it up on here, Joey.
Pull it up there, my boy.
Pull up. What the hell is this?
Leontay.
Joe, you see TGL on my scanner up there? This thing's up 160%. Don't you think it should be showing up there, Joe?
What's really?
I have no idea why TGL is not showing up on my scanner. I didn't even know about this thing, and it's done plenty of volume, up 160%. It's done 4.3 million shares. It's a multiple halter. We're going to have to pause for a second and send it to the big desk, but we're going to be talking about TGL once you get back.
Broadcom and Microsoft here. Here's AVGO information reporting that Microsoft is in talks to design future chips with Broadcom. So keep an eye on MSFT and AVGO. Again, MSFT reportedly in talks to design future chips with Broadcom, according to the information. Broadcom actually reports earnings next week, guys.
I can't get any information on this thing.
No info.
All right, Case, I like Toro, but it's below VWAP. Let's just look at Toro super quick for KC526. Great call out there, Case, because it's looking like awfully bull flag-ish. Let's flip to the 5. This is what Casey's talking about. This is TORO. Look, it popped off right at 905, actually, not 930. High a day there looks to be 5 high 70s, 578, 579. It did lose VWAP, but it's right back at the volume weighted average price right now at 5 1/3. I'd love for this to get above 5.5 though, Case, because keep your eye on that initial top end of the bull flag. This is bull flag number 1. We didn't get bull flag number 2, and there it goes. It is now above the volume weighted average price. Good call out on that, Case. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I'd like for it to get above 5.5 though, because that is the top end of the bull flag consolidation. So if we can get above that $0.50 and put the short or the resistance behind us, I'd be feeling a little bit more comfortable on this one. But TGL and Toro, new entrants, Joey, on the side charts. What do you got?
Absolutely beautiful stuff, guys. We're going to take a little bit off there on the TQs as it starts to take a little bit of a dive there, guys. Keeping our eyes on the Mag 7 to see what they're up to. Beautiful bottoming signals on Apple, but it doesn't look like they want to hold up. And we have NVDA starting to head towards a key neckline as well too. So your short TSLA, nice grab off of those the volume weighted average price rejection. One thing that drives me nuts sometimes about the TQs, and I'll tell you guys this for free, obviously personal issues, is that, like, look, boom, you tank, and then it's just the breadths in these things are just so wide, and it's like, okay, yeah, you get the move that you're looking for, it wicks the levels, and then immediately just bought right back up. So, and I think it's being led by the likes of NVDA, as you can see here, guys, heads right towards that 180, 187 level, and then, it's just like, no, support level, algos turn on, buy it, and then sure enough, Apple, nice indecision print. So I'm going to be patient, wait for this thing to slowly start to turn around, and if it does, I think we can get a nice little pop into some prior, this would be resistance zone around 278, so not too bad. Or we tank, we're heading right back towards the lows here on the TQQs, guys. This is going to be your 3x daily leverage. Yes, that's correct. Over there, so 56.10s, nice pop down into 55.95. I'm going to be holding this for a potential breach of the low of the day because we got Netflix still tanking. Oh no! Good thing I only bought a little bit of that thing because we're now south of that $100 mark once again. 99.69s on NFLX. We just need a little bit of selling to step into the king of the chips, and that's going to be NVDA. See what we got going on that front. iBit. Curling over once again. What's Microsoft up to, Sharif?
Hold on.
What are you up to?
I'm about to get into a halt here.
Okay, okay, nice. Hopefully it's in your favor.
It's up TGL. It's going to uphaul, guys. We $1, boy. We $1 in Z money. What happened to the position board? Just when you need the position board to work, Joe.
Dollar boy.
All right, sorry to interrupt, Joey. All right,
no, go ahead.
Assassino, I'm not sure what's going on with the position board, but we are... Oh, no problem. Not a problem. No worries, man. Okay, guys, we're long. TGL 1940. Joey, we're halted. $20.34 to the upside. Good breakout here on TGL, and good on you guys for pointing this one out to me. It's not on my scanner. I can't even look. Look what's showing me on my side chart over here, where I do all my analysis. It's a chasm, Joey. It's a black hole.
Oh no.
There's nothing showing up on the TGL chart on my platform. It just shows me that it's up 200%, but it refuses to show me the price action. But I can look at my work charts over here on P8. TG frickin' L. Now we're showing the tap at 21, Joey. Oh no. So keep your eye out on this one. Good breakout here on TGL, up 201%. Separately, oh, are you kidding me, bro? We didn't get that ad on ChargePoint. I hate you. Let's keep an eye out on that. I want to take out, though, YYAI off the charts, and we're going to put in Toro, because Toro case is getting into that 5.5 case. Good call out by you. And here we go, Joey, 556. We're up above the $0.50 now. Can we hold the $0.50 though? This is the level that we wanted for the break, but is it going to hold the $0.50? Are there buyers now that we're above the $0.50 at said $0.50? Where is the volume weighted average price? 536. This one feels like it could lure me in and get me into some trouble, man. But it's holding up here, Joey. We're going to get in. We're going to get in. What is that? Why did it? Oh, look at the breakout here. The breakout is on. What keeps happening? Why does it keep saying that I'm trying to short it? I'm not really sure what's going on here. Okay, there we go. We get the entry on Toro at 59. This is not a good entry, guys. I'm just going to be full disclosure. So we're going to keep a tight stop on this one in case it does lose the bid. But there we go. It's showing now mid-60s. Let's post here at 67. Let's post in the low 70s as well. What is happening? Joe, take over for a sec.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with the...
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, man, that's what I was just like, oh my God, because I was about to... Like, I wanted to do something, and I'm like, man, why am I catching a fill here? I posted up at 97s, and then sure enough, it's like I'm watching the bid continuously hit it, and price even went to 96, and I didn't catch the fill. So I'm like, what is going on here? But aside from that, guys, Meta, new high of the day. I told you at that pace, we're going to probably go in and breach it. You can see nice, strong price action. You punch through it. You do establish a new one on the intraday session. Now starting to come back in once. Yeah, let's go. Let's rock and roll here on the shorts. Guys, why am I short on the Qs here? It's this simple. We look at these things all the time, just indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. Gorev is on vacation, actually, so he won't be joining us until next Monday, I believe. Jag has been absent. Lost Polio's going on vacation as well, too. So those guys who are absolutely phenomenal at finding these prints. Boom, indecision, gravestone, doji, shooting star, whatever you would like to call it, right at the volume weighted average price. We get in at the break of that candle, and now we're starting to sell a little bit more, down to 624 was that low, 24s. I was trying to.
Did you ride on 24s?
Would I?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In the city?
Yeah. Swerving,
having
brother,
ridden on 22s.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you, bro.
Right,
you feel everything. And look, Joey.
Low profiles.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
The low profile tires you up. Yeah. Right.
Listen, let me tell you something. I have a little experience with potholes in roads.
You got experience.
Yeah, it's the Jamaican roads. I'm telling you, you like to avoid these things aren't potholes. They're borderline craters. Right? They're huge. Boy. And you know what's the worst about them, Sharif?
Yes,
is that when they fill up with water, you have no idea how deep that thing is.
You can't.
You have no idea. And it's like, boom. So listen, I've had my experience. When I was a teenager, I was driving my dad's car, smoked a rock. It wasn't even a pothole. I just smoked a rock on the side. I had to change that tire. But for all my fellow yachties and people who drive in the Caribbean as well, you know how you have to swerve around those things, and you're just in the other lane going around them, having a blast while you're driving. It's actually a lot of fun, but then when you hit something relatively hard, it's not so much fun, so just keep an eye out on that. But TQs, guys, come on, let's break that 55.95 level. We're looking for another leg lower. If Apple bleeds and we get this breakdown in NVDA, I'm sure enough that we are going to get that move that we
get
are
it.
looking for. Microsoft slowly starting to climb higher as well too. Haven't seen what Amazon was up to. Let's pull up what.
Oh, TGL's open.
Go ahead.
Bro, I hit the flatten button. Why is it not taking it? Oh, come on, bro. Come on.
Oh, man, you got it.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't get the high, man. I wanted 22s.
What'd you
We
get?
just finished with 21s.
Oh, come on. Yeah,
No, man, that's a $1 difference, bro.
okay,
Like,
yeah,
that is a big
yeah.
difference. That's very annoying. And I, like, the flatten key
Oh,
didn't.
$21 opposed to 22. Oh, I thought you were talking about
Yeah,
cents.
Joey,
Yeah,
and now it's
cents.
tanking.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm happy I got it. It's going to hold down, guys. Here we go. TGL going to hold down. That's why I got out. Ah, man, that was frustrating. I tried to get 22s there, and it was not giving it to me. Flatten button didn't work for whatever reason, but there it is. Halt is coming at 9:15. So 9:15, guys, the halt, 12, 19, 23. That is where we halted. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey.
No,
I know
you're not
on a
interrupting
story
me
there,
at
bro.
all, man. We've got to take care of those halts. I'm going to post up at 93s to see if we can catch a fill on this bad boy over here. Just bouncing off of support levels like it's some form of a trampoline or something like that. And I used to love the old trampoline. So we'll post up right there to see if we can catch a fill, guys. If NVDA does break this 181.94 level, then we are going to be cash money. SMR still selling. Apple not holding off on those lows. It's Microsoft that's catching that bounce right now, helping drag the T-triple-Qs up. Excuse me. So if there's anything specific that you guys want to look at, just feel free to tag me in the chat. We'll go over some things. We haven't looked at the options chain today. Let's see what we got cooking up in that neck of the woods, in the overall market, and in Netflix. I was talking about the Netflix 105 level. Yeah, go ahead, man. I was talking about the Netflix 105 level. Definitely came into play. 13,800 contracts right there. You can see how that's the highest level of concentration. And I mean, guys, and I mentioned this earlier, and I'll be sure to note it more in the morning. Just because I bring you guys the calls in the morning show doesn't mean go long. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm displaying you guys is key supply zones, right? And if we can look at them in certain ways, yeah, you have the magnet effect in it, and then also you have the repellent as well. So once it starts to flip the switch, then sure enough, keep an eye out for those shorts. That 105 level, 100% coming into play, giving you down to the roughly around 99 bucks there. And I think that's a buy. I'm going to grab a little bit more. I bit my favorite. No, it's not right now. Listen, Neil was talking about this the other day, going down with the ship. No, I'm not about that business. Because you know why? These stocks won't show you any love whatsoever. So I'm cold-hearted. You can be my favorite one day, and you can be, I could care less how you're doing in life the next day. Essentially, that's just the cold nature of the market, and I think you have to have that kind of mindset if you do get too attached. And I don't like naming out certain like people who own certain names and stuff like that, but like let's not beat around the bush on some things. Like if you still have faith in GameStop and AMC squeezing once again, it's just like why? There's so many other good opportunities that you can get involved with and not have to stick to one specific name. I still like the space. I'm not throwing it out the window whatsoever. Don't get it twisted, but right now I don't like the space, and until it starts to prove otherwise, then I'm going to be looking at other names to trade. Like I was trading SMR yesterday, Meta's in play, and I think you have to have that ability to just kind of jump ship. I mean, when it comes down to life lessons, you obviously want to be loyal to certain things, obviously your family and your friends, but when it comes to the stock market, feel no way about jumping ship because you don't want to go down with the boat whatsoever. Yeah, Meta's cash money right now. Is it breaking out? And that's why this market won't break down. I mean, I was posted up, I watched it head to my level and then not give me the fill whatsoever. Yeah, new high of the day. This is what I was talking about earlier, man. I said on this pace, we're going to be heading higher and higher. I wish I took a couple opportunities. There were some good VWAP holds there in META. And then now we're not going to catch this fill here on TQs. Well, I shouldn't say we should. Go, boom, come on. You can do it. Look. We're posted at 93s. Bang. Let's go. There it is. Yeah, but let's see what you guys have to say about jumping ship, man. Let's see. I bid January 16th. Calls, no, Mac Wilder. I could be wrong, though, right? You have to come up with your own thesis. Speaking of repellents, where is the vest? That's a great question. It is at home in the laundry now. You wear a couple times. Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this here. How many times do you wear the two different things? How many times do you wear a pair of pants before you put it in the washing machine? Once?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just take clothes. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah,
Once? Okay. All right.
I don't hang up clothes after I wear them. I just throw them right in the hamper.
Okay.
And I do my wash Sunday morning.
Okay.
Right after
Sunday
church.
morning. Yeah, right after church.
And while usually after halftime on the Prem. When I'm watching the Prem,
halftime.
usually, right?
Halftime.
Usually.
That works out halftime. 10 times says baby hands. That's a little bit excessive. But yeah, I mean,
Right,
guys,
you're
put it in the
getting
chat.
blocked.
How
I
many
don't like you
times
in the
do
chat.
you wear your jeans before you put them in the wash? I'm gonna do this. It's very simple, man. Twice. Workout clothing, obviously significantly different, but there it goes. TQQ's working out for us, guys. 3 times, says Darwin. Jeans 3 times, 3 to 5 times. Some people are saying 10, which I think is a little absurd, but anyways, once, maybe twice. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, other than that, I'm a 2 guy, 8 to 10 times. Jesus Christ. All right. TQ's, guys, starting to work out for us, but Meta, new HOD.
Yes, sir. All right, man. We're doing it freaking live here on Toro. We got back into this one at 43s with double the shares. So here we go. It bounced off the volume weighted average price multiple times. So this feels a little bullish to me here, man. 3 candles defending VWAP, and I think we got a good price, decent price. I added in a couple of times to increase this share size. So let's keep an eye out on Toro. DBRG coming back into that high 80s, low 90s area. We still have shares here, man, so we need to take some out. And I barely have anything posted. I had a bias that this one was going to clear that $13 area, but not quite. Assassino, let me know when, brother. Oh, we're ready. I'm sorry. I thought we were still waiting a little bit here. All right, guys, listen up. Trade the pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, it kept so many traders on the sidelines, but thankfully that is all changing now because of Trade the Pool. They're transforming how traders access the markets. With their limited risk trading model, traders actually use funded capital and then trade the pool. Yeah, they absorb all the downside. It allows traders to focus on what truly matters, the discipline, the consistency, and of course the growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There's no fear, there's no barriers, there's just only real opportunity. This is the revolution, I should say, of limited risk trading, and it's all powered, you guessed it, by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen to get 10% off your evaluation. We're gonna pause for a second, we're going to the big desk.
Keep an eye on Trump Media and Technology Group, DJT, making a big push here to the upside, though it's already kind of giving back some of the strength. Trump reportedly set to announce a new platform called Truth AI. If I get more details on this, I'll let you know. I've just seen headlines. Apparently he said this. I couldn't find this anywhere. But again, I'm seeing people circulate this idea that Trump's going to be revealing a new platform called Truth AI. Back to you.
All right, TGL, we're back into this one at 82s. Let's see if we can get a breach of 22. Here we are showing there's a seller at 80. If it loses 21, I flatten out. Simple as that. Let's see if it can hold the level. A lot of selling coming in here in the mid-50s. Right back up to 80s we go. Can we get a little bit more? Oh, no, we breached 22 bigly. Nice trade here. All right, some more. TGL going again. There we go. This is going to be my biggest winner on the day. What do we got on TGL, man? Oh, no. We took out the entire position. I suck. All right. Keep it down, Ram. All right, so we took over $1 there. It's gonna halt up again. There we go. This is good. 240%. TGL is really going here, guys. 240% is gonna halt at 23.04. 5.86 million shares traded on the day. We're gonna look to get back into this one, guys. What a move up here for TGL. That just erased some of the damage we had made, or that we some of the damage that happened on DEVS and TWNP. So good trade on this one, but I made a bit of a mistake there, taking out too much shares too quickly. DBRG, I should say. This one coming back into the 10 EMA on the 5. I want to keep a close eye on this one, as well as, of course, Toro. Where's my Toro trade at? There we go. Right back into that volume weighted average price again. Let's see if we hold up off this level. We got 43s on Toro over here. Let's see if we can get some more in here at a key area of technical support. So now it averages in to 40s. Joey, you would have made so much fun of me if you were here, bro. We just took another trade on your friend TGL there, and I'll just do it myself.
Oh, no, what happened?
Yeah, I know I took everything out too quickly, accidentally, of course, but a good trade nonetheless. Yes, get it, Case. Case dropping another 10 membies in the chat. Casey526 absolute all class. Casey, thank you so much for all the super or the memberships. If I just didn't have so many trades on, I'd show you exactly where to get the morning watch list now that you guys are able, now that you guys have premium memberships. So I just wanted to mention that. We'll get to that in a second, Joey, but I just need to take some profits over here on Toro as it's popping right back into the mid 40s. We did get an ad at the low 30s there. Let's go ahead and post some beak wetters for this one, as it does have a tendency to price spike up. So if that's going to be the case, definitely got to take off some there. Going to keep an eye out on that. Shout out to Casey, man. Always giving back. Always, you know, throwing. Paying it forward is kind of what I mean to say there. Shout out to Casey 526. Hey yo, Lewis.
Hey yo, what's up, hey, yo?
10 big ones in that chat. Of course he's trolling me, bro. Of course he is. Sorry for the loss, Sharif. Dal ass.
Oh,
I've never seen that done before.
Wow.
I don't know why I'm clapping for that. I think I'm clapping because it's clever.
Yeah.
Dal ass Cowboys. Here's for a protein shake, Sharif, and Brewski for Joe. Got my dub with Meta. 180% on the calls. My man, we're going to spin the money for you. Shout out to Ayo Lewis. Thank you for trolling me, brother. I appreciate it. I love it. I like all the love there, man. It's a hard thing to be a Cowboys fan. That's just for sure. Joe.
It's even harder to be a Leaf fan, Sharif, I think. Well, probably equally as hard, man. Because you know why, though?
What's that?
Like, Dallas is I don't know, I'm not going to say it's America's team, but it's kind of...
It is America's team.
It is America's team, right? So it's kind of the face of the NFL, if you want to call it. And it's the same with the Toronto Maple Leafs, face of the NHL, right? And these guys just absolutely are... it makes me want to throw... I throw up sometimes just watching these guys. Anyway, I'll never do that again. All right, sorry, Joe asking about TSDD. Brother, I'll show you the love any day of the week.
Show him the love, Joey.
Yeah, he's like, Joe, no love today? The reason you're not even tagging me, so you're lucky that I seen it, and you're not tagging the right individual. I don't know what YouTube's got going on here with the ads again. Get that back to our original usernames. Get it together. But TSDD.
Oh boy.
There we go, guys. We got stopped out break even here on the TQs. We take a couple out, and then sure enough, it started to come back. I'm like, yeah, let's get out of this trade before it comes back to our break even. Lock in a little bit more, but it's starting to sell a little bit more. As for TSDD, running into liquidity issues right now. This is 2x. Oh, okay, shares Tesla ETF. Interesting. Never seen this one. And then the 1 minute. No. Excuse me, if you're going, no. You remember that song? Okay, so but if you're going to want to go with a 2x leverage on Tesla, TSLA is a good one to go, and you can see the liquidity differences on both of those underlyings in which you showed me there. But Apple continuing to break through some lows, heading to 278.08, guys. So a tough look in Apple today. So the tech relatively weak, and then finally we have NVDA starting towards some key necklines as well. So if this support level breaks at 181.69, maybe we see some more downside trajectory. But I mentioned the neckline of all. This is going to be a big one at 167. It is still quite a ways away, $13, but anything can happen. You get a couple point gap down and you breach through that, then I'm buying up a storm anything south of 165.
My man. TGL still halted, guys. 12:27:23 was the halt time, so 73, relax. 12:27:23 was the halt time, so the open time will be in about 2 seconds. There it is, open. Let's see what it does now. Does it drop down or does it clear 24, Joey? Right down into 23. 22 could be an interesting buy level there because that's one of the halt levels that we couldn't. That's one of the levels that we couldn't take out. Keep your eye on 22 for an area defend. And when I say 22, I mean generally the area. This one's not going to respect pennies, you know, obviously, given that it's moving dollars at a time. TGL really going here, 243%. It feels like the longs have sort of cycled in to TGL because SMX is halted again to the downside at 290.86. Here we go. We're showing, whoa, there's a new high a day. 24.34 high a day on TGL, 24.70 high a day, 25.26 incoming here on TGL. Great strength. Watch out, guys. Big move up, limit up. Limit up is 25.66. 25.66 limit up. It looks like we're going to halt up here, packing the patience for a possible entry. I got a whole bunch of prints here on Toro, but we're going to pack the patience, see if we can get into that 5.5. We're going to Adair.
DJT is still really strong here. Look at this stock go. Of course, this is actually moving after Trump announced that they're soon going to be unveiling a new platform called Truth AI. The logo for Truth AI has been confirmed, and here it is. So Truth AI, new platform here. If and when I get more details, I will let you know. But here is the new Truth AI logo. Back to you.
That's crazy.
I don't even know.
Hey, man, I can listen.
I don't really
just
care, to be honest with you. I got to focus on what I'm doing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you, hey, man, hire me as a designer. I'll just plug it into Nano, and then maybe we'll see if we can get a little bit better of an image generation on that one. So, yeah, Casey, I got you covered. I'm gonna start doing that. It'll make things a lot more easier. You can just pull up the ticker instead of having to look up the specific name altogether. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I know it was mentioned before, so we'll definitely make that change up, not just for you, but for everybody else, so they can start to rethink, but mostly for you. All right, but there it is, guys. TQ is starting to put in a new a 1 minute low around 55.89, and it looks like it wants to continue to bleed. I'm going to continuously look through some names. Let's head over to our scanner and see if we can find anything. Oh, no, why did it do that? Okay, that's all right. We'll figure it out later. It just popped out separately. Tesla not really leading the way, guys, from a volume standpoint. On today's session, as you can see, a lot of choppy price action. I wish I can go back to just previous Fridays and we can go over the past couple of months every Friday session to see how it's been trading. And I can tell you that a lot of them have been nice grind hires, nice rally days. But as for AAPL, guys, ooh, off of the top, a lot of liquidity issues, just some barcoding action, but now the volume's starting to pick up here and you're starting to sell off of those highs, 1467 all the way down to 1448. Now IREN, not very good. MAR, what have you been up to? Still trading along the price of Bitcoin from a daily standpoint. Oh my God. Disastrous, 50% off of that previous pivot high. HPE, Hewlett Packard right here from a daily. We don't want that garbage. Ooh, strong session yesterday on HPE. Oh, and again today. Wow, okay. Yesterday wasn't too good, guys. We've got some selling in the post market. And then sure enough, today, guys, boom, recovering all of that move, now starting to form a bull flag, and Bitcoin still selling. You did get a little bit of a bounce off of those lows, but I wouldn't be surprised if price starts to turn around once again.
All right, guys. Still holding some here on Toro. Flattened out my DBRG trade as it did lose trend. So if it gets back above, I want to say 13, we'll get involved with this one, but it's had so many attempts at 13 and it's failed all of them. Really what I'm trying to focus on is whether Toro's higher lows is going to help move it back above the 5 1/4 area. I've layered my orders into 5 1/4, 5 1/3, and the highest one currently that I've got is 540, but not rocketing up, sadly. So let's see what we get on this one. But it's got a lot of bottoming tail candles, so I do feel that there are buyers stepping in at this level. Charge point might get me into some trouble here, though. So let's look a little bit at charge point. It's coming back into the 20. It's had several attempts at the $11 area. The best it could do was $10.99 on the day. And that $10.99 has been touched a couple of times, actually. So see if we're able to get through it. Separately, there's another small cap gapper that's making its way onto the scene right now, ALMS. Good one over here. Let's take off some old ones, ALMS. This one's up 30 1/4%. It just got into the day high at 1085. Very strong, higher highs, higher lows. It looks generally like it is finding support at the 10 EMA. There is a bit of a resistance top. Obviously, every time you make another area high, you're basically selling off a little bit. So let's maybe wait for this one at 1060. Know if this is going to be the area high or not, but the 10 EMA on the 5 is 1058 or 1057, can't quite tell, but we can front run that by putting an order at that 1060. So ALMS looking like it's a new one over here and could get going. TGL still halted, 1233.32. So the earliest this one will be open is 1238.32. It is currently on my atomic clock, 12:37:56, so we have about 30 seconds or so before this one can possibly open. I'm keeping my eye on ALMS. We're just going to throw in an order on that one, but we're going to send you to the big desk for now.
Yeah, I was just going to let you guys know here, Trump was speaking at the FIFA World Cup draw. It looks like he just might have finished speaking, though, so that's a moot point. Either way, still keep an eye here on DJT. Again, they have been rocketing around here after Trump announced Truth AI and a fun new logo for the new platform. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Sorry, I'm just working on a data. I got a dark pool wick here. That's kind of messing up my chart.
Take over?
Messing up my chart. No, that's all right. We can battle with this here, straight. I'm going to take a potential long here on Apple, guys, off of those lows using 278 as my stop. It's 45 cents, a little bit more than which I want to risk, but that's okay. I was looking for a little bit tighter of an entry, so maybe we go half size on that. And if it does start to pull up and hold that 278 level, we add a little bit more. So right now we are long AAPL, and boom, a nice little move to the top side right there. This is going to be a key resistance zone that we need to break, and that's going to be that 278.50 level. And there it goes, starting to climb a little bit higher. Just gave me that dark pool wick once again. Oh my Lanta.
Oh my days.
Oh my days, mate. Yeah, other than that, man, no UFC last weekend. UFC this weekend, big title fights, 2 title fights, guys, this weekend. I'm looking forward to that. Some absolute dogs going to be in the ring, and I love watching these dogs go at it. We got Merab Dvalishvili versus Peter Yan. This is going to be number 2, and then we got Alexander Pantoja versus the young buck and up-and-comer. Going to be, he's the young buck, Joshua Van, who has literally lightning in his hands, and he's just an absolute beast. So I'm going to be looking forward to watching those and having a lot of fun. And then you guys know I'm a big UFC fan, big fight fan all in general. Boom, there it goes on AAPL, starting to climb a little bit higher. We would have liked a better entry. I'm not going to complain, though. We'll give this one 50 cents to the lows, but now we're starting to climb. I got to hold this for $1, so that's going to probably, maybe we can't even do that. We'll hold it for 79. Bang! All right, there we go. AAPL starting to cook up for the kid. A nice grab off of those lows once again here today, guys. We'll take 25% off right there on Apper.
Nice trade, Joey.
Thanks, brother.
TGL halted down, guys. Wowzers. The high of the day, 26.80. I was actually trying to chase this into 24, and I didn't use the right offset key. I was trying to get it into 24.5 when it opened up, because it did dip down and it tested the prior halt level around 23 bucks, rocketed up into the high of the day of 26.80. It is halted down now, though, 22.71. But when you take a better look at it, even though it is halted down, it's never good. It's still putting in higher lows, man. So the trend is still intact here on TGL, so it feels. So I'm packing my patience on this one. I could have certainly other trades. It feels like, it's cycling through from SMX into TGL. The shorts are in control of SMX now. The longs, at least for the moment, are in control of TGL. So it really depends on what side of the coin you fall under. I happen to fall on the long side as opposed to the short side. That's by, choice. You can do whatever you want. Obviously, shorting these small cap gappers is a little bit, I would say, a little bit more risky, but a lot of people do it with very great success. So good on them. TGL halted again to the downside, 22.71, exactly at 12.40 on the dot. So we'll open up at 12.45 earliest on the dot. Charge point still holding up here. We got 87s on. It's showing me 87s. I didn't actually add into the area low, so we'll pack our patience on that one. ALMS I've done nothing on, though. It's up 30%. It's holding trend, 1095 high, showing me 77s now on ALMS. I could get some certainly off that 10 EMA. It's got a topping tail candle that closed at 1235, and this candle at 1240 has a lower high as well as almost a lower low. 1060 is where I see the 10 EMA on the 5, and the 20s at 1039, 1040. So those are levels to keep your eye out on. Toro, I'm still holding, pardon me, a little bit on this one, looking for the reclaim of that 10.5. Here we go, show me 34s now. Let's see if we can price spike up through 40. I've layered the orders through the mid 40s, but nothing in the upper 40s. Let's go ahead and wait there, and then we'll wait with some more north of 50. Let's post at 53. It's got a bunch of higher lows, but it's always encountering resistance at that $0.50. So be on the lookout for that. Papacitos dropping 6.90, 6.9 shekels. Guys, I made $120 off TGL, so thanks for the show. My man, that is big boy money. Good for you, my man. Shout out TGL. A good one, but it can flip the script on you super quick. So good on you for taking those profits. And make sure if you guys are trading TGL, you're trading it with the right plan, guys. Make sure you're using sound risk management skills. Oh, I'd love to get your take on SMX, because this is one hell of a mean reversion trade. I'm sure you're looking at it. Are you looking at SMX?
Mic up, mic up.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's got his mic, so I don't want to drag him into it. But I thought he might be looking at the SMX reversion because we are now 258.65 halted off that 490 high. So one of the aggressive mean reversion trade that I've seen in a while here, Joey. A lot of aggression. To the
Yeah. Oh, well, what's it doing right now, my boy?
It's halted 258.65.
And what was the high?
490 high.
Oh my days.
Money.
Yeah. That is cash money. We'll spin the money for that, man. One thing that we haven't hit enough today, I haven't hit my quota on this one there, Sharif. That's going to be. No. That's Stone Cold, my boy. Okay. Boom. Yeah, no. Yo, hey, Mike P. I want to buy the conversion kit for my G17. You know which one I'm talking about? That thing is wicked. I wanted to grab it for quite some time, and I just never did. They're always sold out and really hard to find. Mike P knows what I'm talking about on that one. There goes Apple, guys. Nice move to the top side. Oh man, yeah, we're rocking and rolling these days, guys. Having a lot of fun with this stuff.
That song, that oldie, rocking and rolling, bop, bop.
I feel that's the one where you do like the twist.
Hey, bop,
right? Like you
bop,
do
bop.
but you just.
Remember they did the twist and it was so easy to dance.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Crap, bro. Like now it's like
nowadays you got to go to EDM and all that stuff and do all that stuff. I'm going to
You're going to an EDM festival?
I am.
That's crazy. In Coon?
Yeah, in Tulum.
No,
Zamna. Yeah, Zamna. I've never been to one, man. So yeah,
you're gonna have a great time. A lot of my buddies during COVID went there. They got the hell out of here because everything and their mother was shut down. There it wasn't, obviously.
Yeah,
so everybody was living down there, bro.
It's called Zamna.
Zamna.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's gonna be a lot of fun in Tulum. Man, I don't know if anybody's ever been to Tulum or anything. I just love the whole environment over there. But yeah, what a nice trade here on AAPL. Could have took a couple more shares, but that's okay as it's starting to rebound and we are rocking and rolling so far. Maybe we hold this one up to 279.50. We have one out left on this trade here as it's now climbing up to 279.05. But listen, let's not beat around the bush. There should be a significantly better risk to reward ratio. If I got in closer to that base, shout out to Little B, base cod, to 277.98, then we would have a substantially better risk to reward ratio. But yeah, guys, let me know in the chat if any of you guys have ever been to Zamna, the music festival, because it goes all over the place. So I think that's going to be a world of fun. First thing for everything. But Apple working good. You're still negative 0.6%, starting to climb back towards the volume weighted average price, punching through that resistance zone that I was referring to earlier, that act as prior resistance or support. Sorry. This is what I'm referring to right there at that specific level. And yeah, whoever took that trade, I understand you said you're following me, you're mirroring me. Please don't do that from a day-to-day basis because not every situation is going to end up like this.
M-Sense, ChargePoint, I had to take a call. What did Sharif say about ChargePoint lately? Are we ever gonna get above 11 bucks? Help. If you're reading this. Look, brother, I'm holding it right now. It seems to have some buying in and around the 20 EMA. Every time it dips into that 75 penny area, it's being bought up. You're having trouble, though, clearing 11. So this is very consolidative. Whether or not you end up getting above the 11, time will tell, but just use sound risk management skills. I do like that 10.5 as well. So if it loses the bid, I'll stop out, but I'll be looking for that 10.5, either 10.5, 10.25, 10.5 because that's a breakout level from the initial bull flag. 10.25, that's where the volume weighted average price is. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on there. Shout out to M-Sense. And Ichiro says that you're gonna have a great time at that place that you're going there, the EDM place in Tulum. No way, Kodak is running, KODK. Says Yannick. What? Kodak is running, guys. It's 2020 all over again. Be careful with this one, though. It can flip the script on you. It's up, I want to say 7%. Technically still a small cap dapper, $875 million market cap. KODK running. I am still holding some here. Oh, nice price spike up on Toro into 540. We got 23s on. I've got more shares on this one than I have on the other ones. Looking for that move into 50. We're not getting a move past 50 for a while now. Let's go ahead and post a little bit more. North of that 50 penny area, we'll go high 50s. We'll even go 60s here, Joey, in case we really get going. But there's a seller of note here at 60. But KODK, let's load that one up. Which screen are we going to use? Yeah, SMX. Take off SMX. KODK on the NQ. No, NY. I knew that. 4-penny spread, not too bad. 1.45 million shares traded on the day. The high is $9.15. Add that to the side chart. $9.14, excuse me, is the high of the day. Why isn't it loading? There we go. On Kodak. Nice move, man, but we're getting extended away from some levels here. It looks like 885 is the 10 EMA. We'll have to see if it can hold 9 now that it's breached it. It had a candle of indecision at 9, which makes sense, right? Into that whole dollar area, people looking to take profits. But I'm not going to be quick to jump into Kodak here. I've been too quick to jump into a lot of these and they revert right back. So I don't want to get caught into this one and then give back some of the stuff that we made here on Toro. So that's what I'm focusing on, Joey. I'm focusing on ChargePoint, Toro. I'm still interested in ALMS. I've got it on a trading screen. Here we go. 1060 looks like an interesting buy area here. A lot of consolidation at 1060 before we got into that area high at 1095. So I'm going to go ahead and enter here. I'm going to be looking to defend that 1060 area. So right down into 1060 we go. Let's see if it holds up at that level, Joey, and then if it wants to make another attempt at 11.
Good. Yeah, for sure, man, absolutely. So as for NVDA, guys, starting to get a bounce in the market definitely helped propel Apple a little bit higher as well, too. So coming into that 180, 156 level, just bounces right off of it. So we have multiple touches, 3 to be exact at that specific zone. Let's pull up our chain to see what we got going on here, guys. And as to why we were selling, one thing, actually, let me take a couple steps back here, and we're going to go over to Netflix, and we're going to see what we got going on from a high of the day yesterday. Okay, so yeah, it's a pre-market high. So look, oh my Lanta.
Oh my days.
Oh my days, man. Oh my Lanta, look at that, 105.02. Oh, who told us that level? It wasn't me, it was the options chain, right? I'm just relaying information that I find from you guys on the chain and bringing it to you guys. NFLX. Pardon me?
It's the chain's fault.
It's this is a good scenario, though.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, here it is on Netflix, guys. Once again, 105, running into that supply zone, and we're seeing this. Listen.
Yes, sir.
It's not rocket appliances, Sharif, as Ricky from Trailer Park Boys would like to say. I know it's rocket science, rocket appliances, right? He matches up.
No, my buddy used to say, is it rocket science? He was an immigrant, bro.
What did he say?
He's like, rocket science. He thought it was rocket science. He's like, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Right? He's like, why they say rocket science?
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
it's
rocket science.
Rocket science. There you go. It's not. Yeah. So here it is. Rocket appliances over here, guys. 13,800 contracts. That's grown a little bit here with the volume around 23,500 at that specific level. And we have multiple touches. I wish I can show you kind of like a picture-in-picture on this one. So there it is, 105.02. You come up into that level today, and that is going to be yesterday's pre-market high there, brother. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Oh no!
What happened, Joey?
Oh yeah, there goes.
Get it, Joey.
AAPL.
Show 'em who's
we're
boss.
gonna hit this one right there. Show him whose boss is right, my friend. There's no question. But you know who's boss around these neck of the woods, Sharif?
Who?
This guy right here.
Oh.
JP.
Yeah, take him to the hole.
I'm not a hooper. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, nice move there in Apple, guys, as it's starting to climb higher. So that's what we got going on.
All right, man. We're back into 3 trades here. Let's get TGL halted down again. It's up 195%, but it's at that $20 area. In fact, it halted 1997, tap showing 1930. Halt time, 12:49:25. Add 5 minutes onto that. So earliest 12:54:25 will be open, but there goes freaking Toro. Yes, Joey, we sized in nicely here at that. Where did we get it, man? We got 23s. It's showing me 50s now. Finally, Toro. Yeah, it just looked like it was ready to break. It just had so many bottoming tail candles. But don't fall in love with this one. As we've seen before, it has bottoming tail and topping tail candles, meaning that the sellers are equally as aggressive as the buyers at the extremes. So the extreme here to me was the 520 area, and then I think into the 5.5. I want to say 5 2/3 is where we're going to encounter a lot more resistance. Let's see if we can get through that 5.5 first and foremost, though. Secondly here, Kodak continuing to go, guys. Kodak is going. And this has a tendency to run. I don't know what the short float is on this. I'm going to have to load this up. Oh, Canada's Group B. Canada's Group B, Joey.
Is that good?
We got Group B. I have no idea. Of course I'm watching.
We got the first. Why are we the first up there,
Because
man?
we're the host country, my boy.
But we don't get any of the good games, though, my boy. What's Donald doing
Mexico,
over here?
Group A.
Hey,
Joey,
Mexico.
Donald is the master of ceremonies.
Yeah. Sorry, why would I ever question that?
Carney picked the ball, and it was Carney picked his own country. It's rigged, Ram. It's rigged, Ram. All right, no. So Trump just pulled out. Let's see what he got. He got USA. What the hell is going on? Hold on. Why do everyone keep getting their own country? Look at Poch. Poch is obviously the coach of the USA team. He's all pumped. America is Group D. Man, this is very exciting. Shout out to Scheinbaum. She's there as well. Oh, Joey. Okay, so Mexico, Group A. Canada, Group B. USA, Group D. We don't have anybody yet. Everybody's yelling rigged. Look at everybody in the chat. They're all yelling rigged.
That's crazy.
This is fantastic. Guys, what we're watching is the World Cup draw. It is happening live right now. Prime Minister Carney, President Scheinbaum, President Trump, and I forget the FIFA guy's name. They're all on stage right now, and they're doing the draw for the World Cup. We're very pumped about that. At least I am, Joey, because I like soccer.
Listen,
yes,
the
sir.
World Cup hasn't even come to Toronto yet. I'm already livid what we got going on from a transportation
Joey,
standpoint.
you're going to hate your life for
brother.
a month,
I might,
brother.
You
might as well
I might
leave,
have to book
Joey.
the days off, man. Let me know what these are, and I just might just coop up in the house or go somewhere else, man, get away from all the action, you know? But anyways, aside from that, what we got going on, well, hold on. Guys, if you haven't done this yet,
tell him, Joey.
You have the option to like and subscribe.
The
This
haircut.
trade
the
has
option.
unlimited upside.
Fantastic
Look at the
haircut,
on
bro.
that, man. Look at
I like
that.
your hair right now, too, bro. It looks
Handsome
good.
fellow over there.
He's complimented himself. What the hell is going on?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You are a handsome fella,
Yeah,
but why do you
appreciate
gotta
that.
mention it? Like
Well, I
you're
didn't
gonna
know
wait
I
for
didn't
other
know- I
people
didn't
to
know who
mention
was.
it,
I didn't know
brother.
who it was at first. We can hit it again just so I can make sure.
I love this guy,
But no, in all seriousness, guys, Apple continuing to climb higher. Another banger on today's session. So grabbing this one off of the lows from 278.48 now, climbing up to 279.40 somethings. But yeah, we're still holding on to our last little bit. Maybe we get the volume weighted average price. But we are running into a key support level. I think it's really important to note this level right here, guys, around 279.39. That's going to act as a potential resistance zone.
Resistance zone.
So what we're going to do, Sharif,
yes, sir.
we're going to take our last out up
He's
here.
going to take
right?
the last one?
Yeah, we're going to take the last out right there. Bang, as we're slowly starting to reject. If we get a pullback and the momentum continues to the top side, we get that reload, we'll hop in, we'll make it a secondary trade and take another opportunity.
Sounds good. I know it is 5-1, but I have like so many trades going on right now. Can flatten them out here, Joey, and then we can do the news. But exactly, and I don't want to be monitoring these trades because they're all small caps and they're all can turn the flip. They can turn on you in a second and flip the script, and then I can find myself well out of the money. So I don't want to. We'll hold off. I think we can shorten the news segment a little bit today. What I'm really keeping my eye on is Toro, guys. It is an umpteen amount of higher lows, but I'm concerned that we did reject that $0.50 now, and we hadn't really rejected the $0.50 like that where we wicked in and then dropped back down. We're still showing 41s. I'm thinking about moving up my stop so that I can just lock in profits. I've got 23s. It's showing me 44s, but it's not clearing up above that level. It's very consolidative, very sideways. See how many shares we've got left here on Toro. Yeah, we can take out a little more here, Joe. Let's take out some more. Sharif, do you have an opening tap for SMX? 1 second. Check for you, brother. Take off NVTS, and I'll tell you what SMX is going to be. The top right now on SMX, we're halted up. Yeah, we're halted up. It's substantially higher. The halt, 281.02. The top, 289.28. So we are slated to go back up here. And this 250 area, Joey, this is important. Have a look. This could be interesting. This could be interesting.
We need it. We don't got it.
You know, here's what I'm saying. This is the 945 area low, right into 225, and here's a bottoming tail candle followed by an up halt right into that 234 area. Now I know 225 is not 234, but when you're moving hundreds of dollars in a day, they're very close. So this could be a hold up level here. Watch out for SMX. If you guys are short, just watch out here. The tap is already showing 289, so it's slated to open up about right here. So that's where the situation is right now on SMX. I hope everybody's trading this and trading it carefully, though. We're open, Joey. 297 coming into possibly 300 here on SMX. The spread is $7.34.74, man. Like, that is just crazy time. So SMX up 110%, up halt over, trying to take out 300 bucks. Keep your eye out on that one. There we go, right back into the high here on TORO. We're gonna keep an eye out on that one, and of course keep an eye on the World Cup draw, which is happening still right now. AML, there goes charge point into 11. We got, what do we got? 87s on charge point here, so we're gonna wet the beak because it's rejected 11 multiple times on the day, but that is a new high a day right now on charge point, up 29%. Let's find out what the short float is on this great stock.
Ooh. What is it?
We're gonna find out. Short float on CHPT. Go. Let's find out here, Joey. Presenting a concise. Okay, good job, Perplexity. Has mid-teens short interest. Okay. 13 to 15% of the public float. They're guesstimating 2.8 to 3.1 million shares. Is borrowed short. There goes SMX, Joseph. It rocketed up from $300 to $335. And in seconds, and as long as it took me to look at the short float on charge point, SMX still below the VWAP though, guys, or at VWAP, I should say, exactly at the volume weighted average price, and now it's finding resistance. So SMX rocketing up here. U.S. stock trader, SMX is strong, heading towards 516. What do you mean 516, brother? 516, you mean? Okay. U.S. stock trader, again, A+, 100%. Take it, my man. Look, it's going to halt up here. It looks like we're showing a halt parameter at 347. That will be the limit up. 347 is limit up currently on SMX. But there goes Toro, Joey. Yes, man, we're making money back on this one. TORO taking out a whole bunch of levels, but it's coming into that key area of resistance again. We got 23s on, it's showing me 56, and we had shares on this one. Let's see if we can get back up and make some more money on TORO. Charge point as well, coming into another area high. 1101 now, a new high a day on charge point. Be on the lookout for that. I still haven't done anything on Kodak, but I'm keeping my eye here on ALMS because now it's holding the 10, but it's not making any higher highs. So be careful with ALMS as well. What do you got, Joe?
All right, so I was just counting actually how many tickers I traded this morning, and it's 7. And one of them was a test trade on FBL. Take a small loss on that.
Kevin Hart's on stage now.
Pardon me?
Kevin Hart's on stage now.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, get this.
Yeah, yeah, he's at the.
All right.
This is a clown show. People are really rude in that chat, man.
Really mean. They're hard over there. There's no
quite rude.
There's no moderators over there. We would listen.
Not in our chat. In the
FIFA.
You
guys are the best.
Draw chat. Yeah, our chat's the best.
Yeah, we the best. Undefeated. Yeah, my only loss today really is on IBIT. Of course. Anyways, aside from that, guys, AAPL working out relatively well. If you guys were taking this trade, I know Baby Hands Donnie was taking it in the chat. He said that was working out. So hopefully you got to capitalize on this trade because we were in around 278.50, and then we get a piece out at the top here around 279.35. I think at the end of the day, the risk reward would have been drastically better if we got it in around 278.20s, and then boom, we just skyrocket to the top there. So. Not too bad whatsoever. We can run through a couple of the names right now. I know we do typically our trade review later on in the session near the ending, considering it is Friday, but we'll go through some things right now. FBL, that is going to be that next name. And again, just a test trade to make sure things were unlocked. Tried the short, get out of that one, and then sure enough, skyrockets higher. So that one's that. IBIT, the only loss of the day. Just going through it in order. We were looking for that potential long, stops us out, and now starting to grind back towards roughly our entry price right there. So that's why you don't want to hold on to things for too long. IonQ, that is going to be on the NY. This was a half-decent trade, guys. Nothing crazy. Off of those lows, you get a little bit. Stopped out, break even, no problem. As it continues to bleed, you can't stop that bleeding right there. And then NFL, X was definitely the trade of the day, my friend.
This was we had the most size on this trade, taking it from 99.40s all the way up to 101.81s, and then it went all the way up to 104. So that's starting to continuously look real good. TQs was our next trade as well. Talking about 7 names, guys. We're going to go through them all right now. We only have a couple more left. Short on the TQs, stopped out break even. Oh, and look, it recovers. Yeah, we missed a little bit of the leg, but we're not going to complain about that whatsoever. And then our final one is going to be on TSLZ. It's funny how that's on the Amex. Let's see, can you pull it up? Don't do this to me.
Don't do it to him, man.
Don't do it, man. Yes. All right. Bang. Winner.
Gagnon.
Yeah, winner. Gagnon. We need that, man. Oh,
yo, it's 70.
Is it 70 schmil?
It's 70.
Did
I
you
might
buy
buy
one?
a ticket. No. When is the draw? Tonight, right?
I
Isn't
think
it Friday
I thought it's
night?
like Tuesdays and Fridays. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's what I'm saying. So it's Friday night.
All right, cool, man.
I might buy a ticket.
Want to go
you want
5?
Yeah, okay, fine. So
Okay, yeah, cool.
35 and 35.
$35?
I may or may not abscond. Like that your other boy there. You see the Asian guy that absconded, or the Filipino guy?
Yeah.
That he apparently signed with a group of 3 others.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he took it on his
eh?
own, and they paid him. They paid him. Now he's getting criminally charged with
By those guys.
No, the police.
Oh, by the
charge
police?
You, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
really? If you make a deal with somebody and they're like, hey, even though there's no documentation, good thing this is video recorded.
He lied on a sworn statement, an affidavit, right? So they said he had to sign saying that nobody else was with him on that. And so they paid him out the milli, and he took the milli and he booked it, and then they charged him, bro.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right, man. We're in on that together. Whoever buys it, I'll give you the cash, e-transfer, whatever you want to do,
I'll
brother.
buy it
Let's rock and roll. So, yeah, 35-35 on that one.
35-35.
We win. What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
Can I tell you, I still work. I don't want to sit at home.
I would take a break, I think.
No, I don't like sitting at home, bro.
But you can travel, though. You can, like, go and see the world. And,
I want to work, bro. I want to work.
Where's the place that you haven't been in the world?
Lots of places, Joey.
Was that you Asia? You want to do
I haven't
the Asia
been to
trip?
South America. I want to go to South America for sure. I want to go to Australia for sure.
Yeah.
Where else? I've been to Africa. I went to safari. It was obviously Egypt. Africa
So you're telling me we have 35 sheets, and I
still work,
sent you this itinerary of this amazing trip in Asia.
I'd go on the trip, man. I'd go on the trip, but I still want to work.
Still work. Hey, we could do the show in Asia from there. We just bring our laptops and
take a break, bro.
take a little bit of a break.
No,
but in all seriousness, guys, a solid session. There is TSLZ. That's going to be the inverse ETF on Tesla, guys. As it was breaking down, we take the long on this one. So Tesla was short, and we have to hopped in that long, and that worked out really, really well for us.
All right, Joey, I'm quite happy with how Toro has treated me. We got the best profit taker on the day for me on Toro, 69, of course. And we've got one more here at 77s, but I'm going to let this one go. I'm either going to get stopped out on Toro, or we're going to take like a $6 print. So Toro up nicely, 35% on the day, but finding some resistance here. But I feel like it's cleared the $0.50. And U.S. Trader actually is trying to convince me to get in. U.S. Stock Trader is like, yo, add to the position, just add and hold Toro. I think he might have something here, man. 578 high. We're not far away from it. We're showing 58s right now. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one, but this one's going to haunt me here, Joe. I got out of this one, and look what it's doing. D, B, R, frickin' G into the high of the day. I feel stupid for having sold this one. It didn't even break trend that badly, and it is squeezing now. DBRG is going into the area high, 13, 35, 36, 39 now. It's on the rampage to the high side, 37.5%. DBRG, I traded this one incorrectly, but you're never really going to get everything right all the time. We'll have to see where this one ends up finding resistance. I'm going to flatten out my charge point trade. That one is just not the one for me at the moment. We'll take a little bit of a hit on the last remaining amount, but we'll stay positive on that. ALMS, let me have a quick look at this one. Look, I like that 60 penny level. I like it as an area of support, but it keeps putting in lower highs. It's not finding good strength on this one, so I don't know how to feel about this one here at the moment. So back my patience, and good out there on charge point. Charge point is really dropping, so going to keep an eye out on that. I think we're going to start the news.
Fire it up.
107, man. So let's start the news right now.
Fire it up.
I'm going to look at Unlucky Guy 33. He wants me to look at On. So we'll have a look at quickly at On for him, and then we'll start up the news. So very consolidative, brother. Intraday, finding support at VWAP at around 55.60. The best print on the day is 56.12, but this is not a glowing endorsement for a long. at least, from an intraday trade. On the daily, on semiconductor, of course, this company is, right? Just make sure on is on semi. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, this is not great. I got to tell you the truth. I don't like the breakdown of that $65 level. That was a very long area of support. It broke it, and now it's using 65 as resistance. So to me, the way that I get long here is a break and hold above 65 bucks. Until that happens, you're going to have upward resistance. And I wouldn't put too much stock, if any, into the moving averages here. As you can see, they're crossing all over each other, and that typically happens when you have consolidation. Moving averages are not good during consolidative time. So unlucky guy 33, I hope you get lucky, man, in more ways.
His name
than
is
one.
Unlucky Guy?
Yeah, his name is Unlucky Guy 33. I feel bad, man. I want him to be lucky, Joey. Shout out to you, my man. All right, I'm going to flatten out all my trades here so we can just, because I don't want to be dealing with these while I'm in, we're doing the news, Joey. TGL is up halted again, guys, into 2154. It's up 218%. Be on the lookout for that one. That could offer some more upside momentum. So I flattened out all my trades. I've canceled all my orders, and it's time to start the news. Bring it in here, Joey. And what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about Warner Brothers Discovery. Of course, we're going to talk about the acquisition today by Netflix. Kind of I don't want to say it took me by surprise, but I had already reviewed this article from two different perspectives. One, Paramount Skydance sent a letter basically accusing Warner Brothers Discovery of favoring Netflix and not dealing in good faith. And then there was another article as well that Netflix had sweetened the deal. And by the time I was like on, 3/4 of the way through the morning note, we got word that Netflix actually had closed the deal. So I had to redo the entire review. So let's talk about this one. Warner Brothers Discovery. They're going to sell their film and TV studios, their HBO Max, as well as HBO for a total enterprise value of $82.7 billion. Netflix, for their part, they're going to pay $27.75 a share, and they intend to maintain Warner Brothers Discovery's current operations. The deal is expected to close 12 to 18 months after the planned spinoff of Warner Brothers Global Network Division, which is called Discovery Global, and the target is Q3 of 2026. So it'll be 12 to 18 months. Katina, man, I misspoke when I told you this morning. The closing is expected 12 to 18 months from Q3 of 2026. No, I'm just telling you, I know you don't have a mic. I'm not expecting you to talk, Katina. I just want to point out that I misspoke this morning. Shareholders of Warner Brothers Discovery are going to receive $23.25 in cash, and they're also going to get $4.50 in Netflix stock per WBD share that they have. So some of the things that are going to move to Netflix: Big Bang Theory, The Sopranos, Game of Thrones, The Wizard of Oz, DC Universe. All the catalog there is moving over to the Flakes. This opens the door, I should say, for bundled streaming products like, bundling Netflix and HBO Max. Obviously, the aim there is to improve consumer value and to lock you into the system. WBD, Joey, entered the sale process in October due to financial strain and mounting debt obligations that the company was suffering from. And Paramount Skydance's division accused WBD of running an unfair bidding process favoring Netflix. Later on, Joey, CNBC reported that Warner Brothers Discovery actually received a $30 per share Skydance from Paramount Skydance, and they rejected it and chose instead to take the $27.75, which at first, on first take, kind of makes you feel that it wasn't just all about the money. No. That it was, what are they going to do with our operations, with our legacy once they're gone? And they preferred Netflix, thinking maybe they had a better shot of.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Brandon mentioned it this morning, more strategic on that one. We'll send it over to Adair in just 1 second. I think this is going to be the largest acquisition between obviously some of these streaming giants, which is absolutely phenomenal. And just watch out for Netflix's numbers to continue to skyrocket. Now they have complete control of Game of Thrones, so they can do any form of spinoff that they like, and still using the Warner Brothers studios. So a lot going on, and they're just continuously building
I like what Netflix is going, and that's exactly why I bought some this morning at $101 at that front. Adara, what do you have for us?
About that deal. So, like, what I actually have to say here for the news has to do with my thoughts on Warner Brothers and Paramount, so I'll just kind of wrap it up all quickly. CNBC just reporting now, Paramount is now considering taking their offer right to Warner Brothers shareholders directly. Now, I am of the opinion, I was of the opinion before I heard this news story, I don't think this is a done deal, and I'll tell you why. So if you go back to the Metsera deal, Novo Nordisk versus Pfizer, two guys, duking it out. Novo Nordisk, the European company, Pfizer, the American company, where the CEO had a good relationship with U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, I say all of this because Paramount has increasingly said to Warner Brothers, hey, we have a better relationship with regulators. We are in a much better position to get your deal through than Netflix would be. Netflix is also, it's a company with a lot of stature. We know already Elizabeth Warren, U.S. Senator, has said this deal is an anti-monopoly nightmare, quote unquote. The point I'm trying to make is, especially if Paramount's now, with this new update, trying to take this offer straight to shareholders, I don't think Paramount is out of this fight yet. I don't think the situation's over. I'd be careful here. And given, again, with the Pfizer-Metsera thing, just to go back to why I think that's an interesting case of precedent, that ended up, even though Metsera said they preferred the Novo deal, Novo Nordisk ended up having to drop out because the regulators in the U.S. said, we are not going to let this deal through, so Pfizer stepped in. So the point I'm trying to make here, to use this recent analogy, is that I honestly still think PSKY could have a shot at this, especially if they're pulling the regulation card.
Thank you very much. We've got Rio Ferdinand and Kevin Hart on the stage right now doing the draw. Let's go on to the next topic, though, Joey. Senators looking to block NVIDIA chip exports to China, and they're putting a timeline on that, 2.5 years. So a bipartisan Senate group introduced the Safe Chips Act, and their aim is to block the Trump administration from loosening AI chip exports for 2.5 years. But it's not where it ends. The bill will require the Commerce Department to deny any export license for advanced US AI chips to China, to Russia, to Iran, and North Korea. After the freeze, meaning after the 2.5 year period, the Commerce Department must notify Congress 30 days before any rule change, which kind of the aim of that is to limit any unilateral executive action. The sponsors of the bill say, look, restricting Beijing's access to cutting-edge American technology is vital to national security. This is a rare move where President Trump's own party is actively trying to constrain his trade and his tech policy decisions. Joey, we know from the back and forth that we've been seeing a lot lately between Jensen and some of the comments he's been making. His opinion is it's a strategic initiative to have the world rely on American tech rather than having the Chinese fill the void. And if they do, and we get them back. So what do you make of this whole thing?
No, I think that's a very valid point there, Sharif. And our good friend of the show, Kevin O'Leary, said the exact same thing. Essentially, I think it's in the best interest for them to allow the Chinese to buy whatever chip they want and make them reliant more or less on NVIDIA and the AMDs and all those American-made chips, because you don't want them to obviously start innovating on their own and then make something better, cheaper, and then sure enough, you have other Eastern countries who want to acquire more of the Chinese chips, not the American chips. So you're going from a strategic standpoint. I know there's a lot of players on both sides of the fences here. Again, I'm going to stand on the one where I think it's best that you sell it to them and allow NVIDIA and these other major corporations to thrive in China when we already know it's difficult enough to kind of get your foot established in that country.
Absolutely, Joey. Let's go on to the next story. What do we got? AMD. They finally get the license from the Commerce Department to ship the MI308. It was ironic because they didn't have the license all the while NVIDIA had the license with the H20, but it didn't really matter. It was super moot because China didn't want to buy them anyway. And what I was saying on the Big Desk this morning is, what makes AMD think China's going to want to buy the MI308 if they want to buy the H20? Maybe just search while I'm reading this to see which is more powerful of a chip. Is it the H20 or the MI308? Because they're both China-specific variants. I'd love to know. So CEO Lisa Su stated AMD has an active U.S. license now allowing shipments of the Mi-308 accelerator to China. The design is, of course, made to comply with U.S. current export restrictions. Lisa Su said AMD is prepared to pay up a 15% fee to the U.S. government on chip shipments to China under a deal with the Trump administration, which is outlined in August. Some legal experts argue that the actual fee that they pay for the shipment may be illegal, as it may violate the Constitution's ban on taxing exports, signaling, a potential future legal or legislative challenge. Of course, the aggrieved parties here would be NVIDIA and AMD, and they're the ones that have CETUS to bring the challenge, not anybody else, or unless they pay it. NVIDIA faces similar restrictions as we talked about, but far higher demand for its H-series chips. AMD's ability to ship these Mi-308 with a fee structurally narrows the competitive gap in China. And if the Safe Chips Act goes through, Joey, this arrangement could be temporary, pushing AMD to accelerate development of China-compliant AI accelerators. What did it say?
Yeah. So you wanted to know which one's more powerful?
Not the H200, the H20.
Okay, the H20.
Yeah, the H20, because that H200 is not even out.
So this might be hallucinating a little bit, because it's saying that it's somewhat of a competitive alternative to the H200. So
Right.
we'll figure that out. H20. But no, I mean, as for that, Sharif, we know that a lot of the Chinese corporations already had their licensing agreement done so that they can acquire some of these chips from NVIDIA and AMD, but then things were off the table for quite some time. And sure enough, now we got AMD, got that licensing, so the Mi-308 definitely being shipped. What I was thinking here is, could it be potentially from a funding standpoint? So are these chips going to be relatively cheaper than buying some of the NVIDIA ones? And then that can be an alternative as well, too.
That's a good point.
Right?
If it's cheaper, certainly it could persuade. But at the end of the day, the Chinese regulator, I think, won't change their opinion, whether it's $50 or $100, because
it's American made. And
exactly. And then they made accusations about, these things have cutoff switches. They can track what is being done, all stuff that we don't know if it's true or not. What we do know is that a lot of these Asia destined, I believe that it was the H100 at the time, the shipping containers were tracked to see exactly where, and the packaging as well also had trackers. I think that was reported by Reuters in the summer. Let's go on to the next story. Apple, 2 senior executives retire, and Meta top lawyer joins Apple. So interesting here, they're switching people. So Apple announced the retirement of Kate Adams, who's general counsel at Apple, and as well as Lisa Jackson, who is VP of Environment Policy and Social Initiatives, 2 longtime senior executives reporting directly to CEO Tim Cook. Jennifer Newstead, though, she's Meta's chief legal officer, and she's going to join Apple as general counsel, replacing, of course, Kate Adams. Newstead brings a deep regulatory experience, having overseen Meta's global compliance issues across Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others as well. And the hiring of Newstead by Apple suggests Apple is preparing for continued regulatory pressure, given her experience navigating one of the most heavily regulated tech companies in the world, of course, that is Meta, because of the social media component. But here's the deal, Joe. So Lisa Jackson, who was VP of Environment Policy and Social Initiatives, she's leaving. And she was in charge of the environmental strategy, diversity programs, and she later spearheaded the Racial Equality and Justice Initiative. Could this be Apple silently removing the DEI department, as many corporations have done under President Trump? Thoughts?
Yeah, potentially, probably. At the end of the day, I want to know what those retirement bonuses are looking like for the most part. But yeah, that's probably what it is at the end of the day, Sharif, because we know that Donald Trump did change that rule and said, yeah, we're going to probably scrap that one there.
Which one?
The DIA.
The DEI, yeah. Well, yeah, he was putting pressure on companies to do that. All right, let's go on to the next topic, Joey. Tesla launches a lower-priced Model 3 standard, of course, in Europe. We already got that in North America. They already had the standard Model Y. They didn't have the Model 3. So Tesla officially launched the lower-priced Model 3 standard. It's missing certain features that come in the base model across key European markets after first introducing it in the U.S. earlier in the fall. Some of the prices here: Germany, it's going to cost you basically 38,000 euros. Norway, it's going to be 330,000 Norwegian kroners. And is this Swedish kroners? 449,000, basically 450,000 Swedish kroners. That's about 47,000. Why is there such variance in prices, Joey? Are these import costs or is it buying power? Like, why is it $33,000 in Norway, $47,000 in Sweden, $44,000 in Germany?
We know Elon's relationship with Norway.
I know, but if you want to move the needle, you're not going to endear yourself to them by putting it.
It's already like how many vehicles was it? It was like four. It was like four in the four figures. He's only selling a couple thousand vehicles over there.
It's very low.
It's very low.
Guys, I want to mention that DBRG trade is just rocketing up. This is an obvious buy program here, guys. It was a buy program earlier. It was consolidative. It held beautifully, and it is really going. These candles all have about 1.5 million to 1 million shares each. What's going on, Katina Man? Oh, pot one, finally. Oh, here we go. Katina Man is watching the draw as well. That's my crazy. Man. All right, pot one. Here we go, baby. All right, so just to give you an idea of what the U.S. price is for that Model 3, it's about 36,990. So the one that really aligns the most there, it looks like maybe Germany. Tesla has also been facing intensifying price pressure from brands like BYD, MG, and local European OEMs as well, who are rolling out their own cheaper EVs. And it also follows the rollout of the lower priced Model Y in Europe, another signal that Tesla is leaning heavily on affordability as a defense mechanism to maintain its market share on the continent. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk.
I do have some more updates here when it comes to PSKY, Netflix, and Warner Brothers Discovery. So Charles Gasparino just adding some color here to these reports that Paramount is now putting out a hostile bid. He is a Fox News correspondent, and I've said this a lot. If you're looking for news for WBD, Charles Gasparino is definitely the account to follow here on X. He's saying that apparently the reason Paramount Skydance is launching this hostile bid for Warner Brothers is because they think their $30 a share all-cash offer is a better deal than what Netflix is offering in terms of their cash stock and the value of the spinoff of the cable business. So just to clarify, Paramount trying to do $30 a share, and Netflix has had this offer here for $27.75. And apparently the issue, according to a separate report from CNBC, is that PSKY is valuing the Discovery Global Networks portfolio at roughly $2 a share. Well, Warner Brothers thinks it should be worth $3 a share. So just a little bit more color and context on PSKY, NFLX, and WBD.
All right, Joey, what do you make of Tesla and their cheaper Model 3?
I think at the end of the day, what comes to mind, Sharif, and I'm sure it's at the top of everybody's mind, is obviously margin compression. You got to keep an eye out on that. But as from a market share standpoint, if he wants to maintain that, it's tough. When you've been at the top for so long, there's only one way you can go, and that's essentially down, because you have some of these other Chinese EVs coming into play, and they're just starting to dominate the space as well, too. I mean, there's some quality. You can get all ends of the spectrum. You got the quality and the cheaper models as well. So, I mean, it's only down really from here. So the dominance that Tesla once had over in Europe is slowly starting to.
But I got to tell you something. Yeah. These Chinese EVs can be opulent, and they have technology that's just not available in North American.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have literally both ends of the spectrum. Like, you have the best of the best tech, and then you can just buy that little.
You can get crap.
You can get the shit.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
All right, let's go on to the next story. SoFi drops after announcing a $1.5 billion stock offering. It's exactly $1.5 billion. This comes obviously after a massive run. SoFi's market cap has nearly doubled in the year of 2025, and the stock is up 6 times what it was valued at in late 2022. The proceeds of the raise are going to go as follows. 1, strengthening their capital position. 2, financial flexibility, as well as improving their internal capital management efficiency. And then, of course, the one that I like the most is funding future growth initiatives, as well as new business opportunities. Separately, in another article that I read, they are really looking to tokenize a lot of the different equities that they have, and that is going to cost some money. Apparently, that's really what they're focusing on here. And management is framing the raise as preparation for continued expansion and not a sign the company is in financial distress. To update you on their report, earnings report, which came in late October. Revenue was up 38% year over year, just shy on the quarter of $1 billion in revenue. Net income, a healthy $140 million. That was more than double what they had taken home the prior year. And they got $3.25 billion in cash, as Katina mentioned this morning. He's like, they got so much cash, what do they need another $1.5 billion for?
Yeah, who knows?
So we're going to see exactly. But what do you think of this?
Exactly, Sharif. And I mean, usually these offerings are never great for the stock, but you're not going to complain, really. It sold off aggressively. But at this point, you're still up 231%. You're up 300% over here, guys, 301 to be exact, from that level of $8.13 to $32.64. I'm not going to worry about SoFi too much. A nice consolidation off of these highs, and I wouldn't be surprised if this consolidation continues for a little bit longer, and then you just take an additional leg higher, because having cash on hand is always good.
The GOAT, Tom Brady, is now picking something out of the barrel there. Who does he got? Netherlands. So Group A, Mexico. Group B, Canada. Group C, Assassino, Brazil. Group D, USA. Group E, Germany. And then Group F will be the Netherlands. So we're still only at the first of the pack here. Here comes Brady opening up another one. What does he got? What does he got? Show it, Tom. Let's go. Belgica, Belgium, Group G. They're called the Red Devils. I like that. All right, shout out to Tom.
I like Belgium. They're good. Those guys are good.
They're great. I like Jeremy Doku. I like, obviously, Leandro Trossard because he's an Arsenal striker.
I used to like Germany, too, with Schweinsteiger.
Schweinsteiger, yeah, he's retired now. Germany's got pretty good team. We'll talk about that later. Morgan Stanley, Joey, they gave MP the nod today. They turned bullish on the U.S. rare earth play, so they upgraded MP from inline to overweight, and they boosted the price target from 68.50 to 71. MP's already surged 296% year to date at the time that this article was written. And why they're so bullish on MP? Well, they're saying MP is developing a fully domestic mine-to-magnet. That's another euphemism for vertically integrated mine-to-magnet rare earth supply chain, positioning it as the leading U.S. alternative to China's dominance, even though China did pause the rare earth export restrictions for a year. Morgan Stanley notes this does not solve the U.S. dependency issues or slow the export licensing process in China. As a result, they think MP is important. MP's importance has been reinforced as well by the tie-up that they have with the Department of Defense, as well as this newly formed joint venture between the Department of Defense, MP, and Saudi Arabia's Ma'aden, I guess that's how you say it. MP also, Joey, is on track to become the only globally integrated rare earth supplier with full mine-to-magnet capability. To be fair, though, the Chinese companies that do this, that are very much involved in rare earths, they may not be vertically integrated themselves, but as a country, the country has basically 90% of the world's refining capacity for these rare earths. So even though one company isn't responsible for all of it, the country itself is doing just fine.
Yeah, working as a solid collective unit, absolutely. Keep an eye out on this, guys. So we talk about necklines being broke all the time here in MP materials and stocks across the board. You get that liquidity grab, but now you're starting to head right back into the middle of this range. Watch for an open up above 66. If we do get that eventually, and I'm going to be looking at this name come Monday morning to see if we can get a break above $66 and then maybe a little bit of a continuation to the top side. But I think this was enough liquidity absorbed right off of the neckline break and off of these lows, putting you down a substantial amount from those previous highs, Sharif. We were down 54%. Right, we've seen it in the likes of a lot of names.
I held through that entire thing up and the entire thing down. Yeah.
Diamond hands, baby. Yeah, so I mean, 54% from peak to trough right there.
Bro.
I think at some point that we're going to break through. And once I mention this, I'll mention it again. You get to open up above $66. Look for a potential long on MP materials, guys.
All right, here we go, guys. As I mentioned, Group A, Mexico. Group B, Canada. Group C, Brazil. Group D, USA. Group E, Germany. Group F, Netherlands. Group G, Belgium. And now here's the new one. Group H, Spain. Group I, France. Group J, Argentina. Group K, Portugal. And last, Group L. Man, they really made this a big World Cup. England. So I'm going for three teams. Obviously, it's Canada, Egypt, and England. Definitely going to be cheering for those three. There's Thomas Tuchel as well. Shout out to Iker Casillas now, the great Spanish goalie, netminder, as they call him. Speaking to the reporter there, let's go on to the next topic. Cloudflare shares dip after a global outage, but a quick fix was issued. Cloudflare experienced a major dashboard and app malfunction early Friday, triggering outages across multiple high-profile websites. The outage did briefly impact large platforms like your LinkedIn's, your Coinbase, Substack, Shopify, HSBC, and Deliveroo. I've never heard of Deliveroo. Minutes, though, after acknowledging the issue, Cloudflare said it had implemented a fix and was actively monitoring the recovery. The event comes less than 3 weeks, though, after a similar Cloudflare outage, which was an incident that the company labeled unacceptable. To give you an idea of how important Cloudflare is, they provide core infrastructure for approximately 20% of the internet. That's insane, including, the Department of Defense, traffic routing, secure content delivery. Anyway, Cloudflare trades at a premium to basically the industry standard, which makes it more sensitive to these operational hiccups. Let's see where NET is trading at right now, NET. They are still down 1 3/4% on the day. It looks like they closed at 204, but well off the lows there that we saw in the pre-market at around 193. So we'll have to keep an eye out on Cloudflare. Adara, what do you make of this?
Yeah, so I am very disappointed by Cloudflare because I'm like, really, in what world is it this difficult to not have outages? Like, we talk a lot about the CrowdStrike outage. We talk about the AWS outage, but both of those guys, guess what? Well, one of them, CrowdStrike, that was an update that went wrong. But these are one-time things. These are not things that recur. They are not things that should recur. So, yeah, big L here, in my opinion, for NET for having this happen twice in 2.5 weeks. And I think, too, just to go off of what Sharif said, because I think it's really important to remember the scope of Cloudflare in terms of the internet, right? Like when they had that outage, you couldn't access X, you couldn't access Canva. There were so many sites that just could not be accessed. People could not post. People were not able to do things to the full capacity. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be any comeuppance for this on any level, but I think maybe there should be. And I think if this happens again, 3-strike rule, things should get dicey. Hopefully this is the last time, but again, shouldn't have happened in the first place and definitely shouldn't have happened again so soon.
All right, thank you very much for that, guys. I want to mention DBRG is really going here. So it was a bit of an aggressive sell-off, but look at that hammer candle that formed, and then most importantly, the subsequent candle, higher lows, higher highs, a 1450 high. Guys, we were holding this in the 12s, man. It makes me feel stupid. Anyway, up 48.25%, looking to go 50%. Good look here for DBRG. Let's go, though, to the next story. Ulta Beauty raises guidance again as its Q3 earnings report outperforms expectations. They beat expectations of EPS coming in at $5.14. Joey, the street was looking for $4.64. What a beat that was on revenue of $2.86 billion. Another healthy beat. The street was looking for $2.72. So a monster beat on the top and bottom line there, man. And in addition to beating on the quarter, they raised full-year net sales guidance now to $12.3 billion. Prior to that, they had guided 12.0 to 12.1, as well as their EPS for full year raised 25.20 to 25.50, up from the prior guide of 23.85 to 24.30. The comparable sales outlook as well increased 4.4 to 4.7%. They were guiding 2.5 to 3.5. So this is a really fantastic look here for ULTA. The beauty consumers remain, though, value conscious, but are still spending, especially on seasonal needs and gift categories. CEO noted that Black Friday and Cyber Monday performance was strong, and it reinforces the company's outlook for the holiday season coming up. Fragrance, though, Joey, was the standout. They delivered double-digit growth for the fragrance category, and they expanded as well the fragrance shelf space up more than 60% of U.S. stores. They expanded the shelf space in more than 60% of the U.S. stores. Skincare saw good high single-digit increases, and hair care grew mid-single digits, as well as the continued expansion into the international segment. Joey, 7 new stores in Mexico, and the first Middle East store was launched in Kuwait, and they acquired Space NK, which gave them access to 83 stores in the UK and Ireland.
Okay, expanding for sure. But new traders, listen up, first month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. All right, guys. Yeah, nice solid recovery in the market. As for Ulta Beauty, we just like using this as our benchmark, and that's going to be those April lows. You're currently trading up 87%, 88% roughly there from where we were standing at $326, now all the way up to $613. So that's a big time move. A little more of an expensive stock, but yeah, I mean, it's performing really well and expanding. Obviously, its customer base was just huge, so total addressable market starting to increase as well. So not too bad whatsoever. Apple, Katina, man, you see this long here. I know you're not mic'd up or anything, but there it is. You see this long over here, brother? Not too bad whatsoever on AAPL. But Adara, what do you have for us?
What I have is a stock called BACQ. This company is called Inflection Point Acquisition Corp. And they've moved before. I believe they are acquiring a name kind of in the aerospace space, which is why Ray Blanco is calling this one the Palantir of aerospace. Pop up for this one. I need to let you guys know, volume is not incredibly significant. It's around 900,000 shares traded on the day. So it's certainly not super low, but it's not super high either. BACQ on watch as we send you back to the midday show.
Thank you very much for that one, Adara. I don't have that thing for you. Sentinel-1 up next. Yeah, I mean, this Sentinel-1 was definitely on the upgrades and downgrades list this morning, so very interesting stuff. We'll talk about that momentarily. But as for the overall market, guys, we got NVDA, just the inability to break through this neckline here around 181.55, and then sure enough, we're now starting to trade up to 182.50s, punching through the volume-weighted average price. So you just have this sideways consolidation with the inability to crack lower, and then now you're slowly starting to climb. Netflix hasn't recovered. You're just right back towards opening price, not there quite yet. 98.77 is going to be OP, and then sure enough, we're trading at 99.67. So still south of that $100 mark. I think there's a good opportunity to be grabbing some. I'll grab a little bit more if we do breach the 90s and head into 89 or anything along those lines. I think this is a big time solid buy, and you want to try to take advantage of those. This is a massive deal with Warner Brothers, in my opinion. Yeah, so as for Warner Brothers, this is, and Netflix, this is a massive deal, right? So it's just complete dominance. Now you can watch all your Game of Thrones seasons on Netflix itself, hopefully in the near future. So there goes Ulta Beauty, though. It was a nice climb higher. Now starting to break through some key support levels right here around 604, heading into the volume-weighted average price. So that bull flag didn't work out for traders who are buying all the way up here. But be patient. This isn't bad whatsoever. It was kind of going oppo of the overall market, just climbing higher as the market was coming back in. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Let's get a recovery in Netflix. No longer in play for the intraday session. I think it's off Friday. I think we're going to cool down a little bit more on today's session.
Yo, I think Shaq might be the biggest human being to ever do a World Cup draw.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's been bigger than that, Katina, man. I mean, he's a monster on that stage. He makes Brady look tiny, and Brady's pretty tall. Yeah, so Mexico is going to be with Korea. Okay. Canada has got Sweden in Group B. Brazil, oh, they took it off. Senegal and France are going to be in Group I. We'll get to those in a second. It's back. It's second. Okay, so there we go, Joey. Brazil is going to have Morocco. USA is going to have Australia. Germany is going to have Ecuador in Group E. Netherlands and Japan the same Group F. Belgium and Iran in Group G. Spain and Uruguay. In Group H, you got France and Senegal in Group I. Argentina is going to be with... Let's go.
Let's go. Come on, man.
Is that Austria?
Yeah, that's what I see.
That's Austria, right?
Yeah, I seen Austria.
Yeah, that looks like it's Austria. I knew the Austrian flag. So Argentina and Austria in Group J. We'll find out who's Portugal and England are going to have in their group. Let's go on to Sentinel-1 Q3 earnings recap. Oh boy, this was interesting. Where is S right now? Because it was down substantially in the pre. It's SSR, it's down 12%, not a good look. So they posted EPS of 7 pennies, beating the 5 expected by the street, and swinging well above break-even levels that they were at a year ago. So improvements, but not good enough. Sadly, revenue coming in at $258.9 million. That's only up 1.14% year over year. And I don't know why that narrowly tops expectations of, that doesn't narrowly top at all. That's a typo there. They've eaten EPS consensus for 4 straight quarters, which probably speaks more to cost control than organic growth. The next the next move in the stock will heavily depend on their billing durability, their ARR growth versus their peers. We're talking, of course, about the CrowdStrikes, the Zscalers, the PanWs, and others. Margin expansion cadence as well will be operative, as well as the security market budget trends. We know that this is a very cyclical business. Sometimes you have outspend on cybersecurity, and then sometimes you got to control costs at the corporate level, and that's where they make cuts. Probably not a great idea, but we've seen it in the past. Joey, Sentinel-1, SSR, and looking real ugly here.
Yeah, I mean, revenue up, $211 million, roughly 28% year over year. Total AR, you addressed that already. Margins starting to increase. Gross margins ran in the high 70s to 80%, which is absolutely phenomenal numbers. But as for Sentinel-1, let's take a look at this stock. Today's intraday price action, not too clean. I mean, boom, you get that tank and then you get the continuation of the PA. Look at this print right here. This is a thing absolutely beautiful. I'll take that from Obi. It's absolutely beautiful, nice indecision print at those highs from $15, and you get to take it all the way down to $14.64. But we have a super chat here, guys, from our good friend Lisberto. What's up, Lisberto? $4.99. Thank you for the show, guys. I appreciate you, Joey. Are you green or red today? If you're red, you need to put the heated vest back on.
Oh, no.
Well, good
it's
thing
not
we
heated.
don't.
Leave him
well,
alone.
Well,
bro.
good thing we don't need to put the heated vest back
Oh,
on.
my man. My man. Look at this, Joey.
Let's see.
He's always, I like how he's always angry, right?
Yeah,
he's got that anger. No, man, you do not see Kevin Hart right there, man.
Yeah, I thought he said always.
He's like half the size of Shaq.
Literally.
This is fantastic. They're both on the stage right now, guys. This is great. We'll update you guys soon.
Did you see that one clip? It was like Kevin Hart and it was Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Anthony Joshua, and they were all talking together.
No.
And then like Dwayne The Rock and Anthony Joshua like stepped closer to talk to each other, and like Kevin Hart was behind him, and he's like,
nobody could see him.
Yeah, he's like, well, I just did that. He's like, I just disappeared right there.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's go on to the next topic. Okay, interesting one here from today. Costco adds former Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo to the board amid a tariff fight. Remember what we reported on a few days ago, that Costco was preemptively suing the Trump administration to collect the money that it had paid in tariffs. It argues that the tariffs are illegal, and it's trying to preserve its right to do so. So Costco appointed former U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo to the board. Chairman Tony James highlighted her government and international trade experience. As I just mentioned, Costco recently filed a federal lawsuit seeking to recover money it already paid in 2025 to satisfy the tariffs imposed by President Trump under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Costco's legal team is pushing for immediate reimbursement, arguing that if the Supreme Court strikes down the tariffs later, next year likely, the company may not get its money back, as that money will have been reallocated. On Wednesday, though, the Court of International Trade consolidated Costco's lawsuit with 19 other similar lawsuits filed by other companies. The retailer, though, faces significant exposure to tariffs due to its massive input footprint, especially in general merchandise and consumer staples. What I think about here is this is going to, I think, antagonize the Trump administration. You sue the Trump administration trying to recollect tariffs, and then you have a Biden appointee in his administration to your board. It's not signaling kind of the play ball attitude that we've seen a lot of companies take. Well, that could be good or bad, really depending on your political philosophy, but the fact of the matter is, this seems like to speak some volumes here.
Well, I think so as well, too. I think it's not a good idea to go against the administration right now. We know that Donald Trump will flick the switch on you just like that. He'd be like, oh, you're his favorite one day, next day you're not. So at the end of the day, this could, you know what this is? It's kind of reminding me, Sharif, I think it's going to...
I just got to tell you, we got breaking news.
Oh, do we got breaking? Okay, yeah.
We got breaking news, Joey.
Keep an eye on DXYZ here. This is Destiny Tech 100. We know they hold SpaceX, and that's why they're moving higher here. Wall Street Journal reporting that SpaceX is in talks for a share sale that would send its valuation up to $800 billion. So again, SpaceX reportedly in a share sale that could send its valuation up to $800 billion. SATS was moving as well, apparently, on this. Likely the same news here. So SATS and DXYZ on watch, as Wall Street Journal reports that SpaceX could be valued at $800 billion after a share sale. Back to you.
Know that. You knew that? Oh, good. Because that's exactly what happened. They do that for all their sports, by the way, Katina, man. Canada, Qatar, and Switzerland in Group B, Joey. But I want to hear your opinion.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's going to put a weight on the company's shoulders for quite some time until more of this starts to clear the air. And then I think that's when you can start to see Costco break through its channel.
That's an ugly downturn.
Yeah. And it's going to contribute.
Right,
I think it's going to contribute more to this. So it's going to act like a weight, kind of like we've seen in the likes of Google for quite some time with the antitrust. So until this is cleared over, which is going to take some time, you may not see a sustained rebound in Costco.
And can I say something? Didn't you and I just look to see the other day how much of their merchandise is imported so that we can make the comparisons to Walmart?
Yes,
and wasn't it less than Walmart's?
I'm pretty sure. No, yeah, it might have been less.
Similar or less, right?
But see, the thing is, though, I'm pretty sure what Costco was doing, and they reported when the tariffs started to get implemented, was that they were chewing some of that cost so that they didn't put it back onto the consumers.
That's right.
But what they were doing is like the more luxurious goods. It's like, okay, you guys can eat that.
Higher margins, sure.
Exactly.
Right.
So now maybe they're like, hey, we didn't want to eat all of these costs. Now we kind of want a refund. We want our money.
That's fair,
right?
But the reason I was bringing up the Walmart thing was to draw a comp, right?
Yeah.
If Walmart isn't doing it, does it really kind of, I don't want to say look bad. They're within their rights to file lawsuits and try to collect their money. Nobody can dog them for that. But when your competitor in a similar position is not doing that, does it make you look a little bit...
So let me ask you this. Do you think it's better for them to go and take this legal route, or maybe go and have a talk with Donald and be like, hey, what kind of deal can we
That's
strike?
interesting. I don't think they want to talk to him.
But clearly not, because they're suing him.
Yeah.
But which path, from what you've seen in a history standpoint, which one do you think is more the path of least resistance? I'm going to have to go have a conversation with the individual and see if you can strike something.
I don't think that they're interested, Joey.
No, they're not. They're clearly not. They're clearly not.
This is very interesting. I'd love to see how Costco is going to perform the rest of the year. But as Brendo mentioned in the morning, man, the lineups are still packed.
Yeah.
Okay,
got the
so,
gas. That's
the
not
lineups
going
are still
change,
packed,
right? And they raised membership fees as well.
They did. They do.
So.
All right, let's go on to the next story. What do we got, Katina, man? Egypt where? In what group? In Germany? No, we're in Group C, Katina, man. No, hold on. Where are we at? Yeah, okay. I can't see it quite yet. Waiting. All right, let's talk about Bank of America opens the door on crypto advice. Bank of America announced that it will allow its wealth advisors to recommend crypto allocations to clients beginning on the 5th of January next year. This is going to include Bank of America Private Bank, Merrill Edge. Well, obviously, Merrill's owned by what's it called? Bank of America. Until now, advisors could only include crypto ETF orders for qualifying clients. Now they can actively actually recommend the coins and exposure. It's an institutional endorsement, nothing new, kind of late to the party here. But as we know, institutional demand and ETF adoption of crypto is rising. The Bank of America here, they note that increasing client preference for ETFs and ETPs as crypto acts as vehicles. They cite liquidity, security, and compliance simplicity. Access will no longer depend, though, Joey, on high asset thresholds, because I guess they were excluding people below a certain amount of deposits with them. Broader client segments may also receive advice on crypto allocation. This is nothing really shattering, but I just wanted to bring it here because it's something that we've been talking about, institutional adoption of cryptocurrencies.
Yeah. Just kind of just a fundamental shift in which we're seeing. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a good step, right? You just want to, I say this all the time, just small wins left, right, and center. I was watching our guy Sorkin, your guy Sorkin.
Sorkin's growing on me, can I say?
You like
He's
Sorkin?
growing on me,
Yeah,
bro.
you like Sorkin. That's fair.
I've been watching Sorkin for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I never really liked him a lot, but he's growing on me a little bit.
Did you watch, obviously, the whatever segment he has with
Deal Booker,
Besant there?
I saw parts of it.
Yeah, I saw parts of it. So, I mean, hey.
He was trying to press Besant. He's like, look, you said you didn't like tariffs back in the day. Why are you saying something different now? Besant's answer was quite simple. I allow myself to evolve in my thinking, and President Trump has convinced me this is a good thing. And now this is what I think.
Did you see the part when they were talking about inflation in blue or red states?
I
And then
didn't.
Sorkin gave him like this list. It's like, okay, over the span of 4 years, things are typically more, inflation's higher in these conservative states. But then Bessem's like, no, in the past year, it's higher in some of the blue states, et cetera, right? So I find it kind of funny and entertaining to watch. I know Adara most definitely watched that, definitely. But hey, I like that the Americans are, for every child that's born, they get $1,000 into the S&P. That's sick.
Hey.
Why don't we do something like that?
Why not?
That's phenomenal. So now you have, and I like his point to that, Sharif, is because he's like, hey, you have all of the new generation exposed. You don't want it to fail, right? You want it to continuously, the system to work. So as for the crypto stuff, just mass adoption, it's going to continue, and it's just a structural change in which we're experiencing right now. So as long as it continues to go on the path that it is, I'm sure that crypto will be just fine.
All right, guys, let's update you. Here we go. Group A, Mexico, Republic of South Africa, Korea. Group B, Canada, Qatar, and Switzerland. Group C, Brazil, Morocco, and Scotland. Group D, USA, Paraguay, and Australia. Group E, Germany, is that Cote d'Ivoire? Yeah, Ivory Coast, I think, and then Ecuador. Group F, Netherlands, Japan, and Turkey, or Turkey. Are we supposed to say all the words like that now? You notice how they were saying what's it called? The names a little differently?
No.
Yeah, we got to say them the proper way now, Joey. All right, Group G, Belgium, Egypt, and Iran. Okay, Group H, Spain, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Uruguay. Group I, France, Senegal, and Norway. And then Group J, Argentina, Algeria, and Australia. Group K, Portugal, is that Uzbekistan? And Colombia. Group L, England, Croatia, and Panama so far. So I think we're still missing one team per group. So we'll see those ones shortly. This is the biggest World Cup. They've expanded the tournament into many more teams. Super excited about this. It's going to be at our back door, man.
Three countries of North America. I like when I think of a tournament, I think tight knit. You have everybody relatively close together, not traveling on a plane.
Well, that's why people like the World Cup in Qatar, because like all the cities were super close. They didn't have to travel, right? But yeah, it's not really possible here though, Joey, because huge. All right. Yeah, there's Yaya Toure speaking, I'm assuming, because of Cote d'Ivoire. Shout out to Yaya Toure. Great Manchester City legend, and obviously Barcelona as well. Big boy.
Canada can win its group?
Canada's a good team, bro.
Yeah, we are.
Don't crap on Canada. Canada's a good team.
They're better now than
they're a good team.
Because they were surprising at the last World Cup in Qatar, weren't they?
Yeah, they flopped a little bit. But that's our first World Cup, I think, since '86.
Yeah.
So
they made it there. They squeaked out a tie somewhere.
They're not bad. I think
they got Alfonso, don't they?
I think we're better than the Americans, bro. I'm just going to put it out there.
That's
putting it out there. I think we're better than the Americans. We're going to get a lot of hate in the chat, but it is what it is.
I'll tell you one thing that I'm worried about right now is I don't know what's going on here. Did you see everybody talking about obviously the Malayan Olympics?
No.
So they're having trouble building the hockey arena, and it's late. So they're like, yeah, you just got to get all the Italians from Woodbridge over there to get them to finish it. But the rink is significantly smaller, and the Americans are looking pretty good, in my opinion. So I'm scared. That would be the worst case scenario if Canada lost the gold medal in hockey. I'll be devastated.
That'd be no good, brother.
I'd be devastated, man.
All right, guys, we're done the news, guys. Let's bring it back to some trading over here. We'll keep an eye out on some of these names that are running. DBRG is the one that I'm keeping an eye on here. Yo, let's bet, says Guerrero Fortuna. I haven't betting anything, man. Citibank, who's okay? Bet who can make it further, USA or Canada? I'll take a friendly bet with you, man. I'm going to go ahead and say Canada, man. Obviously, we'll bet. I don't know how I'd end up paying you. If you're American, I don't think I can send you any money, right? Because you're not part of the e-transfer network.
Tokenize everything.
Tokenize everything, says Joey. All right, I just got long here on DBRG. This is looking double bottomish off the 20. Let's see if it can get back above 14. We got 89s. It's already showing me 96s. Let's go ahead and post here just in front of 14, a little bit above 14. DBRG was very strong earlier on, and then very strong again at around 1 o'clock. It's zigging and zagging now, trying to reclaim that $14 level. I'm going to pack my patience and keep an eye out on this one. love a nice price spike up, possibly to test that 14.5 again. It is a 1468 high a day, up 43 and some odd percent. Shout out to T-Money, it's coming home. Shout out to you, my man. Hey, man, I'm going to cheer for the best teams if my teams get eliminated. That's kind of what you have to do at the World Cup. So if Egypt, Canada, and England get eliminated, we'll see who the best is out there, and we'll champion them, Joey. Yeah. My old man is a monster fan of Brazil. He's always been a fan from Pele. No, bro, from the days of Pele, bro. And Ustavio, Assassino, I know you're not a soccer fan, but you must know his name. Is his name Ustavio or the player? No, not Pele. Yeah, the other one, Ustavio or something like that. I'm totally forgetting. He's like an OG. Yeah, it's I'm forgetting the name. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I know you're not a fan of soccer. That's the first thing that I asked him when I met him. I found out he was from Brazil. I'm like, hey, you like soccer?
Oh, you know what I never thought?
Yeah.
Assassino might be like a jiu-jitsu artist.
Eusebio, my bad, yeah.
Assassino might be a jiu-jitsu artist, man, because the Brazilians are massive in combat. Oh, okay, he's not.
He just said not either in our ear, right?
So, yeah, we were wrong on that one. Yeah, you got to be careful of the Brazilian jiu-jitsu, guys. The jits.
Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome, man. Everybody is responding. Eusebio, yeah, I'm sorry.
Eusebio.
I forgot his name. I personally love the '94 Brazilian team, man. That was Bebeto, Romario, and I think even what's his name was it?
Was you like 12 in '94?
No, I don't think so either. Dunga, there we go, yeah, Dunga, bro, from the '94 team. They won. That was in America. And the '94 World Cup was in America, not U.S., Canada,
I think the
Mexico,
greatest soccer highlight of all time is when, what is his name, Maidana? Right?
Madonna.
Yeah, Madonna. How do you say it?
Maradona, bro. Maradona, bro.
Maradona.
You're killing me, Joey.
When he like fly knees that guy.
Yeah,
that was sick.
He was one of the best of all time.
Yeah,
bro.
and he was
without question one of the best.
But then he ran into a little
hand of God, though.
But he
you heard about the hand of God, Joey?
No, he ran into some problems though.
Well, yeah, he had an addiction.
Yeah.
He had an addiction problem, and that's addiction is a beast. Yeah, Maradona, the hand of God in 1986, and he beat England, and England never forgave him for that.
Oh, really?
Because he headed the ball, but it was his hand. They didn't have VAR back then, obviously, so the goal counted, and everybody knew it was the hand of God.
You know what they say, Shreve? If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
All right, guys, we're still in DBRG here as we wind down the show. The Katina Man, the Obe, they're locked, they're loaded, and it is now their turn to go on. All right, DBRG is about to take out 14 here, Joey, so maybe we'll give them a couple more seconds here as we'll wet the beak at this level, up 43%, and putting in higher lows here on DBRG. Possible move back into 15. Keep your eye out on this one, guys. I'll see everybody shortly, though, at the big desk. Joey, send them off.
Yeah, have a good weekend, Hangry Wife. Yeah, we got UFC this week, and I hope everyone's had a fantastic one. 2 title fights. We had a solid trading session as well, too. One wrong name, essentially trading 7 of them, so another good one. I hope everyone has a fantastic Friday, and don't ruin it just because it may not be your day. Okay.
Yo.
Welcome back, everybody, to, this is a double check our mics. Okay,
Welcome back. Yeah, you good?
Who did Canada get in the last pot there? I didn't see. Did they? Don't worry, just tell me after. Okay, so right now, I don't even know if it's selected yet. Okay, we'll continue to watch that. Just message me, Sharif, because I'd have your mic on. Oh, here we go. I'm going to close it. I don't know who they got. All right, I'm short the TQs.
Nice.
Right now, does it show it on there? No, I have to take a position. I'll take a fill on it, and then it'll pop up. And yeah, so it was a pretty good afternoon here in the midday show. I mean, the NASDAQ kind of battled their way back a little bit, getting back to some key levels, 25,760. We double touched that. That's why we decided to go short right now. So we are now short the NASDAQ right into here and long SoFi. I'm getting out of SoFi. I'm almost completely out of it, to be honest with you. So yeah, welcome back. It's Friday. I'm not expecting too much volume here into the close, but heading into a Friday where Bitcoin's really starting to lose it right now, back down through 90,000 right here goes Bitcoin. 89 just breached right now, so we'll see where we're going on that one. Just making sure that I have enough positions ready to go. There's IBIT down 4%, looking to see if we can hold that $50 mark there. IB IT. But yeah, so far, so good. Pretty choppy. I think I see someone in the chat there, unlucky guy there, talking about it's pretty choppy today. I would agree with that for somewhat. Some names to have clear direction. Like you were trading Netflix this morning, and what a good deal that's been. It looks like for Netflix and Warner Brothers. Should be another story there to talk about for a couple weeks to see where that price goes with that price action. But Tesla's a good stock today. Just going back to zeros though right now. I thought Tesla was on a mission this morning there, Obi, and just
The long was nice until it wasn't.
Stops at 460 almost, like 459, sort of a high there. Now underneath VWAP. So we're short the market and seeing what will happen here in the next couple hours. But we'll take your questions this afternoon. We'll talk about Warner Brothers and Netflix, as we said. Some of the AI stories that have been heating up. We have the World Cup draw right now. It's almost over with. Canada looks like they got a good pot there, good group. So yeah, Qatar, Canada. I closed it. I'll double check it again there.
How does that like work? Because I don't know what that.
Yeah, so there's the top seeded teams in the whole, basically FIFA rankings.
Right.
I think there's 10 groups this time, of 4 in each group.
Okay.
And
what are you picking out of a hat?
Yeah.
Like what? Like your placement in the.
Yeah. So they had Tom Brady picking. They had Shaq picking. So
cool.
what happens is, and then the next tier of teams goes in like the next group, the next tier again, and then you just draw, and then whatever team comes up goes into that particular group, and it based on rankings and where you're located. Like you can't have 2 teams from like the African nations in the same group, so they have to divide it all up anyway. There's a whole mathematical thing about it all, but yeah, it was fun times, and a lot of people interested in that. We have I think it's 3 games here just down the street, so it's gonna be really popular times here. It's great for businesses, obviously.
Yeah, that's right away where my mind went. I'm just like, all right, cool. If you were gonna have a crowd coming in, I mean, think about when the Swifties were in town. Like people who had Airbnbs.
Oh, Taylor Swift. Yeah.
People who had Airbnbs, people who had, were supplying some of the incoming demand. It definitely, made a pretty penny there. So
for sure.
Definitely,
rent out my house.
Take a piece of,
So that's what we're doing. That's what we'll be talking about here into the afternoon. Talk about our weekend, things like that, and then some possible trade ideas right now, like this short on the Qs. But how did you want to? Well, we can keep going.
We can kind of.
We're going to do the rundown
this,
soon, anyways.
Yeah. So 'tis the season. So I painted a Christmas tree this morning here on Netflix. But it did finally come in. I was talking to Sean about this. I was just like, I definitely sure I was able to manage risk there and stay alive for the move when it did come in. But when I'm getting so aggressively, biased about mispricing, and I'm just like, this has no business up here above 101s, above 102s especially, and maybe even 103s. I do have to be a little bit more patient. Like, it doesn't matter what I think. You just got to wait for the right side of the move and get aggressive, and even more so through VWAP as well. So I tried doing that a little bit there. Did not really re-engage below VWAP, and that was a bit of a miss on my part there as well, below VWAP, but managed to get that reversion to VWAP off of that exhaustion that we got all the way up to 105. So a bit of a round trip on Netflix, but it is what it is. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for here. Since then, though, it's been kind of consolidating sideways in and around 100. We're getting some price acceptance for the past couple of hours here, just chopping around in a 50 penny range, sub $100. So good look there. I don't know if there's anything left here. If we can kind of crack above with some distinction and the market starts to get going too, then maybe I like the long back towards VWAP through 100. But I'm going to stay patient, watch that one. And a lot of people talking about Farm Trader in the chat saying TGL. Yeah, I was talking to one of my buddies there about TGL as well. That thing's been moving around pretty nicely. So shout out to anybody who's been trading it successfully here. We can take a quick look at that one as well. I don't know if you've seen this one. TGL. Treasure Global. This was definitely giving out some treasure today. Another runner here. Sure, it's not as extravagant or as aggressively volatile as the SMX, but you still get them. You still get a pretty decent push there. 250% roughly from the morning crumble, where it was barely doing any sort of volume, starts to halt around and maybe bring in some attention and bring in some volume for a 250% push, and now we're seeing a little bit of a reversion back into VWAP here as we hit 26s all the way from around $7.50 off of the open, now chopping around $18.50, which is VWAP right here on TGL. So I know a lot of people were involved in that one. Yeah, I see you guys talking about Tesla. We just talked about Tesla as soon as you sat down. The long was really nice off of the open, and maybe the secondary leg as well, but it false broke that opening range high, only to have sellers step right back in and bring us all the way back down to opening range low. So it went full circle a couple of times before kind of coming back into VWAP and now just going sideways around 155s here on Tesla. So I'm not really looking at much else here. I see that iRobot is tanking, so IRBT here, so some strong selling happening here. I don't know if there's something going on here, but technical break as well. Look at that consolidation low break gives you another about 6-7% to the downside here, below $4 on iRobot. So this was pretty nice off of the open. For those of you who caught the long, $5 never really followed through $5. It got to $4.95, and then since then just Slam City. So yeah, 377s currently on the day. iRobot doing some cleaning up.
Nice one, yeah. Grab your Roombas, the maker of Roomba, of course. And Amazon tried to take those guys private a while ago. So
yeah, they tried.
Yeah, they tried, and then that was denied. I think that would probably get through these days with a different administration.
Yeah.
All right, so we have something called the stock visualizer. I see a lot of people saying, oh, we covered WHLR, iRobot, Netflix, everyone's putting it in here. So this is what we have, and it was built by Fabian. I want to thank him for that. And what it does is take all of these votes. You type $Apple, $TQQ, like I'm in right now, and that will populate into this feed. And then once that does happen, we get these little nice bar graphs. So I'm going to kill it. So right now we'll start brand new fresh because, you know, SMX had 254 votes and it was a real popular look. Okay, now everyone's pumping them in there. Netflix, Tesla, and the story goes on and on and on and on again. So we'll have to just keep on watching this. There goes Netflix. We'll take an eye on it. Ooh, back down to $100. Also gives us an opportunity to quickly look at some of the prices and the movement. But without any further ado, let's go back over at Sharif. We've got the rundown going. Keep your votes going, and we'll double check this. And as you notice, look behind us, man. It's also on the board there behind us. So we have an opportunity to share that as we have the big desk in behind, and it's Sharif with the rundown. Let's go see what names you want us to discuss.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where we decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil today, but the big boys, they are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get the tickers, yes, on the Afternoon Rundown is to get into the chat and vote. But you got to vote using the following formula. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Automatically populates thanks to Fabian. Let's have a look at all four major averages, and 3 of them are green, 1 of them is red. And the best performing major average on the day is the NQ, up 0.4, but well off the highs, guys. It looks like we got to 25,869. We're down into 25,726 now, so well off those highs. The ES as well, having a decent day, up 0.25%, trading above 68.75, that key area of technical resistance that we've been talking about, still though below 6,900, as well as the Dow above 48,000 and up 0.33%. Kind of the opposite look here for the Russell. Above 2,500, that key technical resistance, but down 0.33% on the day after having a really good day yesterday for the small cap Russell 2000. SMX, guys, were you surprised at all that this was going to be the #1 ticker on the rundown? Up 106%, but well off that 490 high, guys. We're down 290 now. $200 off the area highs. I can give you the reason why this is running. They made some sort of molecular detection system for gold bars to find out if the gold has been faked or some sort of bamboozlement has happened. But something tells me that has nothing to do with why this thing is running up. Probably has something to do with the 33% short float that it had as of September 30th. You feel maybe some of those shorts have been squeezed now, though, boys.
I wonder how expensive it is. Well, actually, why don't you go ahead and I'm going to double check what the short request would be here.
Can I get a price check on SMX, please?
Yeah, sure, no
so
right up.
the low a few days ago, just a post split was $3 right here, Sean, and we did that 1 to 8 split. So this is an instance of a post split runner, and I remember the first day as well, and I was like, okay, this is potentially setting up for a little bit of a liquidity trap, and didn't really kind of give too much time there. Just started trapping right off the bat there, pulled up all the way up to 76s, failed to follow through, 29s, and then take a look at this leg from last, last trading day, Thursday right here. We got up all the way up to 150s, 160s, and then another leg today all the way up to 490s, clipping that pre-market high in the 4.5s right there. But decent reversion right now all the way back down. But here's the thing, man, this thing is still stair-stepping up. Don't know if this is, I don't necessarily want to call tops on this thing. I don't necessarily want to be like, okay, this is something for, a long-term hold or whatever, but the crazy amount of volatility kind of speaks for itself, and the short prices have been absolutely crazy as well. I think when we checked earlier this morning, it was at $1,300 per lot.
Yeah, it was a lot.
And then it kind of dropped sub 1K as well for a little bit. But
yeah,
what is it?
It's
Where's
400.
it at, right? It's 400 now.
So $400 for 100 shares to short it. So you need to make $40 in order to pay it back. And then the thing is that resets at the end of the day.
Yeah.
If you don't get that big move in the next couple hours, then you will not be able to take advantage of the short there right here, everybody. So look, just real quick here, SMX, I mean, Obi just covered all the levels. I don't have too much more to add to this other than the float is 1 million shares. So 1 million share float. This has 21% as a short float. I don't know how much sort of, weight I put into that. I don't know exactly, that's couldn't be accurate. I would think that right now there's probably a bunch of bags holding onto this short and creating much more than a 21% short float. I mean, we talked about it. It's just being rigged up here. I mean, Obi nailed some of the talk there, and it's just this is what winds up happening sometimes in the market. Players and stocks just get real excited, and they understand the makings of a short squeeze, and then you get a short squeeze. So
and float cornering.
Yeah, exactly. It's just they're really handcuffing traders when they can sort of add up all the shares and figure out that, yeah, there still is a quite significant short out there, and they can run it and get people stopped out and margined out and everything. So most of you out there understand all this. We talk about it all the time. There's been many examples of stocks like this. So yeah, SMX, if you were brave enough to trade it today in the morning, good on you, man, because that definitely printed here quite nicely to the upside there and gave everybody an opportunity until it didn't. It's not even like it was easy to find the top there. I mean, there's not like a volume profile here that would have told me that was the top. So I don't know, just good luck to everybody if they want to continue doing it. I do think it's a slippery slope, one that you have to be very, very careful with moving forward here with SMX. All right, back over to Sharif.
All right, guys, Netflix down 2.5%, but bumping back above that $100 area. Looks like there was a big buyer here at $99.50. All right, here's the deal, guys. They're looking to acquire, of course, Warner Brothers Discovery. The terms of the deal are as follows. They're going to pay about $82.7 billion, which accounts for about $27.75 a share. Expected to close 12 to 18 months after the planned spinoff of Warner Brothers Discovery's global network division, which is expected to be spun off in Q3 of 2026. So you're going to add 12 to 18 months from Q3 of 2026. In return, WBD shareholders will receive $23.25 in cash. In addition, they will get $4.50 in Netflix stock per WBD share that they own. Separately, though, we got this headline midday that Paramount Skydance, PSKY, is weighing a higher bid for Warner Brothers, and they want to take that bid directly to shareholders, circumventing the board, guys. Another saga in a long, long story.
Yeah, and I think...
I actually just saw a story. I was looking for it. I said Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos tells investors on Friday that he is highly confident that the regulators and the process will come out victorious for Netflix and will win approval of the streaming giant's proposed purchase of of Warner Brothers, but does acknowledge that there are hurdles ahead.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, I mean, it is going to be a problem, I would think. I mean, now you have some more competition coming through, but hey, man, once a deal is agreed upon, it's agreed upon. These aren't just handshakes. There's actually breakup fees and all that are associated with things like this. So before we get involved with that, I don't know exactly what the breakup fee is or if it even exists, but there has to be something involved there. You just don't announce.
Flakes?
Pardon me?
For Flakes? It's like 5-point-something billion.
Billion, yeah, right, yeah. So
billion, yeah.
I don't think that will fly there. The deal's been agreed upon. And look, if Paramount can come in and do something that sort of rattles the chains there a little bit, or the cage, then I think we could eventually see something happen here. And I don't know what that would do to Netflix stock. I mean, I don't think people necessarily look like they're liking this deal right now for Netflix anyways. But I do. I think there's a good opportunity here for Netflix shareholders to, rejoice. Like you want to get all the content in the world that you can possibly get your hands on. They probably overpaid for TKO and many different streaming properties that they've tried to acquire and different events that they put on. Like I don't even think they made money on that Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, although it was the most watched live event in the history. I don't think it was, or fight. I don't think it's more popular than the World Cup finals, but definitely a huge property there. And yeah, I think Netflix continues to fight the fight, and I think the deal will close. So that's the story on Netflix. Just watch out that bottom 98.50. I like it because now it gives us something to play off of, Obi. So that's a good little area there to look back. I don't think we get there tonight unless something happens, but I think on Monday, Tuesday, any day moving forward, this is a very, very interesting level. Look at 98, 98.50. If we didn't break it today, then why would we potentially ever break it? Unless there's some more negative news. So that's why it's very, very key. Warner Brothers Discovery here. Obviously, they're liking the deal. I have to cover. I'm stumbling a little bit here because I'm trying to cover. Now we just did some of the TQs, but I wanted to get this out right now. So there it is. This is probably on that story that Sharif just dropped right there, that there is potentially a new bid. So you get a little bit of a higher price there. I think the total deal goes out at $27.75. Closing there, third quarter 26. So the premium seems to be close right now to being right. And yeah, we'll just look forward.
What do you think about this
at Warner Brothers Discovery here. And then this is why thankfully, I just got out a little bit there. I still hear Sharif's mic, by the way, Andre, which is fine. 5610, Sharif likes the new Jag. All right, so just took out right there. You can see in the background, many of you, I see you in the chat, that's Sia, so wave, Sia. There she is. We've seen her many times, well, not many times, I think just one time on this stream last week. And preparing for next week, I think Adara has a couple days off. I think either next week or the week after, and Sia will be filling in for that, so getting ready. And Sharif's training up there, that's what it is. Talking about Jaguars.
Nice, yeah. For Netflix, man, I think that this consolidation is pretty interesting. That wick low all the way down to 97.75s right off of the open. That was pretty interesting as well. Strong push. Beautiful reversion as well, almost 100% reversion. We got almost down to some of these pre-market consolidation low levels, not yet to day low levels. Don't even know if we're going to get there, right? But when it did come in through VWAP, that was pretty aggressive selling. You can see that, 50% retracement, 60% retracement. But we've found a little bit of acceptance, like I was saying a little bit earlier, for a couple of hours in about a 50 penny range, 99 halves to 100. Now we're trading a little bit above here. So I'm just going to be continuing to watch this at VWAP here, see if sellers kind of step back in or they decide to step back in. Bigger picture, we're in a downtrend, right? That's what I'm looking at here. And that's what I pointed out in the morning session as well. Bigger picture, we've been selling off since earnings, and not only since earnings, we've been selling off, let's go higher time frame right here to the monthly. We've been selling off since those all-time highs at 134. Now, again, these are split adjusted prices, but take a look at this, Sean. Bigger picture, right side of the V, right? Where's the next support level that is a little bit significant? I think maybe 82s, 83s, and maybe even this. Does this resistance from prior turn as a support? And that's just sitting in and around 70 halves here on Netflix. So this is a monthly chart. You can see it's been on an absolutely crazy run since 2022. Beautiful V-shaped recovery. It kind of takes a while to grind all the way back above this multi-month sell-off here that we did have underneath that 70. So interesting action on Netflix. Now with the deal with WBD, I think it could be interesting in the coming weeks here to see who actually kind of wins that bid. People are saying, oh, Netflix is locked in, but I'm also seeing that, you know, Paramount could also just go to shareholders and kind of deal with it themselves. WD, one second, what's WMD? No. What's I'm forgetting the stock.
WBD.
Here. WBD. Okay, yeah. So Warner Brothers.
I'm like just obsessed right now because is it true that Canada and Italy are in the same pot? And then the word on the street right now is that Canada will face Italy in Toronto.
That's going to be huge.
I'm already getting goosebumps about how freaking wild Italy is. Not even close, but that is like that is crazy if that winds up happening.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Holy!
City's gonna go off.
Woodbridge on fire.
Yeah.
That is going to be absolutely insane if that goes down. Those tickets will be honestly 10 to 15 grand a seat easily, I would say.
Yeah.
For that game.
So I should start buying them now.
You have tickets?
I should start buying them now.
This is the problem. So Italy's I think they're 12th ranked in the world.
Okay.
But can you believe this? They haven't even qualified for the World Cup. So they have to beat Northern Ireland, I think. Then they have to beat Bosnia or something like that to qualify. Okay. That is going to be like, that is insane if that winds up happening. Like people that are from Toronto or whatever, you just, the Italian population here, this is the second most amount of Italians in one city outside of the country itself. So it's New York is number one, and then Toronto's number two. You know, so for everybody in New York, like what would happen if it was, you know, Italy versus USA there at MetLife or whatever? It would just be, I think it would be insane. But anyways, I digress. Sorry about that. Back to Warner Brothers Discovery. That's amazing. That winds up happening. But anyways.
Yeah, no, WBD kind of back at highs there. So we did hit $26. That's the high a day right now. So it is catching a little bit of a bid. It seems like, Sean, this $25 level held bid as well. That was the opening range low, and you can see that steady selling off here. This is a 15-minute chart. For about an hour, for about 45 minutes, roughly, we held that $25 like a champ all the way back up to 26s. So gotta read into some of the deals to see how, you know, it's not an all cash deal. There is some stock, some cash as well. So should be interesting how this kind of pans out. So that's what I'm watching for those two.
All right, guys, let's go on to the next one. SoFi down 6 3/4 after announcing they're going to raise $1.5 billion in an offering. Not much other than that to say, but here's what the proceeds of the offering will go to: strengthening their capital position as well as increasing the financial flexibility for the company, improving capital management, and then most importantly, of course, funding future growth initiatives. Specifically being mentioned by the company is the tokenization of assets. Guys, SoFi did quite well on their last earnings report, up 38% year over year on that revenue number and bringing in about $140 million worth of profit.
Something I found, digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. They've never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting rocked, BTCC stayed untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the United States, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more information.
I don't know what you're missing over there. Yeah, good job there. What was the stock we were just talking about? SoFi, right. I just had it up and I was looking over at my Q's trade here. Again, so I agree with Sharif 100%. Like, what a great earnings report they did have. And SoFi has had a great move back up to the top end of their range, right? Creating new highs up in the $32. The problem right now, and I think it's kind of like, it's funny because we had Mitch on, and you know he comes on from Trade the Pool. He comes on all the time, well, once a week, anyways, and was calling like SoFi the next Palantir. So I don't think that, but I get where he's going with it, and that is that you know the valuation where this name can grow into and whatnot does have very much upside. Now, it would have been one thing if you make the call down here at $8 or $9 and it triples or quadruples to the upside there. But in and around here, I think it's just trying to settle out. So what I get from SoFi here is just a big clumping up right now and getting ready to bust through. And as we talk about valuation, we talk about where the Qs are in that story and where many of these names are, the financials and whatnot. You know, SoFi doesn't have necessarily the greatest PE when you're comparing it with, you know, other financial properties, right? But they're just more of a brand new name. I don't have to tell everybody that either. Where is their PE? 49 and 50. You look at some other bank names, are going to be like sub 10. So it is expensive when you're comparing it to the historical norms. But I really think you're paying for growth here and the opportunity to get bigger and better. And we've seen names like Robinhood and now SoFi get hit really strongly and badly on crypto weakness. So this news today sent this name down 8% early. And again, it's just it's a offering, $1.5 billion worth at $27.50. It looks like that's right where we want to close out today. So I like it when, you know, Anthony Noto, CEO of SoFi, continues to buy shares. So generally speaking, that's a good sign, right? Then you have this raise, and why are they raising money? Hopefully, apparently it's for growth opportunities. So we like that. You know, I like that opportunity here to get into SoFi, down 7% on something that I don't necessarily think is a negative story. So let's just play price action today. I did buy a little bit more in my own account earlier today, and then we bought some off the sticky note. It was the #1 trade idea for me today. It is my #1 P&L name. It is the #1 P&L on the stream. I only have it one time. We stepped up, we put on a decent amount of shares, and we nailed it. And it's just about having that confidence early. And what we did, Obi, was exactly the plan. You sat down here and I told you what my new idea was. Wait for stock to settle down a little bit and find its footing. Well, the first 6 or 7 bars, 7 minutes on here was just straight downside pressure. Once we bounced off the posted level of $27, I was like, okay, let's go. And that gave the juice that we needed to the upside, and there goes SoFi. So that was 27.20. We took a 27.20 break, and our best outs are 27.90s. So not bad, or 27, maybe 27.80s. Yeah, 27.88. And now we just sort of go sideways pretty much all afternoon. We'll take advantage when we get up here and get a little bit out. I like this SoFi trade, and we're going to see if it continues to work out for us. I don't necessarily want to buy more on this dip. I think the next time we looked at buying something would be in the 200 period moving average. So around $20 to $21 here for SOFI. Go Rams, go. They play in SoFi Stadium in LA.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back. I know you want to talk about it. We're getting running on this. But.
I mean, sure. No, that's fine.
All right, let's go back to Sharif, and then we'll give Obi the next stock.
We're going to talk about Meta, Sean, and they acquired a new company here. They're not just acquiring people, they're acquiring companies. They acquired an AI wearables platform named Limitless, and Limitless CEO here said, I'm excited to share that Limitless has been acquired by Meta. Here's why we joined forces. This is a post via X. Essentially, they are an AI wearables company, which fits in right with Meta's moat as they look to switch just from being an advertising company, social media company, into a devices company.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no, Meta with an aggressive move today, and reversing a little bit of selling that we got from prior day as well. Meta was up pretty strong in the pre-market yesterday. You can see here 686.98 was the high right there. Strong quadunk off the open, about a 50% retracement. Pretty much sideways chop there for the rest of the trading session yesterday. Couldn't even break below 660s with any sort of distinction. Coming in today, guess what? We still do not break below 660s, only to get a little bit of a trickle back up into 675. Still can't print that whole though. 674.68 is the day high right now, but sideways consolidation is what I'm seeing after a strong push up here on Meta. Bigger picture, you can see that we've been kind of trending up into this here over the past couple of weeks, and then a strong push up into 690. So let's see if we can get through that 700 mark here, but because this is that consolidation low, or consolidation lows and highs from earnings day one on Meta, we got a strong quadunk all the way from 760s, but recovering pretty decently so far.
Like that word quadunk, but if you are interested here in OGen, when seconds count, you don't have time to wait for just treating symptoms. This NYSE listed orogenic, symbol OGEN, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. We're looking to develop the first FDA approved treatment for concussion. So see our link in description, find out more about orogenics. And you know, obviously the concussion market is absolutely huge one, with more and more information coming out about concussions. Go find out more with orogenic, symbol OGEN, on their NYSE listed exchange. Yeah, I mean, good, you know, good technical look there. Good talk about Meta. So for me, I saw someone in the chat say that they got those Ray-Bans and they're quite awesome. And we have Oculus at my place as well, and it's great. I mean, the kids love. I don't think they've used it in 6 months, but when they do, they like it. And I don't know. I don't love that whole move into the metaverse and everything like that. And I know that there's a 30% cut in metaverse spending, which was just announced, and that's why we get this bump up right now. So I think that that's well deserved for the stock. I don't want them to put too much money into that, but again, you know, Zuckerberg's a man with a plan. And at the end of the day, I think Sharif nailed it with the fact that they're basically poaching top talent. So who knows what's around the corner. If they do want to put some investment into the metaverse and into these glasses, into the Oculus, all of that, I think eventually they'll figure it out, and it will be, you know, a staple in many homes. It's pretty cool to be able to sit there and watch a concert and not be there. Like, honestly, like, I think part of being at a concert is being there, but some people, I think there's a market for sitting courtside at the Lakers game and just chilling out in your couch and watching it with friends. Like, that's where I see Oculus going, and I just think it's a great sporting event tool. I think it's a great opportunity to hang out and just get that new experience of sort of not being, I forget what the word is called, but you know, the spatial, like not being in the same area as your friends and being able to experience watching a movie together, all of that. So I think Meta does have an opportunity to get back up to the upside. But from a technical standpoint, you're right at the 200 period moving average. If you're able to buy it down here and you're holding it for a swing trade, you win. You got the lows, and it came all the way back up to the 200 period and the 50 period, which is kind of forming a death cross. It still doesn't look that great to me, but it is a great recovery. I'm long into Meta, been here for a very, very long time, and actually feel like we should have bought some down here. We were talking about 600, but the problem is when it comes in, you always think it's going lower. And sometimes you got to close your eyes and buy, right? And just trust the process, and that would have worked down here near 600 bucks for Meta. And if you are feeling some kind of ways about it, just get out right now, man. You're up more than 15% from those lows in just about 2 weeks. So congratulations to anybody that held on to Meta. I'm not in it today. I think it breaks higher. I think it breaks through 675. If this market goes, the market goes. I'm net short right now because I'm short the Qs, but we've just been covering every time it gets back down into here. So it doesn't look like the market may not want to do anything into the afternoon. It's 2:35. Many more discussions here about individual stocks, but let's just go hammer out. I think it might be the last one on this rundown. So we'll get Sharif to give us this one, and then Sharif, enjoy your weekend.
Appreciate you, my man. I appreciate you, Sean. You as well, of course. And Obi, let's talk about TGL. This was a monster mover during the midday. Look at that move up, guys. A huge day for TGL. When we started off the show this morning, this thing was trading at $6.75. It is working its way back into the high of the day now, into 26.5. And there's really not a whole lot of reasons, or many reasons at all, why this thing's running. A reverse split reduced the outstanding shares to about 848,000, bringing the float to less than 1 million shares. Obviously, that affects liquidity and the price action. But there are also new fintech initiatives for this company, which is Treasure Global Incorporated. They're including Oxy Wallet and UNI RWA tokenization were highlighted as some of the reasons why this company can expand in 2026. But you got to feel with a price action like this, guys, it is more the squeeze than any fundamental reason.
Because there's still 11 million shares outstanding, but I mean, similarly to that SMX trade, I was just looking at it. There's nothing really here on the Benzinga Pro platform that surprises me too much. 6% short float and 11 million shares. So there's not, I don't really want to go over, we've already talked about sort of the movement that you can see in some of these shorted names or short float names. But here it is, TGL, TGL. Sorry, I was still looking at that meta trade, but I don't know, Obi. You know, it's a halt fest, and it's just, I don't even know how many halts it's had here today. This is what my halt scanner looks like. TGL, 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 WHLR, TGL, WHLR, TGL. This is, okay, and that starts at 1, down here is 1:45. This is 45 minutes ago. It halted every single time it reopened. So I think this is a very, very dangerous name to trade, and eventually it falls back. We all do know that. Eventually these things find their home, sort of where they started. And TGL, that story is still out. So it just looks like we've double touched, or at least double touched, up here around $25 to $26. To me, that looks like we might be over with right now, and maybe that is the high. And, you know, heading into the close, the volume's not dissipating. I mean, it's staying real strong. So I would still say there could be another move in here. And I would say if you are going to go short, if you're short here at 25 bucks, it actually, you'll get an opportunity to get out. It shouldn't halt before it breaks this top of 26. So I think if you put an offer at 20, I guess it's 27.50, but I'd go right here, 26.50. So I think that gives you $2 or so worth of space. And if it breaks 26.50, I think you just mark it out. So if you take 100 shares or so short of this name, I think you can be rewarded with a couple $100 and give yourselves about a $200 risk to the upside there. So I think this falls into the afternoon, but you know, we have there's the trade sort of that I would look at this, TGL, short around now, maybe 25 bucks, see if you get another little bump up, and then use that 26.50 sort of area as you're like, I'm wrong, and your oh crap moment of punching out. And that's where we use stop orders, right, Obi? I mean, you can easily control risk in situations like this. You just hope that you don't miss, or that the spread opens up too much that you miss your punch, right? But here it comes. So there you go. So I think you can maybe even run that short right now against 26.50. Give yourselves a little bit of room.
Yeah, I think so. I like this TGL. We were just talking about it pulling back into VWAP, and guess what? Since then, we've came right back up to highs right there. Don't forget, it is the end of the week. And okay, I'm just seeing this now. It just had that split 1 to 20, and you know, just like SMX, another post-split runner. So the question becomes, I don't know if this specifically had a catalyst other than that split, but maybe it's people just chasing, looking for that next SMX, because SMX been running for the past couple of days there, and you always have that volume kind of chasing in, being like, you know, people are looking for the next SMX because they lost on an opportunity or missed an opportunity or whatever have you on that. So decent pushes. I like the pullback there, back through that 25. We got all the way down to 16s there as well, but coming right back in. Kind of curious to know if this will crack those highs, 27 halves, and maybe take a leg a little bit higher here. So let's go to a higher time frame real quick, take that VWAP off so it's not as messy. You can see here, wow, okay, a little bit of a repeat offender. Look at this. This is how you know. This is how you know that you know. You really think, Sean, that this stock was at some point $1,386,000?
Yes.
There you go. So pre-split, yes, of course.
Yeah,
it's been split a few times.
Yeah.
1 to 70 split.
Oh my God.
And then there's a 1 to 50 split that happened in 2025 of April, and then we're getting one just I guess today as well. Yeah, December 5th, 1 to 20. So it does kind of do this thing over and over again. Treasure Global, perhaps, if you're waiting for those opportunities to present themselves. Yeah, that's my look on TGL. Where's the next trade? Getting stopped out of that Netflix is not it. That's coming right back into 101s and pulling up. So that consolidation, that acceptance for a while held pretty decently on the flakes, and now we're getting a leg back up into VWAP here. So be patient. I'm patient. I'm looking for sellers there, and I think VWAP might be a good place to kind of dabble and get involved as well. So let's take a quick look at where that may lie after I throw it up on the chart here. 101.7s. 101.07 is where that VWAP is on my chart. Here you can see nice little consolidation for over an hour. Let's see how much that is specifically. Hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. And then we catch a bit of a bid, breaking this trend, breaking this downtrend, and accelerating back towards VWAP for a little bit of a mean reversion. So interesting stuff here. I'll be patient. I'm willing to, like I said in the morning, I'm willing to be wrong before I am right more often than not.
There's a story about Google here that I think Adaro will drop to us in just a couple of seconds. How about now?
How about now? And here's the story. House of Representatives Subcommittee on Homeland Security sending a letter to Google. What is the letter about? I wish I could tell you guys. I don't have any details, but just so you know, that is the story Sean is referring to, I do believe. U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Homeland Security sending a letter to Google. Maybe we'll get a hearing. Who knows? But I will keep you posted on any and all updates as we send you back to Sean and Opie.
Investigates apps potentially hosted by Google that enable users to anonymously report, track federal law enforcement movement. I would say that's a nothing burger, but we'll wait to see. I mean, I just want to say something about that TGL. So what I had said was take the short, get stopped out if it breaks 26.50. So you would have lost about $1, maybe $2 if that would have happened. And I mean, now it's trying to pull back in. You know, these are just trade ideas where I think the risk to reward benefits. If you're looking to go short, I think that's what we're trying to talk about is like, at least there you might have had an out that didn't hurt you, and now you're out of it and you could either get back in or think about what you wanted to do. But potentially, if you're looking at this name, then just do whatever you want with it, because to sit here and predict the price movement of a stock that Obi just showed you used to be priced at $1 million, then I don't really know where this name's going to go, and I don't know who has control of it. But right now, it's been open for quite a while. This might be the longest it's been open for all day. So maybe it's finally starting to settle down a little bit. And when things start to settle down, then price action will be king. So stay watching on this. If you do see big size maybe showing up on the level 2, one side or the other, that could influence, of course, price action on this name. So, you know, my bad if you took that trade, but I don't think losing $1 or $2 on that was the end of the world. And I'd hope, anyways, everyone can adjust their own risk appropriately on what you want to do there. So what's up, Salvador? Hopefully you're doing well. I see you there in the chat. We'll be cooking up, hopefully, a winner for everybody here on the TQs. And I'll just, again, tell you what I'm thinking. So right now on this short here, it's Friday. I could sort of see us bleeding into the close if that winds up happening. So we'll wait to see what does happen here with the Qs. And I don't mean bleeding. I just mean like kind of like dripping down a little bit. I guess that's kind of like, you know, coming back in, taking out this 200 period. And right now we have just technically like we have support here and it would be resistance, but we have ideas of why we're going short. All right. We put these on at 11 o'clock trying to, on purpose. We just didn't get short right here when it went up there. I was gone. I didn't want to do it. We just put on a small trade just to see how this one would work out. So we did always have an idea in our back pocket that the market would potentially go lower. Then when we came back and sat down, started enjoying our lunch, listening to the midday show, and the next thing we knew, it was up into here, bar-coded, take a little bit of a short, you know, cash it out where we started, make that move back into VWAP again, and just look, man, since 11 o'clock, we haven't been higher than 36.40 on the Qs. So here it is, man. We're starting to drip down. We've got a big trade hopefully on right now. We have about 1.5 units on, so it's decent for us into the close. This is close to the best we've gotten covered through so far. And guess what, man? We're short here at 24. Obi, my stop is a break of this area right here. That is 40. If we break above 40, then we can get out of this trade and not even worry about it. So right there, we have about a 15 cent or so worth of risk. And right now, it's about that 15 to 20 cents in the money. So we'll just keep on cashing it out with a feeling of downside. And even on that note, I'm going to put another bid right here, cash some more out at 07. My next bid is at 95. So if we somehow get some 95, there we go. Did we just get that? Yes, we did. So if we do get some 95s, that's my next goal. That was O's there, then back in here into the 90s. And then if you guessed, I have another bid at 80s, then Pikachu, I choose you, because that is exactly where I'm bidding right down into there for that price. So I'm gonna trade the short here into the close. I mean, look, you got names like Microsoft to the downside. I'll double check that Google play just to see if that was any movement on what it dare. Okay, well, Microsoft's actually bounced up a little bit, but still down against the market. And here's what Google's doing. And again, I didn't think that was gonna be a huge story there, but Google trying to hold face for now, up 0.82. What a name. I love some Google, that's for sure. I think this is one of the ones that we got to be involved with in our long-term account.
Seen the strength? Have you seen it on the monthly?
On Google?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man, that break, that 160, 180 area, I mean, absolutely amazing
That
area.
and Apple on the monthly, Apple's
volume's
running for, the volume's speaking for itself.
You have the monthly chart? No, you have Netflix.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I can take a look at the monthly chart here on both of those names. Let's take a look at Google first here on the monthly, and I just want to show you the kind of strength that I'm talking about here. So let's go 1 month. Boom. Look at that, back-to-back months, man. Stocks only go up, and Google, this is, when is this? This is April. So we talk about the April bid, the presidential seal, where, you know, if the president told us to buy, and Google only up from there. You can see the beautiful prior bar holds. Look at that breakout as well, holding that prior bar for a multi-month run-up on Google. So absolute strength into all-time highs, maybe even poised to go higher the final month of the year, right? So interesting stuff happening there. Take a look at Apple real quick right now. You can see kind of a similar story, but not as aggressively strong. It's Apple. You know, it kind of chills out a little bit more, but slow and steady. That's Apple right here, and still on a multi-month run. Where's April here? April. Right there. So yeah, this was that April.
Oh my, Apple.
On Apple, so pretty aggressive, all the way up from
TGL just
170s, all the way up to 120s right there. So quadunk.
Halted
down.
See, so this is what I mean. Like, I was talking about the short there at 25.50 or whatever it is. Halts down through 24.50. There's the halt that just got put into place there. So it's about timing these things, right? So if you're still in it, you'll probably have a decent winner now. But the tap is at $25. Great question by D-Dog there in the chat. And just saying what kind of size are we using here on the Qs? Yeah, lighter than normal. But I saw now I have only 1 unit left. Normally, like, if there was a catalyst and, you know, if we were really excited about something here in the afternoon, you know, typically I'd have maybe 2.5, 3 units, something like that. Like if a unit's 100 shares, so we have 100 shares now. If a unit is 500 shares, you got 500 shares. And I like to talk like that because I don't really like choose the unit size based on the stock. So I just use 1 unit as 1 unit, and that's why, like, if I'll tell you on Tesla, like, I'm excited for it, but I have half a unit, it would be the same half unit that I would have on the Q. So just a 1 unit play here. And the reason, again, is just like we don't have, there's no catalyst. We're not expecting anything here. There's not any rebalancing tonight of major proportions whatsoever. We didn't have a huge move. I don't know. I didn't look at the European markets today. I don't think there was too much going on there either. So we'll just hold out to see if this trade wants to work for us. We're now out of about half of our total position right now. And I'm thinking about, actually, you know what, I'm just gonna put another bid right here at 06 and just start to capture a little bit of profit as we move forward here with the trade. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Beta Pro by Global X Canada. And now for some exciting news out of Canada, the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, which happens to be Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs. They've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the TSX, S&P TSX 60 semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they are offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to Obi and Sean.
I mean, Adara, like, honestly, you know, she just reads them so well, you know, and it just makes me just look even worse than I am. Thank you, Adara, for that read. Very, very excited there.
You bring the energy with the trading.
Yeah. No, I bring the energy. What do you mean? Oh, just in general, I think I bring the energy. But
Of course.
Uh-oh, what is this? Want us to check. What is this?
Join.
Vote just like this. Chat. Join. GME.
Oh, that's
Confident.
That's Joe over there hitting the button.
Oh, that was Joe. I like that one, Joe. I like that was kind of cool. Yo,
There it is.
where are we? Yo, Joe. What's going on? It's chilly in here, I see.
It's chilly.
Oh, it's either chilly in here or he's about to rob a bank. I don't know what's going on over there. But what was it? Someone just, oh, there it is.
Right. Oh, right. I
didn't even realize that was today. Neil and I were talking about that.
Yeah, that's today.
The other day. You know what?
Who's up for
I have
grabs?
to admit, man, I shit the bed on this. I didn't look at any sort of possibilities who's going to join it. I know that Carvana's been on a sweet run lately. There was some talk about Carvana possibly joining the S&P 500. Would love for it if my guy SoFi entered into there as well. Who are they replacing is the question, because often they'll try to replace it. Probably Adara will get this to us. The S&P 500 inclusion this evening will be announced probably around 4 to 4:15. It happens after hours, so as to not influence the market too much.
I have not seen anything on this. I just wanted to let you guys know I did do a quick Google. Some people suggesting maybe Marvell or maybe Carvana, but I also heard some people talking earlier this week saying that Marvell is way too volatile to ever be in the index. So like, who knows? It's super question mark. And then we know Carvana also recently had that short report. But then again, AAPL had several short reports recently, and they just joined the index. So who knows? I usually see a lot of social media speculation. I've seen none with today's announcement. And it's worth noting, just because we're scheduled to get an announcement doesn't mean we always do. There was a quarter earlier this year where we just did not get one. So keep that in mind.
Oh, that's a
I got excited there with Marvell.
Yeah, I
Oh boy.
I looked them up right away.
I am already like relatively loaded up right there on Marvell.
What's
this camera? I like the stock. Okay, that's Marvell. Man. See what I'm saying, Obi? Man, we're bringing energy. We're trying to be a little fun around here. Okay, which companies, according to Kalshi, you heard of this place, Kalshi, before?
Yeah, I heard about
it. Yeah, okay. Which companies will be added to the S&P 500 this year? So Adara does proper deep dives. I just go to Kalshi. So Carvana, right now looking to be the lead right there. I can tell you one thing that will not be added to it, MicroStrategy. So I mean, I don't think this will count there, but who knows on that one. Viva Systems. I don't see anything, unfortunately, about my guy in here, Marvell, but there's Robinhood, AAPL, and they're already in, actually, and that's about it. So I don't see anything about Marvell, unfortunately, on here, or SoFi. But the first name that came to my head was Carvana, and I think that's probably because we've talked about it before and maybe even looked at this. So I know Neil was looking over at Kalshi for this kind of stuff. So right now, that looks to be the favorite, but I do take the information from Adara that sometimes it's not necessarily right on schedule. So we'll have to wait to see if there is any additions there. But the reason why I also said Carvana, just because sometimes people know things ahead of time. Like the market is rigged. I've talked about that before. You think this looks like a stock that's getting added to the S&P 500?
Maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, so there goes Carvana. Up, up, and away goes CVNA. And yeah, so to me, this looks like it is prime for a possible addition to the S&P 500. So I don't know if that's why people are banking on that or what, but yeah, this looks pretty good to me there.
Look at that.
So I would say congratulations to Carvana.
That looks really cool.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
That's
now we are talking. I mean, I can't read. So my only suggestion to what's up on the board now, Fabian, it's hard to read that white. Like from
at the top, at the very
top.
The bottom is pretty.
The bottom is fine, but it's
the glare
there.
at the top. I think it's because of those lights at the
maybe they'll get it all fixed out. We're just trying things out, and this is honestly, man, bang, 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 and awesome. This is what we're doing. We're going to be. Hopefully, we'll be able to have some segments also on the board. Right. Right. So it's like, you know how on some other shows, CNB something, you know, they have people standing in front of boards and looking at charts and all that kind of stuff. So that's the idea there behind us. And then also, of course, we'll be putting up all and every World Cup game that happens right there behind us. We may or may not be doing that.
Perhaps.
It is a good idea, but I don't think we're doing it. There may be some legal situations with doing that. I'm sure we can all appreciate that.
Watch out for that here. So I think
right
got
here. Joe robbing banks over there.
Super T Flex.
Yeah. I made $550 from TGL.
Nice. Congrats.
Was that shorting based on what I said? Probably not, because
Short
you
or
would have
long?
got stopped out. Okay, I guess going long. So remember, that halted at $24. Made it move all the way back up to 28. So again, thank you for the super chat, Papacito, and that was a great chicken dinner winner. Your favorite cut of chicken? We had wings 2 nights ago.
Yeah, I love wings.
Yeah, me too. The way we have a conversation every day. What's for dinner? And I just suggested we had a busy night, so I'll throw down
plain.
Just baked, yeah. Just with garlic, paprika, a little bit of salt and pepper.
I like mine real saucy and spicy.
Yeah. So what we do in our household, because everybody has a little bit of a different flavor profile, we'll just do that. So I'll either bake or barbecue them relatively naked. Like I said, just a little bit of basic spice on there. It's always garlic, salt, pepper, pretty much, and then whatever we're feeling like there. And then I bake them or grill them, and then the kids can sauce them up. We got lots of sauce going on there. I actually like them kind of naked with just those seasonings on them. So I don't know, Joe, you got your mic on? Get it on. I want to ask this guy about wings. I can't ask him about pie. Pie is not a thing.
Pie's a no-no
over there.
for Joe.
I heard, Joe, hey, what's going on? I heard that when I was away a couple weeks ago, we actually got a super chat that was supposed to be buying you pie. Are you aware of this? Or?
Yeah. There's a beer and a pie fund that came in, and
so what happened there?
No, hey man, it's still in the store. Apparently, we never picked it up. So
is there? I'm going to make this happen. Is there a pie? Because Neil told me about it, and I looked over to Neil. I'm like, bro, why don't you just go get a pie? You know, like, let's get this. Is there one that you would prefer, and are you willing to have a small slice of pie if we do bring it in?
Yeah. If we can get some peach, I like peach. Peach pie. We'll fire that up.
Okay.
But hold on, I heard the wing talk.
Yes, that's initially what you're all about. So, first of all, do you like them breaded? How do you prefer your wings?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with them naked, but I have to go with the ever so classy garlic parmesan.
Yes, gar parm. Okay.
Gar par's there.
That's a win. Okay, the gar par. Okay,
everybody loves
good.
gar
Thank
par.
you, Joe. There, he's figuring out some more options plays right now. No, so I think that's gar parm. Good, great job there. We actually got Wild Wings a couple months ago now, and I think it's about time we re-get those. We just have to wait for Brendan to be gone because, when the boss is around, he doesn't let us do these fun things. So we're going to wait, and I think he has some days off next week. So when you don't see Brendan here, you will see
wings every day.
It's actually like 2 weeks from now. So I'm off for a couple days over the next 2 weeks, and then basically the week after I get back, he's off for 2 weeks.
Okay.
I did not mean to throw my pen in disgust there, Brendan. I really want you here all of the time. But no, just playing around. We're going to get some wings.
Okay.
So hopefully you'll come in no matter what. You're always around. Yeah. Obi is around. We have an algo
provide
room.
The liquidity.
Yeah, we have an algo room that you chill out with. You got some friends in there. I know you guys bounce some ideas off of each other, as we all do. And then you have your desk on the other side, all set up for trading. Please tell everybody how many monitors you have on your desk.
Not enough.
Obi, please give.
Dude, they are 1080p monitors.
Obi, please tell them the quantity of monitors.
8.
That you said not enough?
Yeah, because it's just not enough real estate.
It is enough real estate. 8 monitors? We're not talking about like those little gangster monitors. What's up, Adara?
Well, I just think it's worth noting, Sean, it's not just that he has 8 monitors, they're set up like a wall around him. Like you can't see.
Right.
Like there's it's like a wall-like structure. Like I sit next to him and it's literally a wall. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I want to use my eyesight to the best of my abilities, right? And peripherals are part of your eyesight. I have stuff in my peripherals where I'm just stuff that maybe not as important, but if something makes a drastic move, I'll look at it. I'll see it. I got my X on there. I have maybe some music playing. I got maybe a little bit of Discord to see what other pods are doing as well. I got a bunch of charts. I only trade off of 2 main monitors. Right. One, to be really honest with you, and then other charts and other just looking at different sectors and different stocks as well. So, but at the end of the day, when I'm focused in a trade, I am staring down one screen and one screen only for the most part.
Focus, man.
For the most part. But
yeah. A little bit, potentially a little.
I got money on my mind.
Don't we all? Don't we all, my
trading.
guy? Don't. Here we go.
Okay, all right.
I'm waiting. Yeah, I think the real question is how many tickers per monitor?
How many what?
How many tickers per monitor? How many charts per?
So on my main monitor, I only have one. One with the futures on the side. But you've seen my display. I like to read order flow. I like to read tape and level 2. Yeah. So there's different ways I like to read it, right? So it's just at the end of the day, I'm probably not even looking at a chart, right? When I'm in the zone and I'm trading, I'm probably not even looking at a chart.
You're not even looking
when you're in
at,
the
not even
zone.
looking at
Yeah,
the charts.
I'm just looking at tape. And
That's
what do you
true. Like,
mean?
I'm not looking right now at.
it's very
All right, fair enough, fair enough. All right, man, have fun. I'm sure with you here on Netflix, Obi. If it breaks VWAP, I'm out of this one, my boy.
I'm just watching. I'm just dabbling here on the flakes here as well. Google as well, kind of consolidating right here. Yeah, don't you know more monitors, more money? I thought that was the rule. I'm just following the rules.
And how's that been working out, though?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. That's why you want more monitors.
Yeah,
It's not enough monitors.
I mean, like you say, look around. How many people graduated that program?
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Yeah.
The floor that we had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's none, right?
Yeah, there you
Except
go.
for you.
Except for me and Wayne.
Obi, I mean, I've already told everybody, even before you graduated, I anointed you the next one, even before you graduated.
Yeah.
Let's go, man. Put some respect on my name at some point here, too. Of
course,
no, we're just playing around.
So
what Obi's talking about, we're on a prop floor at Real Trading, and similarly to, although Real Trading is, what was the other one we have? Trade the Pool? Real Trading, of course, you can gain more buying power, more risk, things like that, more leverage as we continue to put up numbers and hit a certain level, then you can graduate, and then all of a sudden the doors open up, the floodgates open up to risk. And we've talked about Obi and his journey many times, and congratulations obviously again to Obi. And we sit here and tell you how tough it is, and there's Obi telling you just two graduates basically since you've been hanging around. So that's great. And you've been here quite a long time. And but at the end of the day, trading is a tough and sometimes a lonely business. But you know what just happened here, Joe? We talk about getting reloaded a little bit.
Boom.
Talk about getting reloaded a little bit over here.
Hughes.
There it is, man. How about VWAP? What up, VWAP? How you doing, Brian Shannon and everybody else out there? There it is. Comes right into VWAP. We take that. We go bang, bang right there as we just getting in what we get out right there. So comes back in VWAP to the 200 period moving average. Look, this man over here is short Google and Netflix. I'm short the futures with the Qs, which is the TQs. And of course, if you're wondering what that is, triple levered ETF. And you can see Beta Pro. This afternoon show, the whole show is brought to you by Beta Pro and Global X. Please make sure to go check them out as you get triple levered, which reminded me of the TQs, which is triple levered. Wait, listen to some Get Rich and Die Trying over there?
Yeah, I got 50 on the track.
It's 50.
It's 50 on the track.
It's 50. Did you see his Netflix documentary?
No, I want to watch it.
Yeah. Apparently it is the number one watched thing right now. Puff Daddy, I don't even know what it's called, but it's something to do with Dad Diddy and his journey before the days leading up to his arrest and that whole story there. So
you'll say it's pretty good.
Apparently 50 and him had a little bit of beef, which is where that's coming from. But
classic.
Classic, needless to say there in the space. So we'll shout that out. And
I was watching this, 50 was giving this this interview, and he wrote a book. He wrote like a business book.
I think he's a pretty smart guy overall.
He's again, you got to remember, the hustle doesn't matter where you come from.
The man got
business
shot in
is
the face.
business. Right, business is business, and the hustle game's strong. So players like that, I definitely want to learn from, regardless of what people think. But yeah, no, I've grown up listening to his music, and every now and then it just comes up on my YouTube playlists and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just having it run in the background right here, looking for the next trade. Is what I'm asking. But sometimes you don't have to ask 21 questions.
Oh, 21. What's up, this 21 Savage, shout out right there. Or are you talking about 21 questions on your side? Yeah, 50 Cent again. Great entrepreneur there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Clothing line, I think everything, probably some kind of.
Even Jay-Z, of course, huge entrepreneur.
All right,
as well.
100%. Let's just get into trading just a little bit right there. Okay, so SoFi does make the move higher right there, breaks into these levels. Like, unfortunately, I was waiting up here at 90 where we already gotten hit once. So we did not get out there, but, zooming back in here. And this goes to your point of maybe not looking at charts. We should have been on SoFi a little bit more. I only have 10% left. So let's cash out of 5% of that 10% right now and get on with it here on SoFi. So a quick little out there on, no, I did not get filled yet. So we're offering right now on SoFi, hoping, of course, to get out of that trade. I just put an offer at 68. So I'm actually on NASDAQ. So I'm in this lineup. Right there. But anyways, we're just going to go back and forth with SoFi. Hopefully we're able to get out a nice little top there, bouncing off the 50 period. And again, this is my number one trade of the day. The reason why that is Reason why that is red is I had too many orders out here and it thought that I was trying to go short because it already accounted for my quantities up there. So it will recode itself as a sell, not a short sell. And we're still waiting. Maybe I'll just go to 67. Oh, shoot. I hate saying that number right there. Maybe I'll go to 1 + 6, 6. Right there, and we'll wait to see if we get a fill there. We're offering there. Hopefully we get it. There it is. So we do get that there. As you see some end prints go through. Sometimes I like to sit on that. N is the New York gateway. They often will get hit before it clears the level. So we talked about dark pools and all of that. So you do pay for those fees, but I do like to sit on the NYSE, which I don't even see anybody on there right now. NYB, no, oh, there it is right there. See, so the lineup is not very long, and it gets hit often pretty quickly, but you do got to pay for that fill. So if I was on NASDAQ or ARCA or BATS or EdgeX or something right there, I would have still not be filled. But because we were on the New York there with the exchange, we're able to get out there at 67. So good little fill over on that side, 1 + 6, 6 there. So yeah, Boeing was a name that I've been into. They've had a nice little run over the last couple days, but they've also been hit over the last couple months. So Boeing now finally getting going, and rhyme intended there. But you did stop at 205 again, which is your 50-period moving average. So this is a name. What was the other one that was battling like this? Oh, Meta, that you had some convergence right now between the 50 and the 200. So right now, Boeing's going to figure it out. The CFO came through. They're now allowed to produce more planes. And I can't remember, Darren might know the exact story there, but Boeing had a monster 10% move.
They guided, basically they're guiding higher deliveries on a year-over-year basis or production anyway. They're guiding for the 787 and the 737, I believe those were the jets. Either way, they're guiding that year-over-year increase. That's a good look for the company. Shout out to my man, Kelly Wartburg.
There we go, her man. Yeah, so right into there, good little level. Oh, no, you guys just said, remember I said yesterday, we'll come in and we'll short AEO.
Oh, no.
And we forgot to do that.
Wow, look at that, man.
There we go, Joe. Here's your AEO. I mean, you and I've already said that Joe's winning this bet. I don't think it's getting to $26 anytime soon.
Seems like those jeans haven't been that great.
They've been pretty good, though. But over the last couple of days, they haven't been that great. I saw Sydney Sweeney on Family Feud yesterday, Christmas edition. That was a nightmare. But anyways, pulling back in right now is AEO, so American Eagle. We'll have to wait to see if that play does happen. Like yesterday afternoon, Obi, we were short right here. This was my short. You guys might remember this. We were short right here. This is what broke the streak, man, of our 12 for 12. We were short right here, Obi, and look at this. See this little wick up there? That's what we got out. And then as soon as we got out, this happened, and then this happened today. So I think we read the chart quite nicely there on American Eagle, but unfortunately the one wick that could have did us in yesterday. It's nice that you could smile about it because we did have a good day yesterday, but that was funny because as soon as that happened, man, it cracked lower. And then I said to myself and to everybody in the chat there, I was like, okay, tomorrow we revenge trade this. And I said that kind of jokingly, but we should have done that because that's a great short. Like that same area, we could have shorted that again, 24.50, and we would have banked out there. So shout out to everybody in the chat that remembers that fun moment here yesterday. We're entering the hour of power. It's now 3:10. Is it getting warm in here?
It's pretty warm, man. I was saying earlier, like I don't know if it's in the food, if it was in the food, but I just feel like a little.
Man's never hot, brother.
This guy took off his.
We're always hot. Obi, did you? Obi, did you get any of the?
There you go. That's a great indicator right there.
Obi.
When Joe is dressing down.
No,
it's pretty warm.
Listen, Obi, I just want to know if you grabbed any of that 128s on Netflix there.
Yeah, I covered on the quarter, bro.
Covered on the quarter. Let's go, my boy.
Easy money.
All right, then. All right. Yeah, cool, man.
It worked out.
Hey, man, we're just big chilling out on this Friday. We got hockey tonight, Katina, man.
I think I got to chill out more with Joe during lunchtime, man.
Yeah.
Maybe some fun times. So where you guys? So you're in the hockey tonight. I heard you sniped a couple goals last time over there.
Yeah, Mateo was telling you about that, and he was gassed. I'm like, so anyways, we have our buddy who's on the floor, and I invited him to come play with us. And anyways, he's playing with us. I score my first goal, and I go and I look back at him. He's bent over. He's like, I'm like, you didn't even see it. So I'm like, I have to do it again. again. So I score again, and I look, he's doing the same thing. He's bent over and he's gassed. I'm like, come on, man.
That man hasn't played in a while, I think, that way. But yeah, hockey takes a lot out of you. All right, thanks, Joe. Well, we'll recap the Netflix trade in just a couple of seconds. I mean, taking some fills as we get to the downside. But right there's the TQs. We just took another fill right there. Nice reload, nice fill out. We'll take another bid actually right here. Let's put one at 05. And look, man, I mean, it might not be the most, we're having a great time here, and I hope you guys are as well watching. Please hit the like and the subscribe. Let us know how much fun you're having on this day as Obi sits here for Neil. We've been having an absolutely great day. Thanks, Joe. I hope Joe can keep adding some of this color on this show every single day. So thanks, Joe, for sticking around and doing that with us here this afternoon, as well as Derek, still parsing through news, of course. All right, Dave's trade idea of the day. So you're familiar with this. Every day Dave tries to super chat if he has an idea here, and then we read about it. He makes fun of himself and so on and so forth. So let's do that together right now. Dave's trade of the day. Trade strong in market conditions, yes. You understand like riding a bike, okay. So he's talking about the trend, I guess, and strong market conditions today. In unfamiliar ones, poke the ground with a stick to avoid quicksand. All right, so this is more of a mentality, I guess, or sort of a philosophy right there. So maybe we should reread that. Trade strong in market conditions if you understand it, like riding a bike, okay? And in unfamiliar ones, right, be very, very cautious. So that's what I'm getting from that, Dave, and I think you're right. If you've seen something before, you can get a little more aggressive, right? I mean, we've talked about, thank you, Dave. I mean, first of all, bang. If I'm understanding that correctly, I think that's nailed it dead on. You know, my biggest trade in the last couple of years was some of those IPO trades. And how I basically started it off was starting pretty small with it. Yeah. Either a couple hundred shares, whatever. And then as you start to ramp it up, then you start to use 1,000 shares. Then you use whatever shares. And then you just start to ramp it up.
It really provides liquidity.
Yeah. Then you start becoming a market maker. And then, so when it works out for you, you have those days where you immediately get flat and you call your wife. And that's basically what wound up happening. And yeah, so once you have a trade that you're confident on, you should be, opening up the floodgates a little bit and take that risk, because we are in an environment right now where you are rewarded a little bit for risk taking. And I do think that's something that you need to do when the iron strikes. Like if we hear something in our ear about, Trump has struck a deal with China or something, and the market sees it favorably, I might just hammer that long. We've seen it sort of continue on. How many times have we heard Trump say, buy the market or buy the tech space, or, that play that they made on Intel shot that stock up for a while. We've seen some good aggressive moves on stocks right now when news is hit. So if you can parse those things together, make some sense of it, you can definitely find some winners in this market. So I do want to say thank you so much there, David, for your super chat. A possible trade that's indicating right now, and a big shout out right here. This is why Aura Alpha got that aura about you. Triple bottom on IBIT.
Okay.
So let's have a quick little look at what that's been talking about right here. Right now, IBIT, and unfortunately, Bitcoin does crack through that 90 mark today, and but it's been doing okay. It's been holding right there. So are you talking about on the daily chart or what there, Aura Alpha? Because if I look right now, I don't really see anything other than right around here, 50 40s or so. That, could be a trade. I don't really see anything indicating right now for me. And then even on a daily there, I mean, maybe we can look at Bitcoin as a triple bottom or not. But this maybe is what you're talking about, this area here. So 46 to 48, this lines up for me. And this is, you had to sort of punch blind there the last couple of days when we had those flushes in Bitcoin and in the general market, and had to just trust what the long-term story is for Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's very interesting. It's, as you know, Obi, there's no earnings associated with this. You just have to believe. You have to believe in the fall of the monetary system or whatever is why people are trying to hold this. Fiscal monetary policies around the world have been definitely over-leveraged, I would think, and the US dollar, although it's had a little strong move higher, is now trying to pull back. We've seen the strength in gold and the strength in silver, and the strength in Bitcoin could be that next little move higher. Bitcoin and, silver and gold continue to take out highs. Maybe Bitcoin is just around the corner there. So I think that this 80 to 85 area that we've seen here and here is probably something that could get bought in the near future if that does happen. But again, you have to stick your neck out, because Bitcoin's sort of support and resistance is actually around 70,000. So,
yeah,
but
that's Don't know if I'm going to get any fills down there, but I don't know if you remember, I was just like last run on that strong push. I think I mentioned this either last year or the year before. I was sitting on 15K, never got filled.
Bitcoin?
Yeah. And then we had that strong run up through 30s and then 50s and then 70 breakout was absolutely solid as well. And great trading on the higher time frame there. But yeah, we're taking a little bit of a breather, taking a little bit of a pullback here as well. Taking a pullback here on Netflix as well. So VWAP came in pretty decently here. Initial try didn't really, I was a little early, I knew that, but getting right back in when the sellers do step in here, coming back into 100. Let's see if that potentially comes in here as well. I'm watching Google here as well, a little light, but waiting and watching to see if this consolidation, you can see here, we've been holding that 320 since about 12:30 to see if that comes in for a little bit of a breakdown. But you can see, again, it's a beta stock. It kind of looks very similar to that of the market here on the day, but Flake's doing its own thing. Let's see what's going on with Adara.
I have more updates here with that story about Google. Again, we heard earlier, and Sean said kind of a nothing burger there. Google reportedly being queried by House Republican. So is Apple. It has to do with tracking apps here. Again, I don't have any more details than this, but apparently, they are both being queried by House Republicans with regards to their law enforcement tracking apps. We already heard kind of similar issues here with Apple in the past with ICE-related apps. If I get any more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
All right, so yeah, thanks, Adara, for all of that, obviously, as we continue to go. Look, here's a note. What's up, Zach? Hope you're doing well. Zach Bobek there. I mean, great comment, but NVIDIA and the Qs, I mean, they can trade oppo each other, and I'm not holding anything down, man. The amount of shares I have right now is a sneeze, so don't worry about that, but I will look. Thank you for that message. I like that there. Let's have a quick look at NVIDIA. Oh, on that note, yes. Before you even said that, I just got out more of the Qs, so we'll see where this one acts. And look, man, I mean, 20 cents from here, we're out anyways. If we take out that top on the NASDAQ, we're just trying to make a little bit of money here, right? We got to go to the movies tonight. My kids got snowboarding. I got mouths to feed at home. I'm just playing around. Okay, so that's the TQs. What was that, NVIDIA? Let's have a quick look. Yeah. I mean, look at the NASDAQ, first of all. I mean, I know my mug is covering it, but I'm not sure what Obi and I are supposed to do. It is sometimes tough to draw blood from a stone, and it's tough to draw volatility from the NASDAQ right now. So we'll continue to look at individual names. I'm going to call up that visualizer that's properly displayed behind us. Maybe we can find some trade ideas off of that, and we'll get going to see what you guys want to talk about. But I have the same idea here about NVIDIA. So sorry, Zach Bobek there. I would still think that NVIDIA looks short to me right now. I mean, it's the same kind of look as the NASDAQ, so you're right about that. Looking for the NASDAQ to break higher here. NVIDIA is a very, very similar pattern. We've hit VWAP, and we're still underneath. So I would say that probably NVIDIA, barring some kind of story or something, I don't think it will really get going today, but we're in that last 40 minutes now, and the last 10 are influenced by these imbalances. So I'm not 100% sure where this market's going to go, and I don't like the chances of this thing ripping either. I'll look over at AMD for you just to give a little look, because maybe there's a little bit more juice to this one. One and the same. Right there, they both bounced off VWAP. They're both heading a little lower. If anything, I actually like the NVIDIA long a little bit better than AMD right here. And if we're just going to look at the broader index, which is the SMH here, the semiconductor holding ETF, they're all matching, right? I mean, and I guess maybe the long, I don't know. I don't really have a preference in any of these spots right now. I think if we're going to look to trade somewhere, I'll flip back to Obi. Maybe you have an idea, or if you want to recap that Netflix. But
yeah, I just got out of the rest of it.
Okay, good. So SMR might be a play. It's down 4%. We've just bounced off VWAP a little bit. So in a play that could have some movement to it, SMR. I actually like a break of this if that does come through. But yeah, dip by. I don't think I like the short in this name. They do have a good short float heading into the weekend. I don't know if I'd like to be short SMR, but yeah, without a trade idea for now. Why don't you recap your Netflix, and then we'll look at that visualizer for the last 20 minutes.
Okay, cool. So just a quick tape scalp here. Kind of looking for a little pre-anticipatory here. Looking for that this prior high to hold. But when sellers come in and around VWAP there, 101s, we can see that kind of rejected there as well. Sellers stepped in. I was like, all right, I want to get involved with this. Again, taking a quick little scalp here back through. I was looking for 100 to come in. We got all the way down to 120s, I think. Let's get specific. 115 is the ultimate low there. On that initial push, I get picked up on the 25s for a little bit. I cover pretty much the rest around 50s here now at the end. This could still potentially come in, right? I'm looking for us to kind of come right back into this consolidation where we were consolidating for over an hour 45 minutes, I think I pointed out a little bit earlier. The market's sideways consolidative as well for the past few hours. So yeah, I don't really see anything too crazy, Sean. I think that something to watch out for might be one of the earnings names as well. So let's take a quick look at some of those here to see how those are coming along at the same time. So let's go down to a 15-minute chart just to take a look at how they've been doing during the day. So I didn't have too many earnings names on watch off of the open, but RBRK was one of them, Rubrik. And yeah, this one, I don't know, gave some decent moves off of the open, holding its high, so that's pretty good. Holding VWAP, so that's pretty good. We've been kind of consolidating, chopping around it. We attempted to push that $90 level a couple of times and didn't really follow through, but same way to the downside. We attempted to sell off aggressively back through some of these consolidation, pre-market consolidation highs. Right off of the open, we can't really make it. We use that resistance now turned into support, and we've been kind of chopping around VWAP right there, which is sitting at $87.14. So Rubrik, decent push and pull off of the open, but I like the consolidation, maybe looking for that day two move coming in on Monday. Could be something, but if we crack this consolidation high or low going into the close, that could be potentially something as well. I was also watching DocuSign here. So DocuSign, another day one earnings name here. We got that continuation off of the open, but you had to be quick because buyers stepped right back in here and picked it all up, all the way up to 67s here. But similar story as the other name, consolidating pretty tightly in and around VWAP now is DocuSign. The other one was Alta. We know that Adara was involved in this one a little bit earlier. Look at that, very strong push off of the open, pull back into 600, holding VWAP pretty decently here. So another name on the roster for a day two move. So that's what I'm watching there on Ulta Beauty. What's up, Adara?
Look at the daily and the weekly on ULTA, and you may see an interesting thing that happened this morning.
All right, so we can take a look at this daily and weekly. Thank you. Let's see what's going on here. All right. Are these all-time highs? I think so. All right, so an all-time high push on Ulta Beauty. So yeah, there's a bit of a miss on my part. There you go. So gap up continuation for Ulta Beauty through all-time highs there as well. Even on the weekly, look at that, looking pretty decent, showing us that breakout level was 574.76, let's call it 575 here on the day. Let's see how we actually broke through that 575 here. So did that come in on the intraday? Absolutely yes. Okay, all right. So the opening range low is actually sitting at 576. We broke that level in the pre-market, and we were just off to the races, straight to the upside there. 611.82s is the current high on Ulta Beauty. So that was another name. Again,
we talked about that. I mean, I showed that exact chart this morning and was like, oh my God, we're breaking through here. What a great opportunity. Look, I mean, I just heard Adara mention that. Obviously, she's looking at some charts. So why don't we get a little bit of a trade review from Adara? I mean, she's been sitting over there at the desk making some moves today, and I've been looking, and very impressive day, Adara. So let's go. Do you want to break down one of your trades, maybe just quickly, and we can share your screen or whatever? So let's see one of Adara's trades.
Yeah, I'll be pretty brief here. And yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of LFT, but who cares because you got to try things you like. So I really like this Ulta for the same reason I mentioned. I tried this initially kind of aggressively here on that 593. I get stopped out. That's okay because I get right back in once I continue to see we want to push higher. Then I add, then I take some profit around 600. We're at all-time highs. You never really know where to take profit. Tried to add when we pushed back up again at the 597. Didn't work. That's okay. I get stopped out maybe a bit prematurely here around 605s. But yeah, please as punch with that 593s to 605 move. Please as punch with that trade. Tried a couple shorts here. Didn't really work. Flat on this one. Kind of stopped out immediately on that one. So it is what it is. Those are just one trade. And yeah, nice day for spready stocks as well. Costco was quite kind to me. Thank you.
Beautiful,
Yeah,
beautiful
great
trading.
Great job, Adara.
Beautiful trading, to say the least, on a beauty name like Ulta, right? So yeah, great stuff there.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Great trading.
And that's what it's about. Like, trading, that was a name in play. And I really like what she said there where, she got stopped out but then realized where the momentum was and got right back in it. And that stuff that you and I talked about is similar to how you made your money back on Netflix there, right? The trade kind of slowed down a little bit. You caught that, and you caught the top side of that trade. So cheers to Adara's thought process. And that's really, here, what's up, Gavin? I'm going to see if I can put that in here. Here it is right here. Yes, I would say cheers. Oh, it didn't go up. Send selected. No, it must be down. That website must be down. Okay. But anyways, right here, the sharing the message website I think is down, Fabian, if that matters at all at this point. Cheers. Great to hear Adara's. Okay, he's just testing something good. No problem. Fabian, don't worry about it, man. Cheers. Great to hear Adara's thought process. And that's the whole point is that was really the idea behind this show in the first place, was to share different. There it is. So thank you so much. Gavin, is that Gavin Rossdale or whatever from? What's that band? Maybe used to be married to Gwen Stefani? Bush.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's Zen there. But yeah, so by the way, we just had a nice move down there on the TQs. I mean, it's just small little takes here, but you know what? Like these add up. These add up, Obi, especially when you're able to reload these things at the spots you're thinking about. We did pretty good there taking that advantage anyways on that name. So I don't know. I'm just getting some orders out. It's kind of layering them through here. Yeah, Gavin Rossdale, isn't that his name? From Bush X. Big band back when I was growing up anyways, maybe mid-90s, I don't know, something like that. But Gwen Stefani, no doubt. Oh, she's married to somebody else now, some country singer.
Blake Shelton.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blake Shelton. Gavin. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at TGL because I was going to look at the locator there back there to see what's going on the stock screener that we've identified there right underneath Adara's desk. We'll look at the visualizer. That's the name of it. $28. Someone said it looks like the Nasdaq had a few too many pops at lunch. Yeah, I think you might be right, man. The Nasdaq has either had a little bit too much at lunch or just had some turkey and is right now just trying to chill out here, having some Thanksgiving leftovers. I mean, it might be a little too late for that now. How long can you take turkey? I think if you put it in the fridge, it might be okay for this long, but I don't know. There it goes to the downside right now, the Nasdaq trying to go, but still, man, I don't know. This is why I'm just layering out of these things. I'm not going to put any more money at risk in this space right now, but there goes TGL. They've halted, I think. Our halt scanner is littered with TGL right here. Just like basically nonstop. The last halt was at 251. So now we've been open now for about 40 minutes or so and not getting much action there on TGL. This may be a good time to double check the imbalance locator. So let's call that thing up right now and just have a quick look. We'll sort it by size to see what is popping off right here into the close. So it's still early, right? It's 3:30. You'll get a major update actually in a minute at 3:30. So all of this will sort of update here. What we have is our broker running around the floor of the NYSE giving us these updates. And that's why it says broker over here, right? These ones that are NASDAQ, if you ever see NASDAQ on here, that's from either this morning or it's something that's been halted. So right now, those NASDAQ ones will populate. There is no big board or anything like at the NYSE where it's posted what some of these imbalance. See, there we go. Just get a little bit of an update. Kenview, there goes the 3.2 million shares to sell. We can click on that and have a quick look to see what's, it's not affecting the stock at all, but Kenview is having a flat day anyways, down 0.26. And all of these imbalances will have to get paired off at the close. So I'm not seeing anything on here. We had, what was it for Kalshi? It was Vive, it was Carvana there. So these are all NASDAQ names actually. Chenier, I'm surprised that's actually not in. That might have been in and then out LNG. So I don't know. But I don't see any of those names on here right now. So I would say there might not be anything happening. But again, that's not for rebalance. That is for an addition to the S&P 500. So that's going to come after market, and no one's supposed to know what it is. So I don't expect anybody to front run that. But on here, Archer Aviation, maybe a small little bid as well. Pretty separated between bids and buys and sells here. It's very mixed on the board. So I don't get any indication one way or the other right now on the imbalance locator. SoFi just kind of continuously going higher right here. Let's just take an opportunity to get out of SoFi. It's been a really good trade today. It's almost back to the highs where we need to get some out. I was actually talking with one of my friends over WhatsApp there today, and he asked me what I thought about SoFi, and I said, funny thing you ask, I just got some more shares today. So I really like that SoFi talk. I like the business. I like the fact that their loan margin is going to be improved here as we lower the rates. I think banking stocks can work, obviously, in this environment. How come I'm not filled? I'm waiting for 77s. So with the interest rate expected to be cut next week by 50 basis points, Freudian slip there. Not 50 basis points at all. Yeah. Oh, that's what's happening. I put the wrong price. There. Oh man, now I got to get out. What am I doing on SoFi? I'm going to have to offer some 74s now to get out. There we go. Okay, we get some 74s. All right. And that's going to happen next week. Let's just double check that. So I think banks can, in a lowering interest rate environment, I think banks can win there, right? It creates a more interesting environment for loans, more affordable for the general public there, and Main Street appreciates that. So there's 87.2. That's the percentage that we get that 50 point again. 25-point raise cut down to 350 to 375. So looks like that's going to come through. Although if it stays like this, this is the most undecided that we've had, I think, in a very long time. Even the fact that there is a 13% chance that we hold steady next Wednesday, that's interesting. And then as you move longer, it looks like right now the January rate cut will not happen. There's a 66% chance right now that there is no cut at all in January, right? If you lead out to March, that's where there's a 40% chance that we get that rate cut again. So it's looking like 40% chance that come March 18th, which, I mean, the market is going to be not much different on March 18th than it is today. There's a 40% chance that we get that 50-point move from here to then, March 18th. That's the most likely look there for the Fed Watch tool. 87% on the 10th, which is next Wednesday. So join us. Those are great shows, man. We'll put Powell on. We'll have him there. Adara's one of her busiest days as she listens to the news and listens to the questions being asked to Powell and tries to break down. The interesting point about that, it's actually not that hard because what they do is they strike out the words that are not in this current report that were in the last report. So you can see like, cautionary is gone or whatever. And so that easy to indicate there potentially what the mood of the Fed is. And then of course, I think it was May, we should be able to see a new Fed chair coming through. And we do that, it's gonna be Trump appointed. And if it was up to Trump, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he has been championing lower rates. So I would assume that whomever steps in there would feel similarly to that. So, yeah.
Sorry, I just want to add here because I think it's kind of interesting. For what it's worth, Kevin Hassett, who has heavily been favored to be the Fed chair, he's already said if they pick him, that he will lower rates, and that's why he's better than Powell. So it's like really weird. He's kind of been campaigning for it. It's kind of funny, but yeah, Hassett.
Yeah, so that's it was on Kalshi, it was 75 or 80% chance that he's coming through as well. So Kevin Hassett there most likely will be your next Fed chair unless Donald Trump wakes up on the other side of the bed and decides something else. I think like a lot of these decisions can, blow, like change as the wind blows here on the Fed rate tool. So just quickly, TQ's not doing anything and market not doing anything. TGL maybe doing something. $26, that could be a trade. There was a trade called a stock called Drug Bright Minds that was moving around a little bit today as well. This name just halt, like a bunch of halts on this as well. I would think had happened today, but not enough volume. And maybe not even a halt. I don't know. Only 133,000 shares done today on drugs. So
I want to know what drug the traders who are on that stock are taking. Because,
yeah, it looks like an upper early and maybe a downer late. So maybe they had some beers there at lunch too. I don't know what's going on. And the other one was WHLR that I'm seeing in the chat. Wheeler as well. But see, like what I'm saying, like, I don't, a lot of these names are trying to go right now, and this one, 83 million shares, may be leading the day here, Wheeler, but Open Door is also one that, you know, we'll watch pretty frequently here on the stream as well. So Open Door trying to make a move now into the $7 age, which I like. I like that for a dip buy. Elon for Fed chair. Wouldn't that be wild, David?
That'd be crazy.
That came through.
Talk about maximum efficiency.
Talk about, oh yeah, Doge. Talk about instant acceptance of, you know, robo-taxis and everything there. He's like, I'll do it for you. If you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back type of thing. That doesn't happen in politics, does it?
Oh, no.
Everything is always fair, on board, above water.
No such thing as corruption.
Yeah, no.
No such thing as things happening under the table.
For sure.
But, you know,
right.
It's what it is. There's a name that I did forget to talk about, which was part of my watch list in the morning, and that was Dollar General. Today was earnings day 2, and today was more of the same. Yesterday, we got an aggressive bid off of the open. Sure, it got absolutely slammed right back in, but it holds the opening range low pretty well for a nice revisit of the highs, and then it holds there for pretty much majority of the day, and then trends up higher going into the close. So about a 5-hour hold of this level, a nice slow trickle up all the way into the close. Guess what? Right off of the open, we get that continuation, and today we hit a high of 135 all the way from a reaction low yesterday, or I guess opening range low yesterday of 114. So just off of the lows into today's highs, Dollar General has moved about over 17%. So pretty decent move there. Bit of a miss on my part. I think even if you feel a little antsy getting in right off of the open, you can kind of let it wait and let it consolidate here. You can see that hold of VWAP as well, and look at when it takes out that consolidation high. That's coming in at 128.80s. That's straight off to the races. You can see that's confirmed and confluenced with increased volume on that breakout, which makes it even better. So here's the thing. If you don't like it here, guess what? On the pullback, this sustain, and then you get that another volume push through the highs once again, and then stair step. The only distinct selling maybe in and around here around 12 o'clock, but that holds up pretty decently as well. Higher highs and higher low structure, but breaking down as of, I guess, strong volume candle there at 251 for a reversion back down into VWAP. But now VWAP is holding 132.08s as well. So pretty decent move on Dollar General, and a second day run here. Don't know if it's going to do the same thing on day 3 coming into Monday, but definitely going to be watching this name as well. Higher time frame, what was it doing? So let's take a quick look on the weekly here as well. Wow, look at that. That is 117. So what did we say yesterday's opening range low was? 114s, 115s. We broke out of a multi-week, multi-month. Is this multi-year? I would say so, because we're breaking this aggressively strong volume earnings week candle all the way from August of 2024 as well. And that came in today, I think. What's the high there? 121.42. So let's go back to the shorter time frame and check out where that came in. 121.42. Okay, you know what? We actually broke that yesterday as well. So a sustain of 2 significant levels in my opinion had been done into the close yesterday on Dollar General. So maybe adding strong confluence for a potential continuation off of the open on earnings day 2 on Dollar General. So a bit of a miss on my part, but that was another trade that I was watching in the morning session. Didn't really participate in it, although it worked out pretty decently. Warner Brothers, WBD, is kind of coming back up into its high. So we did get past that 26 mark. 25 held like a champ off of the open. Once again here in and around the midday session here, where did it come in? Around 1240. You can see this aggressive bid. I want to know what the tape looked like here. Maybe some change, maybe some news happening, whatever it is. Aggressive bid that breaks day highs and then pushes up into some of these pre-market reaction levels as well from the morning news. So should be interesting to see how this story develops on Warner Brothers. But you know, we were talking about them, all the shows being a part of Netflix now. I'm curious to know if they're going to bring back any of like the cartoons. You ever watch you know, those WB cartoons? Animaniacs.
Is that Looney Tunes? Is Looney Tunes?
Do you ever watch Animaniacs? You know, Pinky and the Brain?
Yeah, so that was a little bit after my childhood, but I do know that because I did. My eldest was all about Pinky and the Brain a little bit there.
Yeah.
Are they? Is Warner Brothers? Is that like Elmer Fudd and all those guys? It might be because I remember the Warner Brothers logo all the time.
Looney Tunes. Yeah, Looney Tunes is Warner Bros.
That's what I'm saying about Netflix.
Imagine they bring that back. Like Looney Tunes.
They will.
Dude, I still every now and then when I'm just chilling doing nothing, I'll watch like Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll watch what's Sylvester.
You'll watch Bugs Bunny?
Tweety Bird. Yeah.
I like the Roadrunner.
Yeah, the Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, setting those traps and stuff,
yeah.
man.
You know, he's always ordering stuff from Acme, and then, you know, it's not really working out.
Literally blowing the guy up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I used to play that game. I forget what game specific, what it was called, but the Wile E. Coyote game on PlayStation 1, and that was I have so many memories on that game. It was absolutely beautiful there. But
it's going to be awesome. I
think
can't wait
it's gonna
to
be
show
great
that
if they
stuff
bring
to
that
my
back.
kids.
Yeah.
Again, what's up, Adair?
So I actually have an infographic here. These are like, this is not an all extensive list, but here are some of the channels and then some of the entities that you're gonna get here with this deal. So I didn't even realize, like, Warner Brothers covers Turner Classic Movies, TNT Sports, the Food Network, the Travel Channel, Animal Planet, Discovery Channel, hence Warner Brothers Discovery, the Oprah Winfrey Network. Like, there are a ton of channels that are, and also entities here, like, you know, DC, Game of Thrones, Euphoria, everything on HBO, everything in DC Comics, etc. Like, I think the scope of this deal really does need to be examined. You can check out this infographic on X at TTV Research. And I do want to remind you guys, I post on the weekend now too. We have scheduled posts that come out during the weekend. We have Oracle earnings next week. You know that there's going to be some stuff there on that for me, so you guys can check that out on X at TTV Research. Give us a follow and make sure to like and subscribe to this show as we send you back to the men themselves.
Yeah, I just retweeted that great graphic there.
It's called
put me in, coach. Right here. What did you say, sorry?
Sorry, the game was called Sheep, Dog, and Wolf, the Wile E. Coyote.
Hey, interesting there.
Yeah.
We take a look at this.
Would you look at that?
There it is, man. What up now? Money bag, yo. Come on, man. I was doing something there, Joseph.
Big.
All right, there it is, man. Those bags have been emptied out before we go home here today. So
all right.
paying for a little popcorn there at the movie.
Wacky Racers is probably one of the best shows. Yeah, Wacky Racers is definitely up there.
But what was it? Cartoon Network.
Yeah. Cartoon Network. Remember Super Babies? Remember Super Babies?
Super Babies.
Super Babies was a good one. So yeah.
What is happening here?
My ear cannonball run. Fabian just came in too. My ear over there. Yeah, no, thanks, Adair. I mean, great little retweet there. Go find it on @Trader TV Research. I mean, to see all those. It's funny that you did that, Adair, because this is me on Gemini. Honestly, this is what I did. I was trying to get out so I can understand like which properties would be there. So if we came back, I was going to talk about it. So I actually asked them, what properties is Netflix acquiring the Warner Brothers takeover? Like what shows, major shows, things like that. So there it is right here, the HBO Prestige Collection. Here's all the big ones, White Lotus, Sopranos, all this, and then it goes into more and more details. But so I was looking that up as well. But Adair's got it nicely done on a infographic for your viewing pleasure. All right, man, we now are almost out of everything in SoFi. Why? Because we get that price, man. We get 80s, and that's exactly what we wanted there on SoFi. So we get that, we get 80s again. We're just sitting right at that top. We talked about missing that top before. Do we miss it again, Obi? Nope. No, we do not. So we get out right there. Now my stop, let's put it in together right now. For the last 2.5%, it's a very, very small piece right here. Breaking the 200 period moving average. I'm not even gonna wait for VWAP. We only have now 6 minutes until those imbalances come through. 27.59er on the breakdown. All right. Look, yesterday, this is all verified on the stream. We were at one point 12 for 12 on our 12 most recent trade ideas. Okay. Yesterday, we went short in the afternoon because we're trying to support my guy over there on AEO. All right. All kidding aside, I like the setup here. All right, it was moving into this area. We shorted. We got stopped out right there. Was a relatively small hit. As soon as we got stopped out, these are 5-minute bars, it absolutely tanked. So the idea was fine. The timing was off. All right, trade review time. Today, we only have 3 names traded.
Nice.
This is Amazon. Bang, cannot be a loser. Right, out where we got in, all these other outs.
Boom.
Boom. SoFi.
Banger.
Banger. My #1 trade today.
Boom.
And then we're all experiencing this together.
There you go.
So 3 for 3 there today, putting it at right now 13 plus 3, 16, 15 for 16, our last verified trade ideas here. And again, it's just about that doesn't matter. The ratio doesn't matter. It's just, and I was saying this again to everybody on the stream before. It's like, I think it's just a more, I was noticing, and you were sitting beside me for many, many days as well, obviously this trading, I would get really excited the first couple minutes, and it was like, oh my God, here comes Tesla, or here comes Netflix, or here comes Amazon, or whatever, and it would, come into our levels, and I was like, oh my God, it's breaking the top, and then, you'd look and say, oh, that's a break, we got to punch long on that break, and then it would come back in, and I'd get stopped out or whatever, and then I would notice that, hey, once the market settled down, we were able to find decent trades. So really, this Amazon trade doesn't start till 9:42, and then when it comes in, it's there on VWAP, we take a little bit of a smaller fill there, and then when it pulls back, we already have a predetermined low right into here that we start playing off of. You guys know I like the 200 period moving average, and the exact same thing happened for SoFi today. All this is just sort of a maturation of the strategy. Like, it's just, we knew we had SoFi. SoFi, Amazon were all the top 2 trades on here, right? The only one that we don't have on here is the Qs. So here it is again, the same type of thing. We like the SoFi long, but if we take it early, we get waxed. It comes right down into our 27 level. We don't even take it then. We let it bounce off of that. Once it does that, we find an area that we like, and we bang that to the north side. And then that was the trade there. So it's just like trying to be more calm, more relaxed here, and just make the trades that you want, but give it a little bit to breathe. And like right now, here we go again. Here comes an, okay. All right, Obi, I'm going to take another piece out right here at 01s on the TQQs if we can get that fill. And here it comes breaking back down right there. There it is. There's the 01 fill. So again, like, this is real trading. You saw me get into this position. We reloaded it. We did all the work there. And now, pay dirt, we're waiting at 95s. We told you 55, 95. So here it comes right back into the downside again, is the TQQs. So there we get, I mean, we get it again there, Obi, so I know you're still on. Oh, you're out of everything.
Yeah, I got out of,
right
Google did a bit of a wipe up all the way to 321s and then pulled back about 50%. So I was just like, all right, cool. I don't necessarily want to stay involved if you're going to do that going into the imbalances. Yeah, things can get a little bit choppy, but we are selling off here coming into the end of the day. So hours of consolidation, I guess we're going to meet a little bit of selling coming into these imbalances now. Only about 2 minutes and 10 seconds left until those come out. Let's take a quick rundown of how the SPY is setting up here going into the close. Let's take a quick look there. That's what that's looking like. Consolidation day lows also 684.57s. That's potentially coming in here, not that far away, only about 30, 40 pennies roughly in and around that area here. We know that Sean's in the TQ, so I won't take a look at those. But I think let's go down the list here. NVIDIA right here. Consolidation lows. Once again, another one that's looking similar. Amazon, let's take a quick look at that one right there. Day lows coming in, making a beeline for that one. There, Google, we were just part of this one here as well. Consolidation, but a little bit tighter and stronger than the rest of them here as well. So Apple, let's take the next one right here. So downtrend holding up what it's been doing for the past few days coming into the end of the week here. We attempt to push 288s. Strong selling Wednesday, strong selling Thursday. I guess maybe not as strong, but definitely seller dominant on the day today is Apple as well. So Microsoft kind of sideways chop. Nothing too crazy. He gave us a little bit of a shake and bake there through the opening ranges. Now we're kind of coming right back up in the opening ranges as well. Meta, let's take a quick look at that. There you go, consolidating at the high. So distinctly different is Meta, but you can see maybe a lot of the selling was done yesterday after a strong push up higher there on Meta platform. So that's a quick recap of the Mag 7. And I think I just saw a super chat come in there real quick. So Louis Mendoza, thank you so much for the super chat. Sean is the master and Obi is the Padawan. I think that's
nice
about
talk,
right.
But no, I'm not far from a master. But yeah, look, I think we work really well together. Obi and I always seem to put on a good show. So thanks, Obi, for coming through. We do have Neil, of course, back on deck, and his trading style very unique and much different than yours and I's. So as many of our styles are different, although I think my guy over here, Joe, has a little bit of me there as well, and I do of him. So we're very happy with that. And he shorted Netflix with you as well today. So great job. Great job, Joe.
Yeah.
What happened? I missed it.
I think the
the imbalances are out right now. Okay, here we go right now. WRB, what up with that right now? I have no idea what this stock is all up to right now, but it doesn't look like it's moving too much there. Amazon with a sell those bags off a little bit right here into the close. So there's Amazon selling, no bags at all. Of course, Amazon's a great stock. Intel. Actually, Obi, this one we kind of maybe slept on here. I mean, we did really well on these futures, so I didn't really sleep on anything. But there's Intel, nice move to the downside right there. Broadcom is a heavily favored name in the market, and that's a sell side, and that's just ticking down. You can see that tick a little lower there for Broadcom. Mara we can look at quickly. That's 33 million shares today, 500,000 sell. Not really moving it anywhere. I'm not seeing much on here. Kenvue seems to always be on this, and the imbalances just never really seem to do anything. I don't know if it's some major fund getting out of it or what, but there's another sell imbalance there for Kenvue one more time here today.
They're every day, man.
That's what I mean. Like, what's up with that? Like, literally every single day. All right, so here's the TQs, making new lows. I may just cover. Let's cover a little bit more here anyways of this at 91 and then see what happens. And then, you know, SoFi starting to tick back up just a little bit. Why don't we just cover that right now, back upside, down 7%, 6.5% today. Good trading today, obviously, for SoFi, my number one stock on the day. So we'll just offer 72s and see if we can get that on the way back upside there for SoFi. But yeah, that's it for me right here. We'll cover some of those cues, which we do. We'll even cover them even more now as we head a little bit lower. We get some 87s there, and they're still falling down. So there it goes, man. The stock that we talked about, I only had one trade on all day. I know some of you in the chat were tailing this trade, and if you did, congratulations. I mean, I don't know what else I can do right here. We discussed this over and over again, and there's the magic trade at the end of the day. Nice move down for the TQs. And, you know, we always wish we had a little bit more shares, but we told you that we were just trading in 1 to 2 units with the NASDAQ kind of going sideways until it didn't. Oh, that's that, man. We already talked about that. Your family's coming in for the weekend. That's great. I'm trying to check out. Well, I am going. We've already bought the tickets. 5 nights at Freddy's.
Yeah.
That was really cool. My kid likes that, so we're going to go check that out tonight. Very, very busy weekend. We walk in the Santa Claus Parade tomorrow. That should be fun. There's a team hockey team Christmas party tomorrow as well. And then I'm up. My kid's really taking a liking to snowboarding. Right. We talked about this earlier. So we'll be up north. It's just such a busy weekend. We'll be up north, just a couple hours north, and not even from here on Sunday for a little bit. And then back home to watch the Packers annihilate the Bears at 4:25, I believe, in Lambeau Field. That should be fun. We will recap the game on Monday.
Yeah. No, sorry. I just got I think I had a order sitting on Netflix, so I got filled up now.
Punch out immediately.
Yeah, no. I just I posted out. That just come in. I'm just getting in out on the jitter there above 100. So I had posted the cover from that short from earlier. Never really canceled it. But yeah, I guess a quick little 10 pennies or maybe a little less there. But yeah, on Netflix because I saw the arrow show up and I'm like, wait, what? I'm in.
Yeah, I hate
I'm
that.
Like, okay, wait, no, yeah.
I hate that. I hate that feeling.
But yeah, no. So all right, guys. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now and get 10% off your first evaluation. All right, so Flakes kind of balancing back to 100. So yeah, I was talking to Joe about this. I was talking to Sean about this. I was like, yeah, in the morning, I was very, I had very strong conviction of this being mispriced above 101s. Doesn't matter what I think, but at the end of the day, we kind of come back in. So I guess if I did continue that thought, I think I could have been involved much more aggressively, even on this retest of VWAP. Sellers step right back in, right? 101's attempt to push, and then we come right back into 100. So this should be interesting going forward to see what is going on here as well. In terms of imbalances, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. Yeah, look at this thing kind of slap around in and around that 100. So definitely a lot of players transacting and interacting in and around this price. $100 on Netflix should be interesting as well. Let's take a quick look at what WBD is up to. Okay, 2606. So we are pushing the highs there on Warner Brothers. Let's see if this one can kind of take out the highs there, WBD, going into the close. It definitely looks like,
wow, Darth
it's
Trader.
about 3 pennies away right there. All right, so yeah, a little bit of a super chat there. Here's
Winnipeg.
Here's to the Bears winning for me on Sunday and the Bulls showing up for everybody Monday. Have a great weekend and bear down. Nice. Right.
No. I putting the word Bears with winning, I've never really seen that before, so that's why I thought it said Winnipeg. But it did not Adara, my bad on that one. That's why I thought it was like a shout out to Adara, because Bears and winning just doesn't really jive that well with me, especially when they face the Packers. I mean, it's something like they lost like 27 straight times against Green Bay.
Wow.
But not recently. I think last
That's
year.
a stat.
That was snapped last year. That could also be incorrect. Okay, so just right now we have, I saw how many people were watching, 4,300 watching and 430 likes. So that's like 10%. We got to get a hell of a lot higher than that.
Pump those
so hit the like button, man. Obi's been doing a great job. I think we've had put on a great show. Joe's showing out with us right here as well. So hit the like button immediately if you can do that. Man. That would be absolutely fantastic. I want to thank
got his toque back on.
Everybody. Yeah, Joe's getting ready to get out of here, man. You got the toques back. You know, if the toque is back on, then you know that there has to be something going on.
A little chilly,
there right now. Now I'm not as warm anymore.
Yeah, it's a little chillier now.
Yeah. Now
I'm telling you, the Joey Options toque indicator.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the new indicator around here. All right, let's see what SMX is doing, because this name right there was very expensive to short today. So obviously that probably is not in many people's abilities there. It was over $1,000 at one point for 100 shares. So you need like a $100 move, and that never. Sure, it does happen if you catch the total top 480. We're going to go out around 3:30 or so here on SMX. But what a great day that was for many traders. If you were long, I don't know what would have been done here in the afternoon.
Yeah. I got a question for you.
Okay.
Monday, over under 500 SMX.
Oh, I don't under.
Under?
I mean, only because the stuff doesn't keep going.
Pre-market action counts as well. Like, do you think we're going to make a print above 500 by Monday?
So that's
we can open up at 200 on Monday.
The high today is 476, right? I mean, I don't.
No, that was the high a day, I think.
Yeah, 490, whatever that is right there. Okay, so I'll say no, but not no as in like no way. I just, these things don't last forever, and eventually people wise up to the trade, and it just doesn't go. But I mean, I'll turn it to you. You're going to say yes?
I mean, with the way it's been stepping and nothing else really changes, I think we can very easily see a 500, 7, or even a 750 print if we continue to trap squeeze like this. But I don't know. I'm just.
What does everybody else think question, there? Right? Put a 1. Yeah. We don't have time for a poll. Put a 1 in the chat if you think above 500, and a 2 in the chat if you think below. and then we'll just try our very, very best to figure out what people are putting on here. Okay, so I'll put it up here. So guys, so 1 is above, 2 is below. So it looks like there's a lot of 1. Okay, now the 2s are 3. Good one, I like that one. 1s, 2s, 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 2s. It's basically going to be, get that stupid thing out of here. The poll is already up right there. So above or below, I'm gonna go Belwo right here. That's how fast it went up there.
Yeah.
I'm on Belwo.
You're Ramin laughing.
I'm on Belwo right there, and we'll just wait to see where it goes. But I'm on the Belwo, and it looks like right now it's 50-50. So
whoa.
I don't know, man.
All right.
It's definitely mixed up there. So yeah, I'm going to go with that, and we're going to see where it prints. It's only 30 seconds left right now, and very, very interesting poll there that we have up, and it looks like it's going to go out at 50-50. A quick check on Tesla. See what that's doing. This is a very, very popular name. Look at that, man. So exciting, and I kid, during the afternoon. All right, 20 seconds left. Boom. What a great week.
Yeah, man.
And we go out with no red, nothing red this week on quite the streak that we just talked about. And it's just telling everybody that this is a very active market. And if you pick your strategies, they can be working for you. And this has been a very exciting week. Join us on Monday at 8 a.m.
3, 2, and 1. There we go.
There it is. So, a pretty good day overall. I mean, the NASDAQ actually held out nicely, right? Up 0.41, and ES up 0.15. And if we just have a little bit of a broader look, I meant to pull this out, and we didn't do it at all during the show. Sometimes when we had the recap, we like to look at these things as well. But you can see here, pretty mixed day, right? So it looks like the broader market, although ends up, the S&P 500 only up 0.15. It looks like there was some red over here in the health technology spot with Eli Lilly being down, AbbVie, not too many green names over here, Amgen down that 3%. That might have been one of the bigger ones. There's Tesla up 0.1, Amazon up 0.9. Good bounce back day for some of these retail names. We saw Lululemon nicely going. There's your Ulta Beauty down there from Adair and yourself, sort of covered that a little bit there as well, up 13%. Apple, Broadcom, Meta, to go Tesla. Not much going on. There's health services. So if there's anything red, it would be over here. Led, of course, by UNH, the biggest name in that space. And then, I guess consumer non-durables, Procter, Coke, Pepsi, Mondelez. And that makes a little bit of sense as those are sort of flight to safety names. As we get a bump up in the NASDAQ, we probably get some money rotating back into some of those more safer names. All right. We already talked about what we're doing this weekend. I hope everybody out there also has a fantastic weekend. But we didn't ask Adara what she was up to. So, Adara, do you have any plans this weekend?
I actually, is my button? Yes, hello. I actually do. Yeah, I'm busy. I'm very busy this whole weekend. I'm hanging out with some friends tonight.
Perfect.
Going out, and then I'm going to a family thing on Saturday, and then Sunday I also have plans. So it shall be chaos, but hopefully fun chaos. And I'm definitely excited to see you all on Monday.
Likewise, and 'tis the season. This is the season for friends and family and getting out there. So let's leave it on that positive note. No matter what you guys are doing this weekend, make sure you enjoy it. If you can with others and your family, and like we said, 'tis the season to happy thoughts, and go Packers, of course, and go Bulls or Bears come Monday morning. And right now it is 60% favored. Right there for above 500. So there we go, man. The Bulls be running on SMX apparently on Monday morning. So look for another 70% move higher on that one Monday morning, according to our chat. All right, Obi, always a pleasure, man. Do me a favor and make sure you always come back. Thank you for covering for Neil. And I think I might have, I don't know if I have a day out. No, my next day is off, not till the 19th. But we will see all of you guys back on Monday. So for Brendan, Sia, Adara, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Sharif, Joe's out of here, I think. And Adara, everybody, please have a wonderful weekend. That's Obi. I'm Sean. Ciao for now. 8 a.m. Monday.